Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs, James Bont, and Turtle. We got a pre-show packed with action and information coming your way for the next 30 minutes. And then, of course, we have some great Rocket League that will happen afterwards. I just want to say hello to everyone. We have James Bont. It's been a while since we've had you on one of these pre-shows, man.
Yeah, I thought you guys kicked me off of these, and I was just ready to accept my fate watching one every day. But today, I guess... it's in the cards for me to be on it, so I'm happy to be here.
And Turtle, every time you're here, it's always a good show. So I'm glad you're back.
I'm scared. Every time I'm here, I get scared because Gibbs is a loose cannon. Okay, he has these
What have I done?
Insults, bro. You make me sad, and I'm not ready. But you know what? I brought a defense with me today. Okay, I'm prepared.
Like I get bored. I'm up here all day, every single day, so I got to do something.
Okay.
Sometimes that's making fun of Turtle.
I'll take the hit.
Turtle, you don't realize that when you're not up here, I become the target. So that's why I'm glad you're here. That's why it's a good show for me here. But you know what? I'm not ready for Gibbs to talk yet. So this is usually the part where I get Gibbs to explain format. And we're gonna have a lot of him later. So I'm gonna get you to do this, Turtle. I'm gonna set you up for a second. Yeah, well, let's talk about this. We have a lot of new friends joining us through the free-to-play. We see a lot of people experiencing esport for the first time. They might not understand what's going on. And even if you have following it, this is a brand new season. Season X is a complete turnaround to what we've had before. So if you want to break down what Season X is all about and how it works, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and talk about it. I'm no Gibbs, but I'll try my best. So first of all, we've got 3 different splits. We've got fall, winter, spring, and 3 regional events per split. Now, each team gathers points throughout these regional events, and depending on their placement, they will then go on to the major event. So the top 16 teams from all 3 regionals move on to this major of that split. It's so fun to watch because we've got plenty of Rocket League. You can even see 3 regional events. That's huge. And that's what we're in right now. We're in the 3rd one for North America. We've also had those for Europe. And then we go on to the major event, which we're yet to watch, but that's going to be insane because the best of the best will be competing, and we rinse and repeat that all throughout fall, winter, spring. And it's basically just a formula for amazing Rocket League.
Yeah, how do you do, Gibbs?
I'll give it a 9 out of 10.
Okay.
Hey, that's pretty good. Okay, we're gonna keep this going. We're gonna keep this going. We're gonna get you to do Swiss. This one's a little more difficult because these regionals are all about Swiss. These it's a different format than a lot of people are used to when it comes to just competition in general. So how does this one work, Turt?
So this is where things get confusing. This is where Gibbs might be the best, but for me and for those watching at home, the one thing you need to know is, you win 3 games, 3 series, and you're in. That's all you gotta know. From me, you get 3-0, you get 3-2, you get 3-1, you're in, and you move on to the next stage or to playoffs in this case.
And then also 3 losses, right? And you're out. It's so simple.
James. This is great. This is great.
You gotta focus on being positive, James. What are you talking about? There is no loser.
I guess it depends on which team you're a fan of, which one you're paying attention to.
So the only thing that you forgot is the matchup generation. We actually get 4 dogs and 8 dog bowls. We sprinkle them around, and then we figure out our matchups. So that's the only thing you forget. That's a joke, by the way, for everyone watching. Please don't yell at me.
It's full RNG. That's all. There's definitely some science behind it. But that's basically how it works. So hopefully that laid the land out for you guys. So let's take a look basically at what we're going to see today. So the last 2 days, we had 32 teams fighting to be in this top 16, and this is where we land, James. Now these teams have fought their way, but it's not done yet. They still have to get through another Swiss round today.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few surprises, but a lot of the familiar faces. And for some teams, they have their eyes on making that top 8. If you make top 8 out of this group stage, you're heading to the playoffs, the final stage of this regional event. And for some teams, their top 16 dreams, their hopes of getting to the major will be dependent on how they perform today.
We're going to talk about those scenarios in a little bit. That'll be Gibbs' time, but we need just a little bit of a break there. And I just want to talk about what happened yesterday. Let's do a little bit of a recap in case you guys didn't show up for that first stage. Group B went down yesterday, 16 teams fighting to be in that top 8 to make it to today. So let's just take a look back at those teams yesterday, what happened there. I think there was a couple results here, Gibbs, that maybe were unexpected for teams that didn't make it.
Yeah, zero issue. The full Mexican squad, they advanced to top 16. They've been in every single regional, but this is the first time they've performed up to this level. So Mexico, congrats to you, and hopefully you have a lot of fans behind that team. And then we saw some maybe major upsets. Pittsburgh Knights falling 2-3. They had to play Alpine to finish the day, so their draw wasn't that great. But at the same time, they lost 2 other times throughout the day. So Pittsburgh Knights, normally a team that would be in the top 8 for points, is out.
Yeah, but at this point, it's a long season. There's going to be more opportunities in the future, but you still want to get these dubs because there's also prize pool on the line too. But let's recap some of those matches. Gibbs, I'm going to let you take the first one here. Which match do you think people should go back and watch if they are going to go back and watch anything from yesterday?
Absolutely have to watch Plot Twist. We came into the day, they played Space Station in the 2-0 round. Everyone's like, all right, this is a gimme for Space Station, even with no practice throughout the week because they were moving. Well, Plot Twist showed up to this game. Space Station had some mistakes, and they even had a freestyle game where Space Station looked like they were the better team. But at the end of the day, it comes down to Game 5. Plot Twist, they get the win. They were one of 4 teams tied for the very last spot to make the major, and they easily made it to the top 16. They haven't clinched a major spot yet, but they are looking great. A 3-0 on the day, and you're taking down Space Station game, and that's got to feel great. Yeah,
I mean, these guys coming in, I thought maybe the week of not practicing and having that break would benefit SSG, but in actuality they were so lost on the pitch. Arsenal, I wanted to see more physical plays, more demos, more aggression really from all 3 players, because in that one game where they beat them 5-1, that's what we expected to see from SSG. But unfortunately, Plot Twist came to play. That one break did not work out for SSG, and they've got to pick it back up.
Well, let's just keep it rolling. James, what match did you have your eyes on?
So one of the matches I thought was such a strange one to watch was Stromboli versus Sonics. A lot of people still looking at Sonics and that move, subbing in Roldiz for Shock. Well, things did not go well for the Sonics despite having all the pressure. We saw 3 overtime games in a row. We saw Stromboli playing defense a majority of the series, but managed to win every single game, get the sweep over the Sonics, end the Sonics' dreams in this regional. And now Stromboli have to perform very well today. Their top 16 major hopes still alive. Gibbs, I'm sure we'll break that down later. But this series, so fun for me to watch and for me to witness, because it was a strange one. Lots of overtimes, and they came out on top. And now we'll see if they have what it takes to make it to the major.
And we talk about new blood, Chronic. He just turned 15. This is his first experience in the RLCS, and he makes top 16. So that is great to see from him. He's been playing through weekly tournaments and doing very well versus the very best in NA. Now he shows it on the mainstream. That is great to see.
Well, Turtle, you're up next. Pick a match.
I'm going to have to go with the Alpine versus Knight series. This was one of my favorite. It was also the second one that James and I casted. We got some weird series yesterday. I don't know. It was so unique the way these teams decided to play because everything was on the line. There was so much pressure, and it was all over the place. The Knights had them beat for the solo plays in the beginning, but as the series progressed, the Knights got to match point. Alpine started to show their true nature and play style, and that's with unreal passing between both corners on the Knights' defense. They kept the pressure constantly, and the Knights could never respond with a solid counterattack because once Alpine had figured out to apply that pressure, none of the Knights could push up to receive a pass. Jordan with some big physical plays. He was sniping people off the backboard with demos, and then Magic Bear and Percy, the duo, to move out and transition from defense. It was so fun to watch, and it came down to the last second. Game 5 was just all over the place. Like with Magic Bear having dunks and 50s like that, it was probably one of my favorite series.
Yeah, it was enjoyable to watch that. Casting that series with you, Turtle, you were saying how Alpine is a team that really struggled in those high-pressure moments, but, they stepped up to the plate and showed what they were made of yesterday, the complete package, passing and everything. And you know what, Turtle? We love talking about top plays. Alpine, no stranger to them. Let's move on to the top 3 plays from this last day that we experienced. Moving on to number 3. This one comes by Sosa. Sosa, the solo play, Game 5. This was a big moment against Space Station. Needed to get this win. Sosa handling it all himself. High pressure situation, crossbar down. Sosa, this is what you need to do to make it to that next level, to beat top teams like Space Station. It will take that clutch factor. Now, we'll move on to the number 2 play from yesterday. J. Russ, the dribble god, faking out everyone. Space Station getting highlight after highlight on him. That little touch, baiting out Sipical, drives it right to the right. That little cut, more than enough to make that play. That was huge Unfortunately for the Sonics, didn't pan out for them on the day, but J-Russ will still walk away with that highlight. Let's move on to the number one play. This one was huge. A dunk flip reset by Gimmick to feed this ball out to Torment. And we'll take a look at the mechanics here from Gimmick. He gets the tap there, goes for the flip reset, the dunk, uses his flip to get another dunk. And that opened the door for Torment to clean up. Huge effort from Gimmick. Version 1, again, it wasn't their day, but Gimmick having this amazing play, showing us what flip resets can do. And there you have it, the top 3 plays of the day. And I hope to see more top plays right here, right now.
Yeah, I'm still loving that number 2 one there. It was just the way he even dodged. I think it was Reddles coming up hot on his tail too. He had to hit the brake check, and then dribbles him. Not only could you not hit him, you also got beat out, and your teammate couldn't get him to. Yeah, those are great plays overall, but we do have to move on with the day. Unfortunately, it is time to let Gibbs start talking. We have to talk about scenarios. We've alluded to these a few times. He's done the math. It all comes down to how teams are going to perform today. There was a few scenarios before today coming in and going, for the rest of the day now that we've had round 1 done. So let's take a look at the points here just to get people caught up on what you're talking about, Gibbs. These are the points as of now, as of the matches and the results that have happened, Gibbs.
Yeah, so these points are based on round 1, so we'll have some spoilers here just a little bit. But version 1, they're out now. That's a big problem for them. They needed EUnited and Ghost Gaming to both go 0-3 today, which was going to be a very hard task. Well, EUnited, they beat the Peeps already, so they have moved up, and Down to Earth is tied with them in that very last spot. But as we look down below, and also Rogue, real quick, they clinched a spot as well for the major with their round 1 win. But as we look down below, here's where it gets a little bit interesting. You got Zero Issue, Ghost, and Stromboli. Those 3 teams, they are alive. Zero Issue and Stromboli, they have to make it to the bracket stage at the bare minimum to have a chance to make it to the major. But it depends what everyone else does, because there's 3 teams trailing the top 16. So if everyone does well, then a lot more points have to be earned from everyone outside of Rogue, just right below them. But for Ghost, bare minimum, they just need 1 win today, and then they will have a 3-way tie for the very last spot. That's if Zero and Stromboli don't do enough. So as we look back in the top 16 really quick, we'll go over this again. 9th place with Rogue and Team Frontline. Both those teams have clinched a major spot. Everyone below them have not clinched just yet. Very likely most of those teams are in. Maybe Plot Twist is that last team like on the cusp, but who knows what happens, because again, there's 3 teams trailing the top 16. So if they finish top 3 in this entire regional, that throws a lot of things out the window, and that's a lot more points earned. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out today. I assume we will know who is clinched by the end of today, but you never know.
Yeah, I guess it's really nice though, at least for these teams that the success is in their hands at this point. Some of them are a little tougher paths than other, like Zero and Stromboli having to make bracket full on, make it through today, but at least it is in their hands here. I just want to ask Turtle, and maybe I'll get James' thoughts too, but between those 2 teams, who do you think has that bigger chance of making that top bracket between Zero Issues and Stromboli?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I think I'm going to ride the wave of Zero Issue, honestly. And that's what I wanted to talk about with this format and with Regional Event 3. A lot of these teams in Regional Event 3, I think back to a series that they lost, version 1. I mean, that's a tough one to take where you're already out and you barely don't make it to top 16. Things are really rough. But Zero Issue, now all it takes is one fantastic pop-off in a regional event. This could be theirs, where they make it to playoffs, they have a really good showing, and all of a sudden they're on our radar. And that's what I think is amazing about this regional event and just this format, is that it could take one team, one really good run in a regional event. Yeah, they're already top 16.
I mean, the last time I rode the wave and talked up Zero Issues, it it didn't go well for them when they were infinite shots. So I'm afraid to do it again here, but I am hyped on them. James, do you agree with the sentiment? You going to ride that wave too, or do you think Stromboli is going to have a better chance of making it through? I mean, maybe they both do, but you think Stromboli would?
It's going to be, I think it's going to be tough for either one, to be honest.
Fair,
Even Stromboli, the win that they got against the Sonics, all overtimes, and they really didn't have as much offensive pressure as you expect from a team to be able to make a deep run to a bracket. But we've seen crazy things happen before. If I had to put my money on one team, I think I would go ahead, put it on Stromboli. You got Chronic coming in as that new gun, or that new young gun on the team. I think they might be able to make it, but today is going to have to be their day.
It's going to be a battle to get there for sure. And I just want to talk about, like struggles and stuff too. Let's keep it on that topic right now, because a couple teams that, were showing a lot of promise, one specifically more than the other, have had a bit of difficulties. I'm talking, of course, about Alpine and Space Station. Let's start with Alpine right now. This was a team that was like really at the, just gunning for the top right before, but they've obviously had a bit of a throwback recently. Magic Bear was in the hospital for the past little bit, so that obviously Turtle plays into a little bit of how much practice time they're getting together.
Yeah, and a lot of it's going to rely, on Mystic, the coach, to kind of fit that role of being the team captain, being the leader, and make sure these guys are at least confident, because this is a young team, Alpine. These guys, 15, I think 17 and 18, so definitely on the younger side, and recovering from 2 weeks of a break can be difficult. They had to play with the sub creams. They didn't have the best grid performances. Now they come out here barely making it to stage 2. They had to go up against the Knights in game 5. That's a difficult task in itself. So to make it into stage 2, obviously good signs, but round 1 wasn't the best for Alpine. Let's see if they can pick it up.
Yeah, so that's insane because Magic Bear 5 days in the hospital, 4 days at home. Before that, where he was too sick to play Rocket League. So taking off a week and a half right before this regional. And then we saw that last series, he really showed up. So that's how talented of a kid he is. And they said basically that day was the first time that they played together in almost 2 weeks. So that is a great sign for Alpine, that obviously things are not going your way, but you still make it to top 16. We'll see what they can do now.
Well, we have to, of course, James, touch on SSG a little bit here. We've done it over the last 2 days again, but I feel like it's still fair to bring this story back up again. SSG started this season just explosively to the point that no one thought that they'd be unstoppable. But obviously, James, that slowed down a bit. Now, we do know this past week that 2 of the members were moving into a team house. So that did throw a bit of a speed bump into any of the results. They even forfeited that last week during the grid. But my question to you is, do you think this is a slump that's going to be hard for them to overcome, or is SSG going to be able to bounce back from this?
Well, I mean, there's no doubt that they can bounce back. We saw what they did, and you're referring to the grid run that they had, where they seemed to be unbeatable. Everything was going right for Space Station at the start, and we know that they can play up to that potential, that capability. And now the question will be, in this regional event, will they do it? And I think that it's very likely. That Arsenal, if he starts getting in his demo rhythm, if Reddles can start making the plays that he's used to. And typical, he wasn't a former MVP for nothing. This Space Station team has all of the pieces to be that best team in the world. But NRG lately has really taken that mantle. So I really look forward to that specific matchup. I hope we get to see a Space Station versus NRG, because that's really where I think a torch will be passed, if it's going to be.
Yeah. Now, one small issue I think with Space Station is obviously they moved to a team house, but why couldn't they wait till like maybe Monday or Tuesday of this week? Maybe that there was reasons for that, but they missed out on the final grid. They moved right before a regional when they were about to have at least one weekend off before their major. So they could have moved maybe Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, then still had about a week's worth of practice going into that top 16 for the major. So I think that's my only issue. And who knows why that is. Maybe they had to do it a little bit earlier, but to do it right before a regional is extremely risky. They're still here for top 16.
I like that play, Gibbs. We've seen how good team house results can be if you look at G2. And what do you get from a team house? You get that camaraderie, that synergy, that chemistry, but you also get that zero latency comms that you can just take advantage of. I think that is so important. When you're comming online, you have to deal with that latency no matter what. And when you're in person, it's instantaneous. And sometimes that split second can be the difference. And I think that it's a smart play. Get some of that comm experience before the major comes up, or before the major comes up, and that will put you in the best situation. So I like the decision, and I wonder if it's going to pay off. I expect that it could.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's some teams obviously thrive even better in that live environment, but I wonder if that's even just a skill that those players need to adjust to and get used to, because it is obviously going to be a little bit different. But we do have to move on right now as we get closer and closer to kickoff. We did have one round of this Swiss tournament going on already before this, and the results are already in. That's why we had the points we did before. So let's take a look again at those standings and see what went down, Gibbs.
Yeah, so EUnited, they took down the Peeps 3-0. The reason for this maybe is because Explosive Gyro, he said he was going to have to miss round 1 today. So they were playing with their sub. They said they really weren't going to scrim with Mala at all until today. So that's an expected loss. It looks like a huge upset, but because of what is happening, that isn't as big of an upset. But that's great for EUnited. Again, that puts them right now in top 16. It's not for certain just yet. But outside of that, I think most of the results are pretty familiar. Space Station, though, going to 5 is a problem. And then BOSF taking down Plot Twist after a great day from Plot Twist with a 3-0. They've lost round 1.
Turtle, our boys, 0 issue. Already with a loss off the bat.
I was just looking at that. I'm so sad because, imagine if we talked about 0 issue, ride the wave, but we come out here and they just 3-0 to NRG. Yeah. That would be unreal. But no, of course, it had to go the other way. NRG 3-0 to 0 issue. And also the series that I'm looking at that I'm surprised from round 1 was KCP, Kansas City Pioneers, actually got swept by Rogue. And I would view, especially coming after the regional event number 2, I thought Kansas City Pioneers were a far better team after all we've seen from Rapid, the crazy mechanics, memory starting to pop off now. But Rogue, I guess they've got, some kind of spark behind them because they're looking good.
Well, James, I want to touch on the Envy Alpine one as well. We just talked about Alpine, just still trying to punch for that top there. Do you think that 3-0 is worrisome for Alpine's efforts in getting to that top, or is that something that we can just expect from Envy to do to teams?
I mean, have you seen Mist play recently?
I know the answer. I just it's so scary.
I don't think that hurts them at all. I think Envy, when Mist is playing as well as he's been playing recently, Envy is a top team. Mist was so good yesterday. He's been very good recently, and no, I don't think that's really gonna slow Alpine down at all. I just think Envy's that good.
Well, I want to move on and get some guesses in here before we get to kickoff. Let's talk about some predictions, but we're going to predict it a little differently. Sometimes we do the 3-0s and 3-2s and figure out who's going to get through the day. I want to just figure out who you guys think are going to go into those quarterfinals and face off against each other. So when we get to tomorrow, our stage number 3, it is a single elimination bracket. We move away from the Swiss once we get to our top 8. So let's start to kind of glass ball or whatever it is, predict things and figure out what that bracket's going to look like. I'm gonna start with you.
Okay, let me tell you a tale. There is one way that Energy does not win this entire regional, and that's if they face the Peeps in the quarterfinal. The reason being, the Peeps, they keep hearing top 4 in North America, and the Peeps are never included. Well, what happened in Regional 1? They take down G2. What happened in Regional 2? They take down Space Station. There's 2 teams left. They got to take down Energy, so that'll be in this quarterfinal. Then in the Major, they're going to complete the Grand Slam and take down Team Envy in that quarterfinal for that regional. But Peeps will play NRG. So Peeps will be 3-2, and Energy will probably go 9-0 on the day, once again, be that number 1 seed. But the Peeps will get another upset in that quarterfinal. So I'll even predict that, Leaf. I'm going even further. I'm going to tomorrow. Peeps will beat Energy tomorrow in that quarterfinal.
Do you want to see where does their journey end, Mr. All-Seen?
Oh, that's it. Then they make top 4 and then they bow out, just like every other
okay.
That's it. They take down Energy and then they bow out. They're like, that's all we need. Top 4. We're happy.
So you say they beat NRG, but then the Peeps don't go on to win the whole thing.
I mean, that's what happened in Regional 1 and Regional 2. They take down Space Station, they bow out. They take down G2, they bow out in top 4. So that's all. They only have Energy for 1 match versus Energy. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
This is interesting though, because you just gave yourself so many more options to be wrong. You got to be really confident.
Yeah. But if it works, then I'll never be mad at Gibbs ever again.
I mean, there's no chance. Whoever's beating NRG is playing good enough to win the whole thing.
Exactly.
I buy the Peeps versus NRG matchup, but I sell everything else.
Get it out of here. All right, James, what's your quarterfinal match then?
To me, it's G2. I think they're going to go 3-1. And then X set. I think they're also going to go 3-1. That's what I'm predicting is my quarterfinal matchup. And X set is a team that continues to get close in these big moments, and they're always making matches close. I think that this could be their breakout performance, and I expect X set and G2 to both finish 3-1 on the day.
You know what? I'll take that one. It's a lot more reasonable of just here it is, nothing extra. Turtle, what do you got?
I'm going to actually go with Envy versus Rogue. I think that's going to be the quarterfinal matchup because, Rogue, especially in round 1, 3-0 in Kansas City Pioneers, it's weird because they haven't really been looking that good against the teams that they're in the same skill group with, and they also haven't been taking down big names either. But I think they need to start with the lower level teams like Kansas City Pioneers because Rogue seems like a very momentum-based team that's not just going to come out randomly with a huge win over SSG or NRG or even Team Envy in the quarterfinals whenever they match up against each other. But I think the early wins against teams that are kind of on the same level is going to ascend them to that next step because Rogue, they're a good-looking team. They've got Crow, First Killer, Turo. These guys, we know they can handle the pressure. They can handle anything that gets thrown their way. It just comes down to the communication that we see on the pitch, and it does look like they're improving things.
Oh, we've talked about the past. We've talked about the future. Let's talk about the present because kickoff is just around the corner. We do have, of course, E-League going on as well for round number 2 here. We're both going to show one match from round 2. So you can go to twitch.tv/ELeagueTV to watch Ghost Gaming versus Alpine. But let's talk about the match that's going to be on this stream, NRG versus Rogue. This is a great way to start our day off, James.
Oh, certainly. I mean, if you're a Rogue fan, probably not. This might be the worst way to start the day. NRG has been unstoppable. And I cast their grid. I'm sad that the grid's over. But in these past few weeks, NRG, they have leveled up their game, which is hard to even imagine how that's possible. But some games, they look like they're just trying to make montage clips. And they're destroying everyone. So I'm really excited to watch NRG play. For Rogue fans, this is a litmus test. If you keep it close, I think things look good, but I would not be surprised for a 3-0 right here.
Yeah, honestly, this is not going to be an easy match for Rogue. So you guys and all the fans out there are going to have to give them your energy. That means it's time for a Verizon fan vote. Get those hashtags in chat with hashtag NRG or hashtag RGE for Rogue. Because again, they're going to need the extra moral support behind this one. James is absolutely right, Gibbs, that NRG is just looking like they're on another level. Garrett talked about it, being his confidence or the whole team's confidence that's really helping them.
Yeah, this is not easy for Rogue. They played them yesterday, Energy, and it didn't go their way at all. Like, Energy easily won that series. And that is a 93% winning rate, and that's just in games. So this Twitch fan vote better be close to 93% for NRG, if they want to be right. But Rogue, I don't think they have a shot here, and it's just unfortunate that they get this team.
Well, let's get our predictions in while we wait for those results to come in. Wait for those Rogue fans to rally up here. I'm going to start with you, Turtle. Who you got going through on this one?
I'm going to have to go with everybody else. I mean, how can you not go with NRG with how good they've been looking? Literally no area for mistakes that we've seen from NRG, just pure consistent with their performance. And I think the main thing I love about NRG now is the dribble plays from Justin. He has been not necessarily as ball chasey, but he's been slowing down the pace a little bit and controlling things on the field. That's what I think is going to give NRG the edge here, and you just have to go with them.
Yeah, I think that's the fair pick to make, and I feel like it might be similar across the board. James, who you got?
I'm going to be bold here. Rogue will get swept. I'm going NRG.
I thought you were going to give him one.
Can we get some debates in chat here? Some debates
this is easy one. NRG all the way.
Yeah. I feel like it has to be.
Yeah.
Gibbs.
So Energy's played Rogue 4 times throughout the season, and obviously some of those times Energy wasn't on this incredible hot streak, and Rogue has won a total of 2 games in those 4 series. One of those was a best of 7, so they haven't even won enough to win a best of 5 in 4 series versus Energy.
You would find those stats. You would find those stats.
I love it.
I'm just saying, it's not looking good for Rogue, and at the same time, though, they're playing Energy, and it doesn't matter how Rogue plays here. Everyone is losing to Energy today, so you have to go Energy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with NRG as well. And even though I tried to rally the Rogue fans together, I feel like the fan vote might still go in favor of NRG here. But if you're not going NRG, it was an attempt, guys. I did my best. But
you got 10% extra. So.
There you go.
Actually, yeah, that's true. The real question, Gibbs, is: do you think we're going to see the battle bus?
No battle bus here. But so I think that the real question is: does Rogue even win one game? And I don't think they will.
Do we count that as a win for Rogue though? Because then they would have won at least a couple games with their past few matches against NRG to complete a series. So there we go.
Well, I guess we're going to have to find out, and let us know if you think, well, you know what, you should just at everyone at NRG on Twitter, all you fans out there, at them to get themselves in the battle bus at RL Esports with the hashtag RLCS if you have any other thoughts as well. But it is time to get into our first match of the day in round number 2 over in the Verizon Skybox with James and Turtle.
Thank you, Leaf. And Turtle, you know, we were on that desk.
Yeah. We're throwing a lot of shade. We're throwing a lot of shade.
Yeah, we now we just have to be as unbiased as possible. Despite everything being stacked against Rogue, NRG is looking in the best form that they've been since Squishy has joined the team, and they really are hitting their stride as of late. So this will be a tough test for Rogue, and you heard it from Gibbs. Just 2 game wins in the last 4 matchups that Rogue has had against NRG. That is what you call getting dominated. We'll see if Rogue's fortunes turn for the better.
Yeah, that's like the last thing you want to go in to give yourself confidence is you haven't even won enough individual games in the past, like, what, you say 4 times that
4 series.
Yeah, that's unreal. And now the demo from Garrett G, the speed shot from Justin. You can already see NRG warmed up, ready to go. Good demos all across, and we've got a very fast-paced game ahead of us, James.
And that was already a quality save from First Killer. That shot coming in, it looked like an easy save for First, but he had 0 boost, had to time that perfectly. And we know that Rogue has the mechanical players. We talk about the mechanical players every time. Churro and First. Kronovi has that clutch factor, the veteran.
Yeah. I think, you know, sometimes Justin goes for dribbles, though, and I think that you mentioned it yourself, First Killer could be, you know, the shining light now. And Turo, I was talking about First Killer's dribbling skills as 1v1 prowess, but now Turo, I guess he's been throwing himself in those ranked games too.
Oh, Turo, the delay on that flick was deadly. He got Justin to bite early. And Turo, he was making some highlight plays yesterday. Keeps it going here.
I would love to see a Rogue win here. I mean, we talked so much shade about Rogue, getting destroyed by NRG, but you know, that was a different Rogue, I'd say, because we've seen more wins, more momentum now gathered from Rogue against those lower tier teams, and that's why I think this is going to be their best series potentially against NRG.
I mean, it's not really that much shade when you're just talking statistics.
Yeah.
Just looking at the paper, NRG has had Rogue's number. So Rogue will have to find a way to beat this NRG team that has really not even made it close every time they've matched up as of late. Rogue getting that first goal. That is a good start. We'll see if they hold on. Justin will stay with it. Oh no, Garrett comes in. I didn't even see Garrett waiting in the wings. And it didn't seem like the defense did either.
Yeah, I don't think so. Garrett G, he got his corner boost all the way on the defensive side. Turo was very slow to get up for this. I don't think he expected Garrett G to boost all the way from midfield and still go for that, because it seemed like Turo, if he had just boosted as well, he would have outpaced Garrett G. And in those situations, maybe you just assume Garrett G is going to make the smartest decision, but in fact, he just ball chases and gets the goal.
I think, and perhaps I think Turo's vision was on Justin, who was coming off the ceiling.
Yeah. Especially if a ball came on and that ball's all the way up on the wall, you don't even see where the other players are.
Yeah, and if you see Justin going for it, you have to respect it. Justin, one of those players that demands respect. And it's a great way to abuse it if you're NRG. Backboard pass. First. It's a good read. Squishy still got a piece of it, but it drops down to Kronovi. The pass upfield. He gets a block as well. I thought Kronovi had given up possession. But that second touch has put Rogue on the attack. Now in front of net, Garrett will clear it out. Off the bounce, did get a piece of it, but Kronovi was in an awkward situation. Squishy up to Justin. Justin almost got the shot lower corner, but it bounced off the post and out. Far clear, Squishy last back off his own wall. He'll take it up to the ceiling. Going for an air dribble. Kicks over to Justin. Justin.
Follow
backward
up.
pass to himself. Backward pass again. And Churro will clear it to the side. Now with a double tap.
And this is looking good for NRG. Whenever they get that pressure on and they're taking those corner boosts, it's just going to be Justin swiping across the field, constantly looking for those annoying touches, and it's going to be Garrett G or Squish then to follow it up. So be cautious of that. If you're going to watch Justin, see how he rotates into the corners and keeps the pressure for NRG.
And another win from Justin in that corner, getting it all the way down to Rogue's half. Kronovi dribbling it on his own backboard. Gonna go for a pinch. Squishy blocks it at the midfield. First beats Justin to the ball. Now we'll have to race Garrett. It's a block. First killer doing some work. Churro lobbing it to the NRG backboard. Can't get the second hit. And the corner first will lay it up right in front of net. Squishy airborne, gets the 50, Justin rebound, and he's blocked as well. And that is always a scary moment. First killer was going for the dribble fake. But anytime you hit it in front of net like that, Turtle, when you're on the offensive end, you're asking for trouble when you bounce past it right in middle.
Oh, 100%. But we've also seen some solid attempts from Rogue on the counterattacks. If they can withstand that clear from NRG where somebody's on the other side and redirects it towards net and you get a block, that's when you can strike against NRG. That's when they're the most vulnerable. It's still going to be difficult because their recovery is basically unreal, and they barely give you any time or a small window to capitalize against them. But there is still a chance if you get that first block.
Now block out to Justin. First killer has a ricochet go back. Squishy will pop it to the corner. Kronovi gonna let this touch. 1-1 overtime. Rogue hanging right in there with NRG. And this would do wonders for their confidence. 4 series, 2 game wins. They could increase that number by quite a bit with a win here. Just talking percentage-wise. Churro can end it here. He does. Lower corner off the pass from first killer. And Rogue will take game 1.
Oh my goodness. Look at this passing play from everyone on Rogue. First killer bangs that into the middle. And Justin, there's so much reliance on Justin to read that pass and go out into the midfield to try and get an interception. It was too fast for him to even notice what was going on. And that is the counterattack from Rogue we had been waiting for.
And that game, that was 33.3 repeating percent of their wins versus NRG in the last 5 series. So, you know, that is how dominant NRG has been, but this is a different Rogue team, or so it seems. Excellent team passing play. Churro had that first goal. As we take a look at the highlights, Churro's first goal was wonderful. You see him getting down to the ground, delaying his flick, playing it around Justin. And the second goal, NRG tying it up. We saw Garrett streak in, and we almost saw that play. You forget that Justin hit the post on that one shot.
That's the hardest thing to do against NRG is hold on to those to your net and get the save whenever NRG can have a redirect off of a big clear. NRG are really good at counterattacks themselves, and if you can get in front of that block, then boom, Kronovi gets a big clear out to first killer, who's going to pass the Turo in the midfield. Rinse and repeat. Still going to be difficult. The pressure mounting for NRG. They're not going to let up, and they're not going to let the first game get to them whatsoever.
Justin almost scored that double tap. Squishy denied as well. Rogue's defense, when they're given an opportunity to make a defensive stop, they have been. Garrett dribbling. Positioned for the 50. Up in the corner, Churro passes across. Justin still got there. Now Squishy will pass it off the corner. Justin goes for net. Churro will skip it to the corner. Some good hustle from NRG.
Yeah, and Justin, the pre-jump in midfield to get a piece of the ball and move forward. That's how dangerous he can be whenever you're a little bit too predictable, and yet NRG didn't get away with a goal here. Still looking threatening is the Rogue offense. Defense now getting tested even more for NRG, and this is a very close game. I'm so excited because Rogue, they have stepped up to the plate with the speed and also their defense.
And you can see their defense being pressed now. First killer clearing that out, and great speed from first killer. Gets it out to Kronovi, who gave up possession. Squishy airborne, can't get it around Churro. Justin towards net, he scores! NRG's pressure overwhelming Rogue.
Whew. Oh yeah, look at this play from Squishy, keeping it close, then forces Churro to go off the ceiling with his hit. And Justin was so fast to get up to that ball. I just mentioned Rogue matching the pace, but it doesn't even feel like you have what it takes to meet Justin in the air, let alone get a block on a difficult angle where he still found the net.
That was lovely car control from Justin. Probably weren't expecting such a hard shot, but that is how good Justin is. And now this one almost found the back of the net. It was a pinch. Squishy tried to force the issue. Garrett off the ceiling, going for the backboard, and Churro had just enough to get there. It's almost as if game one was like throwing a rock at a beehive. NRG swarming all over Rogue's half now. On the fake from Churro Kronovi. Or the fake from Kronovi, rather. Churro will get the goal. Look at Kronovi. He jumps for it. Justin's thinking he's going for the hit. And then it drops.
Oh, my goodness. And I actually heard the sound of Kronovi touching the ball. That's how close it was. I thought I heard something, but I guess I was mistaken because Crow, he barely had any boots. He was picking up pads. He definitely had enough to get a touch. Maybe it was planned because Kronovi, those are the type of plays that we expect out of Crow. You know, normally it's not these insane mechanics that maybe Just will pull off, but it's really unique shots that the defense is just looking at themselves like, what happened? How did this go in?
Kronovi, creative, to say the least.
Yeah.
The first ever world champion. And that was a fun experience at the Avalon, watching Kronovi and iBuyPower Cosmic win it all. It's incredible. Kronovi still playing at this level. Right now, taking on the #1 team in North America, without a doubt, NRG. They fell game one. Rogue now tied in game two. Maybe they can do it again. Garrett centers to Squishy. Squishy shot is blocked by first. Churro will stay in front of net and get that save.
Wow.
NRG, we've seen the passing in the Rogue half. They've been testing Rogue over and over, but Rogue continued to make these big stops.
Yeah, and that's all thanks to First Killer with that initial save. That's what you want to see, because NRG, that's their final shot. If you can get that save, you've got a good possibility of getting a solid counterattack. That's what won them the first game, so long as that save does come out from First Killer. It's going to be nearly impossible to prevent every single shot as Justin flies through Baturo. I thought it was nearly impossible, but I guess almost every shot you're saving now on Rogue.
First. Lobbing it towards the net. Justin couldn't get it past Kronovi. Squishy will tap it up to himself. Pushes it past Churro to the corner. First dribbling. Oh, this is a tough spot for Justin, but he gets the stop. Rebound out to Kronovi. First touch control. Off the backboard. Churro gonna drop it into the middle. First killer save from Justin. Oh, Turtle, I thought that was in the net.
Justin had to pre-jump, then get the backflip on that shot. This is both defenses hitting one last-second dire save in a moment that could have changed the outcome of this match. Game two still tied up.
Rogue is not backing down. A pinch from First Killer. That'll put it all the way to the corner, bouncing towards net. Squishy goes up. First had Kronovi in the middle. A pass too far forward. Now the counterattack. Churro can't get there in time. Backboard bounce. Squishy turns for this. Kronovi will get it by him. Kronovi upfield. He's out of boost. Churro opts to keep the ball in play. Garrett passes to the middle. This gives NRG a chance. First Killer will tap it to the ground. Back-to-back overtimes. Churro was able to slot it lower corner.
Yeah.
Off of the team pass time.
Oh my goodness. Even in the last few seconds as we were going into overtime, I was on the edge of my seat because Justin had a chance. Squishy banged it off the backboard. Justin just came in too fast to his aerial. He's going to want that one back as we've got overtime. And it's a test of the defense. Who will miss that final save that we've been seeing on both sides?
Churro streaking back. We'll roll it up the wall. Got the corner boost as well. Missed his musty clear.
Which is there.
He was ready if Kronovi wasn't going to be there. Kronovi with the demo. This is going to kick right out to Churro. Churro, a heavy first touch. Perhaps playing the ground game. First killer has to make a panicked hit off the backboard. Infield pass, Garrett's there. And NRG will answer back with a win in game 2.
Oh, and it's the vision from Squishy. He knew that first killer was going to bang that one into the corner, at least try to, and Garrett G was just in position the whole time. I had confidence Squishy was passing it out, and all that stemmed from first killer's mistouch. If you're going to put it into the corner, you have to try and let it roll up instead of bounce directly out for Squishy then to make a play off of it.
And I would even say, dating it a little further back, Churro, the ball was rolling back to him. He could have gone for that pop and maybe an air dribble or a flip reset play, but he had a heavy first touch, which gave up possession to NRG, which started that counterattack. So that was a tough overtime for Rogue. They let off the gas a little bit, and NRG never slowed down.
Oh, man. It was so close. That save from Justin, too, where it was slid to the corner. And then this one, it was first killer who got that first one that I thought maybe Rogue would have it. Then Justin, he pre-jumped the save and was going to miss until he saved that flip to recorrect himself. The reaction time to get that alone is insane. And first killer just did the same thing on the other side.
And that's the reaction time. Justin pre-jumping as soon as he saw that shot hit, he knew where it was going.
Yeah.
Got that back flip, able to make that save.
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, if we're getting defense like this, crazy striking, this is all you want from a series.
Demo from first on Justin. Churro in reverse. First killer lobbing it off the arc, but now it's cleared down to the corner. Kronovi blocked by Squishy. Now it's down to Churro. Self pass off the sidewall. He'll boom it upfield. Garrett gets bumped. This could be a chance for Rogue. Kronovi challenge it, good bounce, but Justin up very fast. Churro will block it back down. Squishy coming in with the assist. Kronovi off the corner. Almost had the dunk on Justin as well.
Oh, good 50. You can see Justin there in the midfield. He's pushing out, and he gets that win. It gives time for Garrett G, now Squishy, to take the corner boost, keep applying this pressure. And that's a good touch from Squishy, but the bumps from Churro, that's something that we've seen that's new now in Game 3 to Rogue's playstyle. Maybe they decided to go for something more physical and throw off this NRG defense.
Backboard bounce, Garrett up quickly. First with the block, rebound out to Justin. He takes his time, going for the 50. Garrett almost scored that. Goal line defense for Rogue, also making plays.
Yeah, and it's first killer still, and the one who gets that save. You know, I would question the accuracy of Garrett G, and yet it's first killer who has gotten some solid saves. Still the defense of Rogue, it's not let up.
That was a lovely pass from first killer. Timing that so beautifully, didn't even have to jump, drove right into it. Got the center ball first. Gonna have to watch Justin going for the flip reset. Pass down to Garrett. Kronovi with the stop. Rogue had been pressed back to their own goal so many times. Churro will save that attempt. Churro, not a ton of boost. First off the ceiling and down. Justin clearing to the side. Kronovi, wall pass. Churro is there. Got the flip reset off the ceiling, but the touch was a bit too heavy-handed. First. Seeing if Squishy could deny that backboard. Squishy did so, and now clears it downfield. Throw off his own ceiling. It's going to be centered. First killer will help out. Second effort from first killer. Will center a double commit from NRG, but Justin will recover on the backboard. Now going for it again. Pops it up for Garrett. Garrett blocked by Churro, but it's down for Squishy, who's going for the air dribble. Flip reset first. Will tap it down, and Kronovi will get the clear, but gets demoed for it right away. Oh my goodness, first killer! Over Justin. Kronovi, even though he got demoed, got that ball out, and first killer in the 1v1 situation made the most of it. Look at that shot.
I can't believe how fast he is to recover off the backboard, and he instantly jumped, knowing he could get a touch on the ball and force that one in. First killer. He was glued to it. He didn't let up, and must have had ball cam on the whole time, because I don't know how we saw the ball even bounce back up.
First killer is looking in form today, Turtle.
Yeah.
And this is that first killer that can really change the trajectory of a series all on his own. Gets a demo. The bounce shot. That one off the post and in. NRG respond quickly.
Oh, yeah. Look at this pass from Squishy into the midfield. Then Garrett G banging it off the backboard. Justin now taps it down for Garrett G, who would have actually, if he had not gone for that, Kronovi would have gotten the save. So it's really good that Garrett G kept rotating on the offensive side just in case that shot from Justin wasn't enough. And you've seen Rogue get those last-second saves, so it seems like that's a good adaptation and response from NRG.
And that was a really creative touch from Justin. He had jumped up, saved his jump to the last second, his second jump rather, to the last second. Flipped and got that touch perfectly down. Now airborne. Justin blocked by Churro. Garrett will pop it by. Kronovi straight up field first. Back to Kronovi. Kronovi first touch. Trying to get around it. We'll go for the backward pass, and Justin will get a piece of it, clearing it downfield. Churro back to Kronovi. Kronovi almost had it back. Rogue, their team passing plays have been working out quite nicely for him when they've been able to hit him. Still going for him. NRG, a tough defense to beat.
What I like about Rogue and their offense is how fast these passes are coming in. You know, NRG, they've got some good pace of their own, but it's normally on the shots. But Rogue, the passes are instantaneous when you're going for the midfield hits, and it doesn't let NRG predict where it's going to go. They can't even get in the intercepting lanes because it's too fast. The pass, even if you read it, you can't get a piece of it.
Justin shut down Garrett. The tip. Justin trying to throw off first. Does well to do it. Kronovi going for the corner. Squishy will keep it up. In front of net, the pass.
No way, Garrett.
It sneaks through to Garrett. Garrett, top corner. The buzzer beater from Garrett G.
Oh my goodness, look at the control from Squishy. He saw the hit from Kronovi and read him like a book, carried it up the wall, got the perfect pass out to Garrett G. These guys weren't even sweating. A buzzer beater, and it looks so easy for him.
And that was an exciting finish.
Oh, yeah.
0-second goals, always fun to witness. And you thought that it might happen. As soon as Justin got in front of First Killer on that backboard, he messed up First Killer's touch, which then put the ball in a tough position where Squishy was able to move to the corner. Credit to Squishy for keeping that play alive and passing it so well.
To where Squishy's position, and also you got to mention that First Killer hit. That was such a good response to recover off the backboard. And still, look at the shots and the passing from Rogue. It's so speedy. And this is what all started it now for NRG to get that win, was Squishy controlling it. And he had to predict and read where Kronovi was trying to go, because Kronovi almost faked him a bit, trying to smack it down earlier on. And Squishy called his bluff the whole time.
And Squishy, you saw Turo, he was stretching for that. He knew what was coming if that ball made it. And
I would have been scared too.
And there was good reason. Garrett G blasted that top corner. And that was a game where you really point to as being the game in the series. It's tough to imagine NRG giving up this lead now. But Rogue has showed some grit and determination, but it might be the end of them. Squishy lower corner shot past both defenders in net.
Yeah. Oh, and look at the dunk from Garrett G. Normally the shot from Squishy would have been saved as well, but the accuracy out of NRG has increased as this series has gone on. And we've seen Garrett G, Justin, even Squishy himself all hit that shot towards the middle of the net, and that's what gave Rogue the opportunity to get a save. Off the post now, Garrett G from the kickoff. You mentioned it, James. For Rogue, this is difficult. That last game was so important, and the buzzer beater now, NRG have all the momentum.
And that even pinched off Garrett and one of the defenders and still goes right for the post. That was a tough break for Rogue, giving up that kickoff goal.
A lot of time, though. I mean, Rogue, I like the physical plays that they were involving in the third game that we just saw. But sometimes it felt like their defense, because they were going for the physical plays, was too slow to get back. And they were actually giving NRG more time on offense so long as they could recover from those demos.
We see a demo from First Killer upfield. Kronovi tried to dribble around Squishy, but Squishy, the flick would have needed to be a lot better to get it past him.
Yeah. And look at all this space now for NRG. That demo came out, and then you could see tons of time for them just to go for a dribble, get a couple plays, a triple commit, pinch from NRG. They're not phased. It doesn't matter. They can still carry this one out.
And Squishy gets the demo on Kronovi as well. So much space for NRG. Justin taking his time, blasted that one, but first killer. He's been making a lot of saves this series.
Yeah.
Will steal that corner boost. Pinch goes to the opposite rogue corner. Kronovi beat to the ball by Squishy. Turo will hit it hard towards the side. Garrett center to Justin. Justin off the backboard perhaps, but first killer gets up and denies it. Might have been hitting the crossbar. Doesn't matter. First in net. He won't take any chances.
Yeah. Still looks a little bit rough, though, for NRG with that one attack. I mean, they've looked good the whole game, but with that instance, you usually expect them to go off the backboard. Maybe it's just because they're up 2-0. They're just going for more shots. Not as nervous. Now bumps from Rogue. Doesn't really throw off NRG. Let's see what happens. No, it's just given back to Garrett G, who has the clear, and they can go on offense even after the physical plays from Rogue came out.
Kronovi scooping up that mid boost as well. Going to steal the corner boost. Maybe NRG. Maybe they'll get boost drained to the point where Rogue can get one in. Drop down. Kronovi, the opening, and there it is. Rogue now within one.
Oh, this is the best timing now for bumps. I mentioned it. It's not going to work if you don't have the timing. First killer flies across. He touches Garrett G and Justin, who go up for that shot. Garrett G actually was going to recover because he saw the bump was going to happen and still got hit himself. First killer, you're annoying to deal with, but it's a great play from him.
And you saw Squishy, he wasn't in rotation because he was sitting on the corner boost pad waiting for it to respawn.
Yeah.
Kronovi, smart play from him, going for the tactical advantage. Rogue are back in this one.
Plenty of time.
Kronovi testing Garrett. First touch from first. Now the pinch will send it far over Turo's head. That's going to bounce out to the middle for Garrett. Garrett flip reset, backboard pass to Justin. Justin, the low shot. Kronovi keeps it out. Still not out of it just yet. Garrett pops it, will follow.
The
and
dunk?
now the dunk on the goal line. Kronovi, light touches, gets some help from Turo. Man, I thought NRG was certainly going to get another one there.
Yeah, and that was Justin. He had the shot. It was all thanks to Garrett G's flip reset off the backboard. And Justin's hit was just too weak. It's a usual occurrence where we see Justin not smash the ball into the back of the net. And now they're still only trailing by one. That would have been so huge for NRG had they gotten the security goal.
And Garrett, smart play to get up so fast. Squishy. Now to Justin. Justin right at Kronovi. He had Garrett upfield. This could be bad. For NRG, rather. Turo can't get the double touch. First, will back pass it. Kronovi pops it high. Another challenge from Garrett. Well done. First up fast. Squishy. Now to Kronovi. Kronovi picking up pads. Gets it over to first, but Garrett will shut down that play. Under a minute left to go. Rogue trying to tie it up.
That was a huge save from Garrett G. Justin had missed that hit to receive the clear, and it gave Rogue the possession to go then for a counterattack, and Garrett G had sniped out the 1v1 play, saving Justin on that miss.
No, first. Delicate touch to Kronovi, and they're still on it. Somehow Justin will get the stop. Rogue still looking threatening in these final moments. Need to get one more. Perhaps this is it. Turo off the backboard. It bounces down. He can't get the double tap. Final 10. Turo will have it bounce. Going to go for it again. Wins the 50. Squishy has to hit this to the ground. It stays up. Kronovi.
They could do it.
Over to Turo. Turo. Gonna bounce it off the backboard. Justin to the middle. First killer gets dunked on by Justin. It goes back and hits the ground in Rogue's half. NRG win the series 3-1. And Turtle, that overtime win with Garrett, or the buzzer beater by Garrett, rather, that really felt like that was it. As soon as Garrett hit it, you felt like NRG was going to get the win.
Yeah, and that changed everything. NRG didn't even look the best that we've seen out of them. There were a couple of chances, specifically for Justin, where he had a couple of opportunities to touch it on the offensive side, receive it clear, throw off the defense. He missed a couple of times. And then also on offense, there were some shots that were just too weak. I expected this to be a 3-1, 4-1 game. And that means that in the final moments for Rogue, when they had all that pressure, wouldn't even have mattered because of all the security for NRG. So if they can pick it up even a little bit, that's how dominant NRG are. You know, even in a game where things aren't always connecting, they still come out with the win. The defense gets tested. Garrett G has the save and has Justin's back in those moments where he misses.
And Justin, I thought, looked incredible as well. He was making those defensive stops, making those offensive touches. He was really everywhere, doing quite well for NRG. But if you're Rogue, that's also a pretty good series. They stuck right with NRG.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And it almost went the other way. It could have. Just a few moments didn't go their way. So Rogue, they will lose that series, but they're still in it in this race to the playoffs. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more RLCS X.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf and alongside me it's Gibbs and Turtle to talk about this last match. Turtle, it looked like Rogue almost had a bit of gusto to take a swing at NRG.
Yeah.
It did get a win off them, which is big, but it wasn't to be a win overall.
Oh yeah, this series was sick. I mean, the passing plays from Rogue, you've got to mention with how fast they were, counterattacking NRG, and that's what gave them a chance in this series. And NRG didn't even look the best. There were a couple of shots missed. That save from Justin was huge, by the way. And then to come into overtime, get this win. We also went into game 3, a buzzer beater from NRG. The plays that we saw from both teams were fantastic, and it was just high-flying Rocket League all over.
Man, First Killer is fun to watch. He had that one mistake in game 2 overtime that I think really cost them throughout this series because you want to go up 2-0 versus NRG. But besides that, just the offense from him, the passing was fantastic and just tons of plays from him was great. But NRG, they win 3-1, so they're completely washed. Not a 3-0.
Yeah,
they're done.
disgusting.
It's over. If fans get off the train, just start calling them all bad at Rocket League. That's the way it goes. No, don't do that. Let's take a look at the standings right now and just see how everything's going in North America. We are in stage 2. We've gone through Group A, through Group B, stage 2. These teams are fighting to be in that top 8 position for tomorrow's bracket. No one's made it through yet, though, Gibbs.
Yeah, top 16, though, is on the line for the major, and right now Down to Earth is in that very last spot. They're looking good. 3 of those teams that were below them, they're all sitting at 0 and 2. So at least one of them is going home here. So not a lot of surprises so far throughout this bracket because we have, the top 4 of North America. They're all 2-0. So we're going to see them all play one another, which is going to be fantastic. And then everyone else, I think, is kind of right where we thought they would be. Maybe BOSF with the 1-1 is a little bit of a surprise, but not that big of one.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised at the XSET and Alpine series. XSET had gotten swept by KCP, and Alpine had then swept Ghost. So those teams we expect to be neck and neck with skill, but then it just comes out completely lopsided with the results.
Well, let's talk about our next matchups here because we do have a lot of Rocket League to get through, 3 more rounds. In fact, and a reminder, we do have the E-League stream going on, twitch.tv/ELeagueTV, or click that squad button right underneath the twitch.tv/Rocket League stream to be able to watch both streams at the same time. Over there, you got EUnited versus Plot Twist and Ghost versus Stromboli. On this side, we got some big boy matches. NRG versus SSG is going to be our second match, and first G2 Envy. Let's talk about NRG just briefly because I hear your reaction, Turtle.
I'm so happy right now. I had no idea. I had no idea that we got this matchup. NRG and SSG. I think it was Gibbs, or not Gibbs, it was James who mentioned it. He wants to see NRG go up against SSG. These are 2 Titans clashing. This is one of the best series of the day.
What? You're going to have to wait for that because it will be the second one. So let's talk about this one. No, don't do it to me. We got to talk about G2 versus Envy. This is also another big boy match here. Envy looking good on the day, but G2, of course, Gibbs in full stride.
Yeah, so both these teams, some question marks coming through. They're obviously top 4 in NA, but they've had mistakes in the past. With G2, we all know their defense sometimes falls apart because they try and control so much on the offensive side that they leave a lot of wide open nets. For Team Envy, it's usually Turbo Pulsa, both bracket stages. He hasn't looked his best. But so far today, Team Envy is just clean in house. We saw Mist versus Alpine, 4 goals per game, not in goals, but goals and assists. So he converted 4 of those per game in a 3-game series. That's absolutely insane. He's playing amazing. So it's going to be a really fun watch here.
Well, you guys know it's time for you to get your opinions on the board here. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get the hashtags in chat. I expect the G2 Army to come out strong here, but I also expect a lot of fans for Envy to battle back. So that'll be a curious one to see how that goes. But in the meantime, we're going to get our predictions out here. This is a very tough one, which is why I am going to go last and get your thoughts first. Turtle, started off G2 or Envy?
You know what? 2 days ago, I had the pre-show, and I predicted G2 to go all the way had they won the quarterfinals match. They're going to make playoffs. I think this is where they start gaining momentum. G2 are taking it.
Gibbs?
I got Envy. They won the last quarterfinals versus G2. They're going to do it again here. I'm going Envy.
I have to stick with G2 on this one because Gibbs didn't pick them, which means they're going to win. Yeah. It's kind of just the safe bet, right? So that's why I waited till the end here. But yeah, I'm going to have to take G2 on this one. I'm wondering, the G2 Army came along. They did, and they took it 75 according to chat. Get on Twitter as well at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But it's now time to find out who moves forward to the next stage. Is it G2 or Envy over in the Verizon Skybox?
Cheers, Leaf, as we do get ourselves into our 2-0 matchups. And this is one of my favorite times of the regionals each and every time, Johnny, because these are the teams that there's not quite the hint of nerves just yet. So this is typically the stage of the tournament where they just throw everything at each other.
Yeah, this is going to be sick. I can't wait to watch not only this game, but the one after. I'm just as excited as Turtle is to see NRG versus Space Station. But wow, what a way to be rewarded by NA Rocket League right now. Never a better time to just not have any upsets. So we get the top 4 teams in the region, all battling it out. You know, I have to agree with Gibbs on this one. I think that Envy stand as the favorites currently against G2, especially a G2 who are struggling with their defense just yesterday.
It's going to drop down immediately, and Mist will finally get rid of it. But yeah, it was something that we actually discussed yesterday when we saw Team Envy up against Zero Issue, which was how we were talking about maybe if they came up against an SSG about how they've been playing this week, maybe if they came against a G2, Zero Issue might have actually had a chance over there because they were putting that pressure on. But we argued that Team Envy much more composed when it comes to their rotation. They don't make the mistakes that G2 make.
Yeah, they're quite happy to just absorb pressure for long periods of time, and then eventually when the gap opens in the midfield, they
there we go.
Punish it, and there it is. Turbo gets credited with the goal, but look at the play off the ball coming out of, I think it was Atomic, just as he recovers off the back wall. That's really smart, not to just go back into the full rotation, but to drive across the goal line, take out the goalkeeper, and Envy already lead by 1.
And we are going to keep an eye on Atomic because it was last regional that there were certainly some issues the way he was playing, but so far in this one, he has been incredible for Team Envy. Really has taken the shine away from, you know, some of his teammates. Mist especially hasn't quite been as obvious to see.
Yeah, he hasn't had to be. He's getting a bit more help from Atomic in this regional, it would seem. Atomic really stepping up and showing us the kind of play we expected from him. I think a lot of people had him as one of their top 5 for NA last season. Oh, well, that's almost a goal. It is a goal! Wow, Turbo with his second. Now, this one did have a goalkeeper to stop it. I think Rizzo has got a bit awkwardly positioned for that one, maybe. He expected the shot to come in more towards the far corner, which would indicate that he's got to drive quickly into position to get there. Actually, Turbo's shot was just very directly at him, and that was too awkward for him. J-Naps had a chance there. Follow-up from Chicago is good. And thank goodness the G2 have hit the back of the net there, because I think J-Naps, you know, was this an attempted pass? I think he had an open net there. Either way, they've got the goal, so finally G2 gets something out of this match.
And this is starting to very much look like a G2 series in terms of how many goals have gone in already. 3, and we have only played a minute and a half. This is very much what we got used to in stage number 1.
Whoa!
This is what we've got used to from Mist. That is incredible.
Wow, Mist just launched that ball forwards and then he hits it downwards on the second touch. That's so rare to see these days.
I take it back.
It's all about getting the ball up high in modern day Rocket League, getting over the top of the challenge. Mist doesn't care about going over the top of the challenge. He just went straight through them. And now it's 4-1. Another just hopeless position for Rizzo to be in. Trying to get back in time, but there's really no chance on this one, as Atomic's shot was far too fast.
Yeah, Atomic, we'll talk about this one in a moment, but I feel like we need to go a step back or two.
Yeah.
Just a moment ago, Johnny, I said the sentence that the shine had come off from Mist.
Yeah.
I take it back. That was sparkling from him. There's number 6 in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, we could get used to this. It's going to be one of the longer games of the day if this keeps up.
This is a basketball scoreline.
Great work there by Rizzo, just forcing Mist onto the back wall so that there is nobody there to make Chicago or the save on Chicago's shot. And I'm not surprised to see that coming out of G2. That's something that we're very used to seeing them do with the well-timed bumps on goalkeepers when shots are coming in. But the fact that Envy have already done that a couple of times as well is a bit more unusual for them. A more defensive team by nature, but with Atomic getting up there more often, getting involved in the offense, they might see similar success to NRG recently when they got Squishy involved in the offense a bit more. Then the team became such a more consistent threat to all of their opponents. Yeah, Atomic needs to try to do that because Turbo is not shy to get forward. He's not shy to throw himself at a center ball. Mist, definitely not shy to get forward. And Atomic joining them in the fray, getting a bit more of a full rotation Envy.
For G2, they have Gotta start getting these passing plays pinged together, but Atomic with clears like that, well, not really going to get much of anything going for you. We have seen that G2 do like to go towards that infield pass, even when they feel like it's not working. Just will be desperate to get something going as a win condition, but right now, nothing is going for them yet again.
Hat trick for Turbo.
But yeah, it's bad from Chicago. He's just got to hit it.
Yeah, G2's defense is all over the place. It's another one of those days, just like we saw in round 1 of this regional event. However, today they've got to play against much tougher competition. They've got to play against Envy right now. They're going to have to maybe run into another one of their rivals later on, should they have a hiccup in round 4 as well. But I'm very impressed with what Envy are doing. That was a bit chaotic. It looks like the defense just going to keep up with it. But yeah, Envy overall have been extremely good at making the most of the chances that they're getting. They're not giving G2 any time to breathe. Once again, Turbo going to punish this missed hit by JKnaps, but JKnaps will make up for it somewhat. And it's really up to G2 to try and disrupt this Envy flow that they've got going on. Mist is definitely feeling pretty good. Atomic is getting involved. Turbo's got 3 goals. Yeah, when Envy can have all 3 of their players playing well for once, they easily have what it takes to knock out anyone in this region.
It is now an issue for G2 because they do like to move that 3rd man forward. Chicago across the face of goal. They needed that one if they wanted to have any chance of taking this game. But every time they move that 3rd man forward, it is being countered by a booming hit from Team Envy right over the top of their lines. And then G2 have got to start again. Ronnie still putting the pressure on. Atomic loitering on the backboard. He wants to get the challenge to Chicago.
Oh, wow.
Can't do it.
Oh, my goodness. Chicago is getting some goals today, Shogun. This is the best of the bunch. Gorgeous flip reset. He had to fly very, very precisely at that ball to land properly on it. Not just to get the flip reset, but to be able to air roll around another 180 degrees and then flick it on target. Very, very difficult to do and in that kind of time constraints. JKnaps didn't get the first touch he was looking for, but again, he's just running with it. He's adapting on the fly. Yeah, Chicago's been, I think, the one silver lining for G2 in this game. He is playing some very, very good offense. G2 never really had problems getting the offense rolling. It's all about just limiting their defensive mistakes because they're going to score goals every single time they play.
Now got 30 seconds. That's not the touch that JKnaps wants. It does limit him, but Rizzo moves in to give him a passing option. 22 seconds left. It's another boom and clear. Rizzo this time held himself far enough back, but that's not a great touch. And they need to start limiting these G2 because they have to keep using 2 players for something that should only require 1. Makes offensive life a lot more difficult than it needs to be as the last few seconds do tick away. It has been a goal fiesta here at Manfield Night, but the first game for Team Envy after one more flurry from G2.
I think at the end there, Rizzo is just trying desperately to keep possession under control. Initially, when he flew up to hit that ball, he's probably thinking of hitting it, hard to the side of the field, maybe into a passing lane for one of his teammates. But, sometimes the flight path just isn't getting the job done. And Rizzo, I think he realized that and thought, well, there's no point in me hitting this straight to one of the Envy players, so I'm going to hit it backwards, just go for a back pass to JKnaps. It did actually work, but, not just all too late for G2. They conceded 5 goals here against Envy, and although the setups for Envy were impressive, they were making it very difficult for G2 to cover all angles. And wow, what an incredible goal that is by Mist. You've got to also look at the mistakes that G2 have made. They've failed to make contact with the ball on a few occasions. They've failed to get their the right first touches on the ball on other occasions. It's just the little things that G2 need to work on, and then they're going to be right back at that top level.
And watching Envy against Zero Issue yesterday led us to start noticing that these long clears do have long-lasting effects as well when it comes to forcing those defensive mistakes. And G2, I feel like I was kind of falling into the same trap here. They have themselves so far forward looking for these chances to score that when the long clear comes in, they've got their back turned to the ball, they're not getting the touches that they want. And then you see a player like Turbo Pulsar, that is where he is going to thrive in this series. Waiting for your mistouch and taking over immediately, because he'll read that quicker than anyone else in your team.
Yeah, and Turbo, I think overall, he's the player who really does need to try and build some momentum for himself. Great clear by Mist. That was asking to be scored for G2, but he's just got it in front of the attacking player before they arrived. Like I was saying, Turbo has flopped twice now against NRG. Both times that they've played against NRG, in the regional events. They've been utterly destroyed. He's not showed up. Oh, he's hit the bar here. That was open. Yeah, if Turbo can get some kind of momentum rolling, just keep on scoring goals, and surely that's going to do wonders for him. And it's strange to be thinking about Turbo as the guy who needs to get the momentum going. He's the most experienced player on the pitch, I would say, by a fair margin, even though G2 have got some veterans as well. Rizzo, slow shot on target. It's gone in, and it's another one of those very, very floaty touches that just gets too awkward for the defense to work with.
Yeah, Mist has already passed it. Atomic is too low. Sometimes it's the slight shot. You got to just slow it down a little bit. As you can see, you can get people to jump nice and quick. They're expecting full-blown power from you. You don't do that. It's the ones that can catch you out very quickly. Now Chicago up. He's got straight from there, and he's nailed it.
I mean, whatever power Rizzo left out of his previous shot, Chicago's got it all in this one. Brilliant takeoff, 126 kph shot. I think that's just shy of 80 miles per hour. Incredible work from Chicago there. But the pass down the middle as well from JNabs. Spot on. G2 connecting once again very accurately in offense.
You're going to look to keep this going. G2 showing us something different here. Got to see what that defensive side of the ball looks like, but if they have their own choice, they won't have to show it off at all. They'll just keep putting these goals in. To the point where the question won't even really matter what the answer is. So with JNabs trying to pass it over to Chicago, mistaking his time a little bit. It is the right decision to make. He can still 100 boost as well on his way through. And Turbo, that's not the angle he wanted. Forced to give away the ball, and he gives away the 100 boost. G2 starting to grab everything here, and this is going to lead to a long form of offensive rotation for them. Chicago to the corner. Just want that one block. Can't quite get it just yet. Turbo double blocks, and that is Team Envy's way out, and they take it.
Yeah, this is, that's where G2 are at their best, when they're just swarming their the opposing team, when they're stealing the boost and boxing them into the final third. But you've got to watch out. Envy are quite comfortable there. This is not going to be a position that G2 can gain a lot from against Envy. I think they're going to see a lot more success playing with the style that they've already scored twice with so far today, hitting them on the counter. Atomic's actually flipped by accident here. Chicago gets another goal. That has to be a mistake with Atomic.
I think he's
just jumping up and then flipping.
Oh, no, he's already gone. He's already gone.
I think he must have just flipped by mistake, because that just, didn't make sense to flip there in any position. There's no reason, I think, to dodge away from the ball.
Maybe there's a lot of Rocket League players out there that are very movie, very animated whenever they play. Maybe
high APM.
Yeah, maybe you just kick the wall or something, and that's sent the rest of the body into a bit of a flail.
He stubbed his toe and he's ow! Oh man, that flip by mistake.
We will never know. That is the joy of online, and Atomic is going to enjoy putting this one in. I think it's off it is off a bump in the background.
Huge bump, yeah. Massive connection there by Turbo. Wow. Look at that!
You guys can't see it at home, but we do have some in-game quick chats, and it's just Turbo telling Chicago, yeah, I'm incoming, mate. I did warn you it was happening.
Oh, that's the perfect quick chat for that. The fact that a Turbo has incoming on his binds, especially after the introduction of faking, bumping, demoing. What a genius to leave incoming as an option as well. I really hope that G2 have got their quick chat enabled so that we can see the reaction to that one. Maybe they're going to try and counter. But yeah, so far so good for G2. It was a brilliant bump by Turbo, but off, Atomic's accidental flip and some great offensive pressure. G2 still sitting pretty in game 2. Nice pre-jump save by Atomic, but the next shot's going to be contested. That one goes wide as well. This is better from G2. Composure. JNabs into the middle for Chicago. And look at the precision as JNabs just dissects the defense.
You ever want to know why some commentators sound frustrated almost when they cash G2? This is why. This is what this team is capable of, and they've shown us time and time again that they are capable of it. It's just how fleeting we get to see this from them. This could be entirely gone by tomorrow, which means that for now, we've got to just enjoy it whilst we've got it. Rizzo in for number 5.
And this is just every bit as one-sided. In fact, more so than the last game was. You're talking about how G2 could suddenly just fall apart tomorrow. It could be the next game. G2 right now they're a pendulum right now where they've swung into the side of insanity. next game. We'll have to wait and see just how long that swing is going to be, because there's no doubt in my mind that G2 at some point, based on what we've seen recently, are going to start conceding silly goals again. That's not a silly goal, though. That is a beautiful goal. Missed. Top corner. Nothing you can do about that one, G2. Off a demo as well. Sick pass by Turbo. Everything there just perfectly hit by Envy.
Wow, what a boring series. We're just sat at a paltry, a miserable 7.5 goals per game.
We're getting spoiled here. For some reason, I don't think NRG versus Space Station is going to have quite this same amount of goals. You know, if it does, it's probably NRG smashing it based on what we saw yesterday. Probably just very one-sided games. But we'll see. Maybe Space Station
again.
It could happen. It very well could happen. We still got almost a minute to go.
So it's the
exact opposite.
Same as the last one.
Well, G2 are coming for them right now. Looking pretty good while doing it. I like that they're not overextending too much. Yes, they're winning by a whole bunch of goals, but no need to throw away 1 or 2 goals and give Envy that chance to come back late on into the game.
Well, I would love to go into any sort of analysis points with you right now, Johnny, but so far this series, it feels kind of mute because we're just going to instantly get interrupted by the next goal going in.
There it is.
There it is.
There it
what
is.
a goal. You know what? It's one of many, but Atomic, I don't know how you found this.
Yeah, he just had faith. He had to have faith that Chicago wouldn't go for it. He had to have faith the pass would reach him. You know, 21 seconds. That's a little bit of time to work with here. Have Envy got a cheeky kickoff strategy in their back pocket? Now would be the time to use it. They haven't gone for anything special. But, you know, seeing some kind of demo kickoff there, any kind of fake kickoff, I think would have been beneficial. Because you need a goal quickly if you're down 2 in 3v3 with only 21 seconds left. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that off a conventional kickoff for the most part. It tends to be quite even when the standard kickoff, 50-50, couple of cheating players, couple of boost grabbers. It's just a bit too easy for G2 to keep under control there.
So, 10 minutes of Rocket League played and 16 goals scored. Whoever has got to try and put together the highlights package after this, good luck. Yeah. That's your job, and I hope to never have that one, because this is one of those series that makes it very, very difficult. But for all the rest of us, this is fantastic Rocket League to watch.
Yeah, this is just insane. You know, it's all about G2, really. Are they going to keep their offense tightly knitted together? Because when they do, the goals will come. They are almost impossible to stop scoring at their current level. But it's for G2, it's still, the story remains the same. Can they prevent themselves from throwing away multiple open net goals for their opponents? And can they prevent themselves from overextending? That last game was fantastic from G2, but even then, Envy were able to bring it back to 2 goals right at the end of it all. So G2 can't get comfortable here. They need to keep the focus up, and they need to stay as disciplined as possible.
All right, goals in this game, Johnny, higher or lower than 4?
Oh, it's got to be higher, surely. There's no way we're going to see less than 4 goals. Already nearly 1, but it's just saved by Rizzo. That was only 15 seconds.
Out to save anything, Rizzo. Every stat is getting buffed there, apart from that one. And then Apps will get rid of it.
That was a brilliant touch by Mist. The double touch from that angle. Not many players didn't even think to go for that play, but Mist in his current form. Oh, it's almost 1-0 G2. Both teams have had huge chances already. And Envy are probably wondering, what are we doing wrong? We're usually able to keep the scoreline pretty low, but against G2, it's just impossible. They just come at you and they put the ball into positions that you can't handle.
We got the patch notes through very quickly there. Sonics has decided that every match involving G2 is going to have just a 10% smaller goal. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, true. They got to try something if they want to stop G2 from scoring. Making the goal smaller might work.
They've got to fully commit to it. I want the Retropia goal. That thing is massive.
You could just take the opposite route, you know? Instead of focusing on the goal size, maybe the pitch size. I think G2 would be a very interesting team to watch with a larger Rocket League pitch. But the standard pitch size has remained the same since the very beginning of the game, as far as I know. And by now, the players are so familiar with it. They just know it's ingrained in their brain where every wall and surface area is, even if they can't see it in their vision in front of them.
Yeah, it's been very impressive over the seasons. Just, it almost feels like the field has got smaller. We know it hasn't.
Yeah.
These players have got so good at hitting the ball long, playing around, just trying to find different ways of traversing the field as quickly and as dangerously as possible, that it does end up feeling that little bit smaller, and that has led to a lot of interesting plays across the time. Here is Mist with his own interesting play. Oh, Tommy. We deserve that one. We've had 16 goals. We could have at least done with number 17 being that good.
Yeah, that really should have been a goal by the looks of things. Atomic just not able to make contact on what was a brilliant pre-flip center ball from Mist. I'll tell you what, after a couple of 8-goal games, we're now halfway through a scoreless game.
Your higher or lower is not looking good here, Johnny.
It's looking pretty bad. Ever since I went the higher on 4, this game's really quieted down. It was a brief spurt of goals at the start of this game. Since then, full rotation is on. Neither team having any difficulties with boost in defense. Neither team able to establish excessive pressure with demos or just back wall hits that can be so impactful.
This one, it stinks of the coaches turning around and saying, all right, you've had your fun. It's been silly. Let's focus on what we've been working on. As Mist almost finds a way past the entire G2 line. And there's another one. Here comes Rizzo. Would probably hit the crossbar anyway, but you don't know where that bounce down would have gone. Could have very well been available for Envy to take control of. 90 seconds left in this game. Still waiting for our first goal, and Turbo's second touch isn't going to get us any closer to it.
You know, the people who are happiest with this 0-0 Game 3 are probably the G2 fans, because they must be watching this in shock and thinking, our team have gone 4 minutes almost without conceding. We can do it. Look at us go. We've not owned goal. We haven't missed the ball in defense. And the drawback is we also haven't scored, but yeah, G2 fans are just hogging all over the world right now. Every second that goes by, they're writing in their diary, wait a minute, it's 4 minutes and 2 seconds, 4 minutes and 3 seconds, we still haven't conceded. Tell everyone.
Those are sort of stats we need in this world, Johnny. Just the longest time without conceding in an RLCS. Be very curious, actually, as to who would have. We've got a couple of perfect sweeps out there, so obviously those would be the front runners. Depending on, how things look going into that series. There's Chicago now to the backboard. He wants to go for the double tap. What a save from Mist. Rizzo ends up skying it. I think he wants to try and bring the rest of the team back in. Drop down immediately. Off the post. And it's that 10%, Johnny, that came in to make the difference.
Oh, G2 should have had it there. The passing was on point. That double touch from Chicago was beautiful. But Mist saves Envy. JNaps with a knock on. He's clipped it a bit too thin for it to be a pass. Or a bit too hard for it to be a pass, or a bit too thin for it to be a shot. And we might be going to OT scoreless. Envy should be accepting it quite well. No, actually, Turbo goes for the long pass. Oh, it was so close. Had that not been OT, or had that not been 0 seconds, Envy were scoring.
I don't know what the expected goals per game with these amount of chances should have been by now, but certainly should not be 0-0, and we certainly should not be a scoreless overtime, of all things. That's where we find ourselves, both teams vying for, trying to get themselves to qualification point. Ball's going to drop down. JNaps sees Atomic, and Atomic sees the ball go flying straight past him. That was not a good read from him at all, but Rizzo's decided to make him feel better with his own whiff. Good guy, Rizzo. Off the backboard, and Chicago gets rid. Here is Envy, though, putting good pressure on. It's a heavy touch, though, from Turbo.
Yeah, he accidentally got a second hit on it after trying to center, but here comes Atomic. He's going to go for the double, but it's well saved. G2 get that into the corner somehow. What a get-out-of-jail-free card that was. It looked like the ball was going to be destined to stay near the goal, and eventually Envy would find a way through. G2 are hanging on here. They want 50-50s if they can get them. Look at the passing and defense. The composure there from JNaps is phenomenal. Atomic's flipped by accident again. Did this guy change his dead zone before going into today?
He might need a new wire or a new control.
Oh, man.
This has actually got to be a thing.
That's 2 times. He's accidentally flipped again. And for anybody who's watching, wondering what does that mean with the Rocket League dead zone? Well, all these players, as far as I know, are playing with their controllers, not keyboard players. So there's a tiny little variance with their left joystick, and that if you push your left joystick too far, suddenly it is in the zone that will register as a flip and not a jump. So he might have just accidentally left his thumb resting a bit too close to what registers as a flip instead of just trying to jump up twice, because he's going for 2 jumps there. One jump while leaning back and boosting, then a second one. That's how you do a fast aerial in the game. But clearly, second time in 3 games, I believe. No, second time in 2 games, actually.
I mean, the
Atomic
first one was a weird timing
flipped.
to press the second jump, though. That's
true.
where this all gets weird.
Yeah, maybe it could be the jump button then. Maybe he's tried to jump once and he's accidentally double or pressed it twice. Or maybe his controller's registered 2 jumps.
I happen to reach for this right now rather than... Atomic probably just had a whoopsie.
I mean, if it happens one time, sure, it's probably just a mistake. But 2 times in 2 games at this level, a player like Atomic, that is weird. That's really weird to see. It could just be pressure getting to him. He knows he has to be very, very quick for that ball, or else it will just go over the top of him. But yeah, like you said, very strange timing on that second jump, so it could be a broken jump button just as easily as a joystick. That's a good save. No accidental flip on that play. This second time that's crushing. In the first game, or in the Forbidden Temple game, Atomic did that exact same thing, but they were already losing by a few goals, so it probably didn't sting that much. But now to do it in overtime, game 3, put G2 on double match point, yeah, that's not ideal.
For G2, this is the perfect position to be in. They've seen NRG take a regional. They've seen Space Station take a regional. They'll feel like they're owed one. But right now, they've got to just deal with what's ahead of them, as that's going to trickle into the net. G2 Esports, for all the laughs we were having earlier on, they have settled down into this series, and they've settled so well.
And that looked like a hesitant Turbo Pulsar. JNaps was far too quick for him. Turbo Pulsar just motionless as the ball bounces in front of him. No way to build up speed again. That's really what Envy don't need. They don't need Turbo to be inactive in these kind of matchups. They need him to get involved. They need him at the center of attention, because Mist is going to show up. We already know that based on what we've seen this season. He is a given. And we already know Atomic can be a top-level player in this region. I think Turbo is the key for Envy to unlock the team's full potential.
We need to start getting something going here. Not even necessarily a goal, as much as they would love to have it, but just starting to show that they have got that trust in one another on the rotation, because Turbo clearly not playing with the confidence that we expect to see from him. Not necessarily trusting either the team's reads or his own reads on the play. Either way, that is something that needs to sort out. Into the midfield, Turbo can't get it before James, but Mist read it the whole way. And that is Mist doing what he needs to do. Spots the potential opportunity, and he just goes for it. Good clear, and Turbo's now pulled back into action.
Yeah, Turbo looking for the ceiling bounce, but G2 are all over it. The speed of G2 is really starting to take its toll on Envy, looking a bit sluggish in this 4th game. It's not that surprising after losing game number 3 in such a disappointing manner. We have to remember, Envy are still a very new team playing together. This is the first time we've seen these 3 players playing in RLCS season on the same roster. Chicago, JNaps, and Rizzo, by comparison, they go back so long now. They've got that experience when things are going wrong. They know how to what to do to fix it. They know what their plan is, their backup plan perhaps, but Envy not so much. They have been swept a few times in RLCS now. It seems like they still lack that chemistry. They lack that time on the field together, that they can just react well to things like that from Atomic in game 2. That's wide open. Atomic, surely he will equalize in game 4. That's huge. What better way for Envy to score than a turbo assist to Atomic, and he can't miss from there.
And I do love what Envy have tried here. There's been a few times between Mist, we've seen it. Now we just saw it from Atomic. They are leaving players downfield. That leads us to believe that they're starting to trust each other a bit more. And they're going to try and at least be a bit more proactive with trying to beat G2 to the ball. As it's now off the back, Rizzo's going to take his time. You are completely right, though, when it comes to the experience experience this G2 roster has got. They have seen everything in their careers, and they've seen it all together. They've been to the highs of a World Championship Grand Final. They've been to a relegation tournament. They have done everything. They have been everywhere. And now they are looking to take themselves in as a top 2 seed for tomorrow. Rizzo, he hasn't got any passing options. He's got to try and take it by himself. Atomic, good turn.
Yeah, getting that top 2 seed for tomorrow is huge. You want to be on that other side of the bracket from NRG, who we have to expect will be able to beat Space Station later on today. If what we've seen from them this weekend is anything to go by, it's a good save by Turbo. Important save as well. We're late on into game 4 now. 1 goal for G2 could send them into the playoffs with that top 2 seeding. Get on this part, the opposite side of the bracket of the other 3-0 team. Try to get as deep a run as possible. It all matters for points and for seeding going into the first major event of the year.
He's over to Turbo. Has got Atomic up in support. Mistle being quite close behind as Atomic. Watches Turbo almost wipe out JNaps. Good flick over the top by Chicago. Both these teams finding little pockets of space. Post! Atomic is looking more and more lethal. He wants to make up from some of those previous missed flips. Now Rizzo over to the corner. Turbo Pulsar immediately cuts in around the side. 20 seconds now. Next play could be massive. Rizzo takes over it. Booms it long. Envy are not used to this. G2 usually very happy to pass it laterally across the field. This time they are just banging it and waiting to see whether or not Team Envy will make the mistake. Chicago with Rizzo midfield. Will he get to him? Will he ever?
Wow. That's phenomenal by Chicago. Gets the ball past Mist in the corner, takes his time, picks his spot, and makes it so easy for Rizzo to score. Nice shot, Rizzo. Could be sending G2 into the playoffs. Top 2 in the group.
Turbo tries to take it. Up the wall, this is the perfect place for him to be. It's far side and Atomic turns early again! The 3rd time! What? And it will cost them their final opportunity. G2 Esports are 3-0 and they have qualified for playoffs.
I don't understand what is going on with Atomic. He's just panic flipped again. This time, it was a difficult chance on net. It wouldn't have been easy to score, even if he did double jump and get the shots off. I think G2 probably get the save, but still 3 games in a row, whether it's a panic flip, whether it's a, actual mechanical malfunction, he needs to sort that out because you can't afford to be making those mistakes at such key moments like we saw in game 3.
And it feels like 2 separate series we should be talking about here for G2 because the first 2 were banter, we'll give them that, and then they settled down into it. It was so much more impressive. I want to talk about that last goal with you very quickly because how good is the communication and the timing got to be when you've already seen Rizzo, he's turned up, he's arrived, and you've now got to communicate the ball is coming to you now because he has got to arrive to that ball at the precise timing.
I think Chicago just went one step further. He didn't, have to communicate, okay, now is the time that I can center the ball. Please be there. He actually saw where Rizzo was and he waited with his center ball until Rizzo was arriving. Caught him full speed on the goal line. Just unbelievable by Chicago. What a series he's had overall offensively.
Right, so we have watched an absolute banger of a series, and we are going to be moving on next to, let me just check. Oh yeah, the 2 regional champions so far. So make sure you come back in a few minutes as it is Space Station Gaming against NRG.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back, everybody, to RLCS Season X and our third North American Regional. And I've just got a question for you, because if you weren't here for our previous series, what were you doing? This was outstanding entertainment, Johnny.
Oh, yeah, just so many goals early on, some brilliant shots by both teams. And then something even more crazy, a G2 game where they didn't concede a bunch. So that for me, was maybe the highlight. I'm sure the G2 fans watching as well will be just over the moon that their team can produce consistent defensive performances and go the distance against a team like Envy. But yeah, the other story, unfortunately, for Envy was Atomic's controller, or, Atomic's panic flipping. We're not really sure what, but I would lean to the side of it being his controller, causing him to accidentally flip 3 times in 3 games in a row, and all 3 of those games resulted in losses.
Yeah, and it's the sort of thing that you look at it and just go, well, if it is a technical issue for him, is it fixable? Because, you know, they're not at a live environment where they can just get handed, you know, a brand new wire or something. This is things that he's got to have in the house. So let's get ourselves, however, into our next series. It's a bit of a doozy, as we have now got NRG against Space Station Gaming. Now, this one, we're expecting both teams to make it through to tomorrow. But given how the seedings have gone, whoever loses this is probably going to have a harder route to it, because you would imagine that that team might be facing G2 in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think NRG especially will be, you know, extra desperate to win this one, because they have had such success against Envy in all of the other regional playoffs that they've played them. I believe 2 sweeps now against Envy. So if NRG can win here, and then Envy make it through with a 3-1 score on today, that will put them on the same side of the bracket tomorrow, if I am not mistaken.
We leave these sort of things to Gibbs. He'll have all the answers for us and more after this series is done. But this is the important one for both these teams. It's a statement opportunity for them both. And yesterday, Johnny, for those who didn't catch it, Space Station Gaming were not as convincing as we were hoping they were going to be.
Yeah, they've just had at least a couple of their players, Arsenal and Rettles. I'm not sure if it's typical, but, you know, they're moving into a team house now. So that's obviously a change of scenery for them. Sometimes that can be the catalyst in, you know, reigniting the flame to bring them to the top of NA again. But yesterday, it didn't look that way. They were very uncomfortable on the ball. You know, Rettles towards the end of the series, Arsenal at the start of it. So I've got NRG winning this. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another sweep. They've been sweeping absolutely everybody. And, you know, Rogue managed to take a game off them earlier on today, but that was because Rogue played brilliantly, not because NRG have fallen off at all.
Well, Rogue have continued to play brilliantly. They are 3-0 over the top of Alpine in our mid bracket. So they will now move to 2-1 and have 2 opportunities to qualify for the playoffs. Garrett G follows up. Typical. That's a good bounce actually for him, but it doesn't go all the way over to Justin. There's 2 players you don't want that ball bouncing over to. It will be Justin and Typical. Other players here can have quite major impacts, but those are the 2 main ones. Garrett, I'll follow this one up. It's now bounced over to Typical. Blast it over the top. Rettles gives chase. Puts it over to the corner. Is this going to be a race for the ball? No. Typical backs down, gives it over to Justin.
Yeah, you knew Justin had him beat there, so just fake the challenge. Justin's had to waste all that boost to get to the ball, so now at least he can't do much with it. No point in Typical lunging in and taking himself out of the game. That miss from Rettles is actually going to let the ball come towards Arsenal, who's been dunked on pretty hard by Squishy, but Typical, he does well. Yeah, NRG, team to beat in NA right now. I think if they can keep up their recent form, hard to argue that they're the best team in the world even. Because the NA teams seem to be a bit more consistent than EU at the start of the season. Oh, look at this from Space Station Gaming though. Talk about first-class delivery. Typical, just bringing it straight down onto Rettles. No challenge on the shot from Justin. Rettles puts it home.
I don't think Justin was expecting it to be that clean. Just tries to sit himself back. Maybe he can run onto the next ball afterwards, but right onto the top of Rettles. He just has to pick his spot. And let the ball do the rest of the work. Now pass behind. It's over to Justin.
Beautiful.
And that was a defense slicing touch to set it up by Squishy.
Yeah, Garrett G just takes the 50-50. Didn't want to play too risky there. Gets the ball to roll out into a very safe location. And Squishy picks his spot well. Justin running full speed onto an open net. 1-1. It's just all too easy for NRG these days. Passing plays have been improving for them more and more over the past few weeks. They've obviously got the individual skill on lockdown. I think Justin probably still I think maybe the best mechanical player in the world. Definitely one of the scariest to have to deal with. I think Garrett, well in the discussion for greatest Rocket League player of all time. Oh, Squishy almost getting on the score sheet as well. Yeah, when you've got a team like this, all you need to do is look at the nameplates and, you know, yeah, that's going to work out. There's a strange amount of people doubting about the fact that NRG would dominate, and I really don't know where that idea came from. It seems pretty obvious to me that this is a team with a winning formula.
It was me. I've been trying to spread the rumors the entire time. The secret network that I've got going. Rettles looking to try and sneak this one over the top. Can't quite do so, but Rel's looking confident today. Taking a lot more individual plays than we saw yesterday. Squishy already up. And as soon as you saw there wasn't a challenge, you kind of knew that there was only one possible result.
I think Squishy was briefly a bit surprised that he had this ball for free. You saw that as the ball was going up to the back while he waited a bit, and I think that's a good lesson for a lot of you guys watching. You don't need to jump up into the air at the earliest possible moment, especially for these low rebounds. It's quite easy for Squishy to get up to that ball after waiting, just weighing up the situation, seeing if he's going to have a free hit or a challenge shot, and then he can just go up and put the ball in on an uncontested rebound. So yeah, just perfect play in the position from NRG. Space Station a bit too standoff. I think both teams actually a bit too standoff in defense. You don't win against either of these teams by letting them come at you. The challenge game needs to be aggressive.
I've seen both teams trading opportunities back and forth. Very little to glean from this so far as to which team really does have the upper hand, but NRG have at least created the better opportunities, and Space Station Gaming almost lackadaisical when it comes to their way of defending, but now they've got to start really kicking this into gear. 35 seconds, Arsenal already up. Squishy gets the bump on him, and that is something that we're seeing more and more of these days. As air dribbles have become more and more deadly, teams have started trying to aim for the player instead, and Justin's touch doesn't really leave much for NRG to work with offensively. Last opportunity possibly here for Space Station Gaming. Garrett already goes over the top, and NRG just wasting so much time here, not getting anything for free. Justin clatters into both Sipical and Rettles, who goes up for this. Bounces awkwardly for Arsenal. He's not going to have too many teammates to really work with, especially when he's getting smothered like that by NRG. Still keeps going. Off the side, and it comes off the post.
Oh.
And Space Station Gaming, despite a valiant attempt, couldn't get the play put together.
This is a bit of a reminder for Space Station about the very last time that they played against NRG. It was actually, I think, the first series win that NRG got against Space Station this season. Sweeping win in the grid. But the standout thing for me was actually NRG's defense. Space Station were putting together some really threatening chances. The passing was on point. The shots were good. But the goalkeeping for NRG is just something else. This is a team who are not afraid of getting inside that goal to give themselves more space to work with, more time to react to the shot that's coming at you. We've seen plenty times over this weekend players getting caught on the wrong side of that goal line. But yeah, when you back up into it, you've got a bit of an easier time, moving forwards to make saves, because you've got to remember Rocket League means that players are driving cars. They can't turn on the spot like you can in a lot of other games, a lot of other sports. You need to go, if you want to get the most momentum possible, you need to give yourself a run up. So look to NRG's defensive positioning to carry them, to provide that foundation that they can keep on building this sweep out of. So far, so good. Space Station have looked okay. NRG have looked better.
So you might have seen on my face there, Johnny, a bit of a sad look. And it's not because of your analysis, or no sorry, it is because, unfortunately, I have to tell you that our boys over on Zero Issue are out.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Lose 3-2 against XSET. So they will be our first elimination on the day. But you could see the second elimination happening over at twitch.tv/eLeague TV, where it's Ghost Gaming against Stromboli. Stromboli pretty much used to this position, actually. They have already reverse swept an entire bracket in the first stage. Now they're going to have to do it again if they want to try and make the playoffs. Now, G starting us off here in a very good offensive position, and so far, Space Station Gaming keep getting caught out by these booming hits.
Yeah, NRG need to just keep on finding the balance between the finesse, the outplays, and the brute force that has become more and more of a part of their game recently. Right now, you're seeing a very outplay-focused style with these chip shots and passes off walls, not giving Space Station any time or any opportunities to get touches on the ball. But, using an occasional 50-50 is also good. Oh, Squishy with a double touch has managed to put this one in. I don't know if he needed it. It looked like it might have been unsavable anyway. Arsenal left Rettles out to dry on that play, but why not? Why leave it up to chance? You might as well double it in.
Look, as long as it gets written down as Squishy double touch, it doesn't matter how it happened, okay? As long as it actually goes in, And wait a second, Rattles has gone massive here. And I think it's something that Space Station Gaming might have to start looking out for more, because Rattles is getting a lot of success with his draw plays. What's getting even more success is NRG jumping for it and not necessarily making contact every time, just shadowing for the next players as they come in to take shots.
Squishy knew, though. I wonder if Garrett called that he was going to miss that, or that he was going to, fake that, because Squishy was on that ball the very second that Garrett missed it. So it could have been some brilliant communication there. Alternatively, it could just be Squishy providing another option as just a safety net. Well, if Garrett doesn't get the contact here, I better be ready, because that's where you want to be. Following up behind him. NRG playing so smooth. Space Station, definitely the slower of the two teams at the moment. That wasn't the case the first few times that they played this season. It was, I think, quite an even matchup in terms of pace and mechanics, and Space Station were getting wins because they were able to play the dirtier game, get the bumps, get the demos, the mind games, just really get inside the heads of NRG. But I think the fact that NRG have leveled up mechanically, as if we even thought that was possible at the start of the season, it's kind of left Space Station behind.
I do want to point out that is the third time now I've seen Rattles get some sort of play where the ball ricochets off the backboard of NRG, and again, they just don't have somebody there quick enough. They've got to start trusting that now and start almost putting that second man up a little bit further forward. Trust the third man to cover the potential angles. That's not a great touch from Sipical. Garrett G will happily be all over that one. To the midfield. Rattles straight for net and straight into Squishy. He will quite easily keep that clean sheet for the team. And Justin over to Garrett. What a passing play that was. Over off the crossbar. Justin again. And it was inevitable at some point one of these shots was going to go in.
I mean, the difference is so clear to see. That's one. And then two, both times NRG faster to the punch. And how about that for accuracy? Justin slams it in the top corner. NRG going from strength to strength here, and Space Station are totally lost for what to do. I think the only answer really is to just get absolutely filthy with this game. Go for 50-50s only. That's more like it. That'll do. If Space Station bring the game down, then NRG can't flex their aerial dominance. That's some sick passing by Arsenal and Rattles. Typical of the drop down as well. A great response from SSG.
You said you wanted it to be a filthy game. That was anything but. That was fantastic.
Maybe
that was
gorgeous. It was the other type of filthy goal there. Maybe not exactly what I had in mind, but hey, it does the job. It does the job. It was filthy clean.
Ah, there you go. That works. SSG need another goal. Sipical looks to deliver as Justin forces him to keep going up. Justin didn't play that at all as if he wanted to try and find the ball. He just started aerialing higher and higher and higher and just saying to Sipical, well, you've got to keep going above me here, mate, because if you don't do that, the ball's just going to hit straight into me. Now Garrett off the backboard, Yili, and Squishy weighs up his options, chooses not to jump on in. But a double commit from Space Station, unneeded as either. There was no real pressure on them from NRG. Now over to Arsenal. He's actually got it! Double tap off the post.
Well, I didn't think that NRG would let that one through, but credits to Space Station. What a pass. Justin slightly ahead of himself there as he rotated back to net, so it could have perhaps been an easy deflection into the corner. Turned into quite an awkward position for him. That is so rare these days to, catch NRG even slightly out of position. They seem ready for anything in every match that they play, but SSG have found a way to get back into this one. That's huge.
And it almost feels like it's too simple, the actual solution itself. It's just some passing plays right down the middle. They haven't had to overcomplicate it. Just leave someone ahead of you, pass it straight to them, and work with the ball after that. 30 seconds here. NRG can get this. It will require a reverse sweep from Space Station if they want to try and take this. As for Space Station, they're growing into this one, especially off a few mistakes from NRG. Justin's all the way back, so he'll be forced to challenge against Rattles. Huge demo.
There we go.
Demo. There's Rattles at his best. Back to his Peeps form with that one. Now they might get an opportunity for it. Well, do they want to go for the infield pass? Typical. Pops it up high. Where's the follow-up? There it is from Rattles, but Justin's got it covered. No mistakes from him this time around. Just gets rid of it. Looks like we should have overtime.
Oh.
Both these teams,
right.
they want to keep this going.
Yeah, that was not necessary, but it was very brave by Rattles to keep that up in the air. We are going to go to overtime anyway, but for a moment there, I thought maybe a big dunk could come in. That's good defense. Rattles matching Squishy for pace. Justin gets the ball past Typical. Arsenal didn't have to defend against the Garrett G coming into the center because Garrett G waited back. The patient play from NRG continues.
I saw Rattles side flip and it had absolutely no impact on the game whatsoever. But the atomic games is now just, it's got me on edge whenever I see a side flip now. Now Squishy moves on in. Arsenal again just doesn't commit too hard to these plays, does he? He just sits back, waits for the ball to hit him, and that was dangerous. Space Station tried to play their way out, and now NRG have seen their opportunity. They'll look to start taking both those back boosts, and they look to try and take out a couple of players. Arsenal's gone for now. Rattles forced into defensive action. Squishy looking for the one big opportunity. Rattles ends up missing it, but Typical can blast it long. He could have added a bit more angle. Maybe Arsenal could have been brought into the play.
And Justin is just relentless. He's gone for a double flip reset here, but got knocked out of the air. I swear though, every time Justin touches the ball, he's got Space Station scrambling. They have to invest so much boost just to keep up with him. It leaves them just completely starved after the fact. However, Space Station are still in this game. Can they hand NRG their second loss on the day? They managed to drop one against Rogue earlier on. Only one, mind you. I think that would be a win for SSG today. They can even take a game off NRG in their current form. Arsenal's got a good chance to make it here. Had the reset. Squishy managed to get on top of him before the flip could happen. But NRG looks solid. Where do you go to get the ball past him? Oh, how about that, though? Reynolds actually manages to find a way through. Justin. But everybody's back for NRG once again. They're so patient in this matchup.
Rattles has had so many of those plays, though. It's just, how do they work with it after the fact? Now, Typical moves in from that left-hand side. Garrett G, not the best touch from him, but it does actually set up very well from Justin. Pass over to the left-hand side for him. Maybe it was an attempted pass over to Squishy. We will not know. What we do know is we are 2.5 minutes into this overtime, and Typical does have Arsenal to work with.
Oh.
But this has been a good adjustment, actually, from NRG. They were getting caught by this earlier on this game, and now it's a shot off the crossbar. Squishy looks to buy his team a little bit of time. Space Station Gaming survive it.
Yeah, Garrett G had the huge read there. That was almost a double by Justin on target. Don't know how much he knew about that one. The Space Station have to be careful. Their passing has been effective in the final third, but NRG are starting to read those passes, turning them into counter-attacking plays for themselves. And the speed that NRG counter-attack with, I think right now in NA is second to none. They just unload all of a sudden. And Space Station needs to be aware of that at all times. It's another one of those passing plays. Again, intercepted this time by Justin. So multiple NRG players reading Space Station plays.
Yeah, that had its chance to work. That has been and gone now for Space Station. It's time to go and find the next plan. Typical takes over it. It wasn't a nice bounce out for him, but he goes over to Rattles, and Rattles off the crossbar. Typical will not miss.
Wow.
Well, down the middle wasn't working, so let's start playing wide.
That's brilliant. I mean, Squishy knew it was coming. He ran into the play to try and get in the way of it, but it was just too well executed by Space Station this time. They knew the danger about those kind of infield passes, but they just thought, you know what? We're willing to take that risk. You need to take risks against NRG these days. Even if they kind of see it coming, we think we can still make it work. They do. But what a read by Typical at the end there. Not just an open net from Rettles hitting the bar. He had to get up quickly for that one because he didn't have a lot of boost. And if he stopped, the thing that really impressed me about the play is if Typical paused just to see what kind of bounce it was, he would have lost his momentum that he had, and I don't think he had enough boost to get that momentum back to propel himself into the ball. So yeah, really good play to just trust himself to have that read, even though the ball's hitting the underside of the crossbar.
And I do like what Space Station are doing here. They are, not relenting. They're not giving up on things, even if they don't necessarily work immediately. Because Rocket League's not one of those games where you can just know things and just instantly be able to stop it. There is an air of timing. There's just sometimes the position doesn't quite work out that you can know it's happening. You still can't do anything about it. So Space Station Gaming still looking solid. And for me, I'm going to continue singing Rettles' praises because Defensively, he's always in the way, and offensively, he's getting players out of defense for NRG by constantly playing around them. If they manage to take the ball off him, demo them on the way back.
Yeah, Space Station have vastly improved since yesterday. That's so impressive. Yesterday, they didn't look convincing against competition much lower tier than NRG, and now they've just come back from 2 goals down against NRG, who are playing brilliantly, and they've taken the win. That shows the mentality that this Space Station squad have got. They never give up, and they, even against NRG, who are playing some unreal Rocket League, they believe that they can get the comeback and take the W.
Here we go, game 3. Justin casually gets a double flip reset to try and set up, as you do. Talking earlier on about how we had 8 goals across 2 games where, the goals just start feeling a little bit less special. Justin does a double flip reset, and we look at it and just go, oh,
yeah, there's that one again. Yeah. Justin with his, millionth double flip reset in RLCS. Yeah, good save there by Justin. He's decided to keep the ball in this near post corner. And we might have a 2v2 here. Didn't get a chance to see if we had 2 players locked up in the NRG goal. Oh, a bit disappointing there. It looked like it could happen as we had a head-on collision. Late flip by Garrett. You can see the panic that's causing Space Station Gaming. They know they have no time to just sit there and watch when NRG are playing. They have to read them. You can't react to them. You need to read what they're doing, counter it before it happens.
Good booming clear from Arsenal. Might have been Rattles, actually. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, the important thing is that Space Station Gaming are setting up for opportunities like this one.
Oh my, that's impressive. This is the reverse of the last goal that we saw in the previous game. Now we've got an infield pass to Typical, and look how quickly it all comes together. This is phenomenal stuff, and NRG, they should see it coming at this point. Space Station have gone for that so many times, whether it's a pass down the line or a pass infield. It's a one pass, one shot play. That's what they're going for over and over again. And to see them pull it off twice in a row after showing it so many times previously just shows how effective that play is. So NRG know that it's coming. They know that that's something Space Station are going to try.
So, Space Station Gaming looking to reclaim their throne. That was rudely taken away from them by NRG in the previous regional. And whilst this wouldn't necessarily get them back entirely, it would be a message sent, and it would give NRG a much more difficult time in tomorrow's playoffs, which I think we all have no doubt that they will make, no matter the result here. Garrett G looks to try and find a block. Typical just stares at him and said, well, no, you're looking for the block, mate. I'm not. I'll just wait for the ball to come down here to me.
Yeah, it's been all too easy for NRG up until now, and their incredible run of form. I mean, they were on something like a 18 or 19 game winning streak going into the Rogue Series today. I'm not, I lost count literally because their win streak was so long. It's been, a very smooth ride throughout this split 2 or regional number 2 into regional number 3 era that we're in. But now they're on to a pretty sizable bump in the road. Space Station not only come back from 2 games down and win in overtime, 2 goals down and win in overtime, but now they've got the lead in the following game. So momentum definitely on their side. Let's see what NRG can do against it. That's a nice play, but it's not, I don't think it's confident enough. The pass and the shot had some power missing on them, and Space Station aren't going to hold back. Likewise, 2-0 SSG. That was off a double commit, and no third man being in position.
That 2-goal lead, Space Station Gaming inch closer and closer to that match point. You're talking about the game-winning streak. Well, NRG are currently on a 14-series win streak in itself. They'll want to hold on to that throughout the entirety of this tournament. Space Station Gaming look to rip that out of their hands before we even make it to the playoffs.
I suppose it is worth mentioning that during SSG's little streak of dominance that they had, NRG had brilliant starts to series. This is not one of them, though. 3-0. What a drop-down pass from Arsenal. And NRG are just being disposed of in this game. I think they were partly to blame for the second goal, but goal 1, goal 3, just outplays from Space Station against NRG, which that's crazy to think of these days.
What I love most about these passing plays as well is that they're not even that disguised. We see G2 go for a lot of disguised passing plays. They want to try and mix it up. SSG are just almost flaunting that player downfield, saying, this is the guy that is going to be scoring on you. You know, have fun with it.
Yeah, it's just like the first goal in this game and the last goal in game 2. NRG should see it coming, but they still can't, and I'm sure they do see it coming, but they still can't do anything about it because the passing has been so on point for Space Station. And, you know, NRG did actually intercept a couple of passes in game 2 before Space Station started to put them together. So what confidence for Space Station not to change it up and not to hold back on the passing plays because NRG had a couple of counterattacks. They think, nah, you know what? Forget NRG's counterattacks. Let's just hit them more accurately. Garrett with the outplay of the near post. 1 goal for NRG. Is it just consolation, though? Not much time left in the game.
Oh, you didn't bring out the, well, it could happen. You had that one yesterday, Johnny.
Well, that was 21 seconds. it's all about the extremes. You know, 21 seconds, absolutely reasonable. 14, less so. Now we're getting to the crazy realms of possibility when you're sub 10. So that's when it's just a bit more fun to mention than anything else.
Just out there rubbing his hands. Just like, yeah, no one's ever going to do it. That's mine.
But when it does happen, you want to have it mentioned so that you can look like a genius in the post-match montage that gets put together. That's like the clip that they put before the comeback starts. Of course, they'd have to also include your constant thoughts on the matter, which are, it's not going to happen, Johnny. We're going to have another scoreless end of a game. Nobody scores 2 goals in 20 seconds.
We both have what we want, okay? You want that one to happen. I'm going to get the one where it's the 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 the whole way through. By the way, shout out to Sandrock Gaming getting one of those earlier on today. Thank you very much, lads. Made me very, very happy. But if you want to talk about genius montages right now, we're currently watching one. It is the genius montage of Space Station Gaming and how they have picked apart NRG on the offense. They are just so confident. You see so many teams against NRG. They send a player, they lose the challenge, or they whiff the ball. Get that player back. You know, we need 3 players to defend against NRG.
Yeah.
Space Station are losing that player, and they go, cool. There's 100 boost over in that mid bit. I'm going to chill out over here. You're going to send that to me. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, it's very interesting to watch. I mean, right as I said that I think the Space Station needs to get down and dirty. They need to go for demos and they need to go just play for 50-50s, keep it simple. You know, they went for the filthy clean route instead, like we discussed in game 2. They've been passing the ball with such precision. And even in the face of some deadly counter-attacking play from NRG, Space Station think, you know what, let's just play our style. Let's just play our game. Clearly, that's what they've been working on in the run-up to this series, in the run-up to today. Team plays. They must have been drilling these into their gameplay because it's working. That's 2 games in a row against NRG, and game number 2 was a crazy comeback as well. Can Space Station end the streak that NRG are on?
Garrett had to deal with Sipical, who was harassing him on that goal line. Just get the feeling that NRG are the team that really need this first goal. Restore a bit of confidence, a bit of belief into them that, you know, Space Station Gaming are actually human right now and that they can be scored on, because so far, the last 10 minutes of gameplay, Space Station Gaming are showing up.
You know, I'm not going to be one of the people who, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people who are going to be calling this an NRG slump after just 2 games. You know, they played unbelievably for the past couple of months.
Johnny.
Yeah,
They've
10
been
minutes.
bad for 10 minutes.
Oh no, I mean, Justin's probably getting ready to change his name on Steam to, you know, Slump Incredible or something after this. He has to run by Dustin for today. Yeah, he's going to be the first to do it. I'm not, but the one thing that I did see in the last game, which didn't give me much hope for NRG, is that passing play, which was so carefully executed. They didn't just, you know, really put their car through the ball. Again, that's a miss from Justin. And NRG are finding the same positions that they were earlier on in the series, but now they're not scoring from them. They've lost their edge. They've lost that killer instinct, it would seem.
One thing we are noticing actually is Garrett again saves. He has already got 4 in this game. Nothing for either his teammates. He has been the one that's had to quickly turn himself into action, but one thing I am noticing from Justin is that those cheeky half rotations that he goes for, those constant needs to be on the ball, it's not been there over the last 5 minutes of gameplay. Instead, he's taken a step back.
Yeah,
We'll find out whether or not it's the right decision as
Oh my!
That is insane. And he has torn his hand into that brain, and he figures out exactly what Garrett wants to do.
Yeah, Garrett just got downloaded there, Rettles. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. Are you allowed to download a Garrett G? Is that not illegal? Is that not up there like downloading, movies and things you're not allowed to do? But it works. This is brilliant for Space Station. One of the most perfect ways to start off the series is to get a big mind game win on Garrett G. Oh, Justin misses! NRG have absolutely lost the plot here, Shogun. And Space Station are the ones who have to take full credit for it, because that's, I think, the third time that we've seen the least confident shooting out of NRG that we've seen in well over a month of gameplay.
And we even look at this little sequence here. That was so much easier than they ended up making it. Justin jumped, and he made Garrett second-guess himself. It could have just been the half-volley clear. Instead, it became a whole debacle just trying to get the ball into the midfield. NRG not firing on all cylinders right now. Arsenal over to Garrett. Garrett would like to have found somebody with that one, and he did. He found Arsenal. Justin comes on in. Where's his teammate? There's his teammate, but he's put high by the defender. Squishy over to Justin, and Arsenal keeps it out. Even when NRG get it all right, Space Station Gaming remind them that, it's not just on you guys. We have also got a say on if this ball goes in.
What a turnaround. Space Station Gaming, between yesterday and today, look like two completely different teams. They suddenly are right back to their best, and NRG can't hit the target. Their shooting is completely deteriorated. I thought that they were past this part of their season, where the inconsistencies start to come in after one thing goes wrong. They just had to lose one game here, and now suddenly they've forgotten how to shoot, they've forgotten how to hit the ball hard, and Space Station can't stop scoring. There's number 2.
Arsenal, mate, that's not okay. You can't just rip NRG apart like that. It has become a series that looked to be, especially in game number 1, the NRG show, just them re-establishing themselves at the top of the pecking order. As horrible it is to say for Space Station Gaming, despite how this has looked, this does not put them back at the top just yet. They have got to do this again tomorrow.
Yeah, this for now just has to be seen as a blip from NRG. They're clearly not playing their game anymore. They're in a lot of trouble here.
I just believe it every time I see Space Station go down.
You just think it's going to find the back of the net somehow. But, Space Station have played phenomenal Rocket League. Great team plays. We saw Rettles 1v1ing Garrett to start off this game. They've got their mojo back, but NRG seemingly have lost theirs. It's like not only have Space Station got their mojo back, but they've stolen NRG's to do it. They've just taken it from them. And I was critical of NRG earlier in the season, for having pretty poor disaster management. They'd lose a 50-50 in a game, and then suddenly everything would fall apart. The whole house of cards comes tumbling down just because the smallest thing would go wrong. Is this another one of those cases? Because the way NRG are playing is what I'm worried about. The result, that can happen. Even on a crazy streak like NRG have, you can still lose. That's a best of 5 against a team like SSG. Losing 3-1, not the issue. The issue is the way NRG are playing. They have just totally forgotten how to shoot and how to play with confidence in offense after a stunning game 1 and the beginning of a stunning game 2 as well. They looked like the same energy as we've been seeing in recent weeks. And then all of a sudden, Space Station Gaming to completely turn this one around.
But that is what I want to see from Space Station Gaming, not what we got yesterday. Yesterday, I got a bit worried because when we get to these stages of the season, when we've got this regional, we're not far away from hitting the major. You want the best Space Station Gaming that we can possibly see. That is exactly what we ended up getting. And for NRG, the win streak does end up dropping at 14.
Wow.
And they'll look at that and say, well, that's not the way that we're going to drop a 14 series win streak. A couple of updates as well. EUnited 3-0 against Plot Twist. Rogue 3-0 against Alpine. Team Frontline dropped 1-3 against the Peeps. And KCP have managed to go in over the top of, let me just get the proper names here, BOSF Esports. So you know, a couple of interesting results there, but so far, North America holding to script.
Yeah, I think NRG should be fine. I'd be surprised if they lose another series today. They should probably be making it in on the next round without any issues. But I'm still a little bit worried by just how much they fell apart there all of a sudden. Is it a problem with the comms? Is it a problem with their confidence? We don't really know. But what we do know is that Space Station Gaming played an incredible series there. They move on in one of the top 2 seeds to the playoffs. And once again, NRG might be on that same side of the bracket as G2.
Yeah, we're going to find that out very soon. When we come back from a quick break, it's time for round number 4.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Corelli and Gibbs, to break down this monster of a match, or what we thought it would be here, but it looks like at the end of the day, SSG is back to form.
It's just not fair. They didn't practice for 2 weeks, and they practiced for what, maybe 12 hours? And now like, we'll just clap energy. It doesn't matter. Like, obviously, these runs have to end at some point for energy. But this is so great for Space Station. They go in as a top 2 seed. I'm not sure if they're 1 or 2. I think they're number 2, but I'll have to double check that.
Do your math later.
To take down NRG, man, with this hot streak going on, 14 matches in a row they won, this is great.
Yeah, I mean, Gibbs talked about practice. Well, I think yesterday was practice and today was the real deal. I mean, Space Station, I think, even looked fine yesterday. Sure, they lost a single game or one series. Boo-hoo. But they come in here today and Space Station, boy, looks strong. And like Gibbs said, when you take down energy in this type of fashion, this is a very good trend for Space Station going forward.
Well, Corelli, I think we were talking to just during the series, Jorby, I think it was, that mentions, like, it looks like these top teams are they're playing a different game. Like, it doesn't even look close to, like, do you feel like they are now that far ahead, ahead of the rest of the North American scene?
It could be overstated in some things, in some cases, but I think in this particular series, when you have 2 top teams going up against each other, it brings out the best in all the players on the field. And I think that's why these games feel so much different, is each team knows the caliber of player on each side of the pitch, and they're comfortable with it. They know what energy brings to the field, and energy knows what Space Station brings. And it just raises that level even higher when both the teams face off.
And now from Space Station Gaming, we have Reddles joining us on the line just to talk about everything Space Station and their performance today. Welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show, Reddles.
Thank you, Leaf. Thank you.
I got to ask you right up. You're over in that new place, right? You're doing some moving recently. How is it so far?
Oh, it's amazing. Me and Arsenal moved to Miami for a few months to really focus on this major and the regional. So, I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better, honestly.
So I talked about this earlier, like in the pre-show, which you probably didn't watch, but was there a reason why you did this right before the regional and not do it next week?
Honestly, it was kind of just bad timing. With Grid this split, there's not much importance behind it, especially since it's online and 16 teams make the major, so the major spot doesn't really mean much. And we just wanted to get out here, get ready for the major, and have as much time before to really prepare.
Reynolds, I want to talk to you about the team overall and just kind of like your view, or maybe the perception you get from the community, maybe even us from the casters. Do you feel like there's a target on Space Station's back to be the team to take down every single week and the best team going into the major? Do you feel that type of pressure and that expectation from people like us or people from the community?
I feel that a lot of people forgot that we won every tournament for 4 weeks straight, and we were kind of in a slump. We were in a rough spot. I wouldn't say arguing a lot, but we had differences on how we wanted to play our play style. But now I think we've pretty much come together and decided this is how we want to play, and it's showing now.
Absolutely.
Now, I just want to bring it back too, because I always find it interesting when teams do end up bringing their players together like this. What are kind of the focuses that you think this is really going to help with? Is it just the immediate ability to run over there and be like, hey, let's talk about this, or what does this bring that you guys are going to focus on?
One, I feel like it makes us obviously play the game more, but I feel like the main thing is kind of the chemistry. I mean, seeing Arsenal run out in the living room with his shirt off, just being an idiot. I don't know. It's a good time. He's a fun guy to be around. He's one of my best friends. So I think it just makes like the vibes happier, and it's a good thing.
Yeah, that face to face for sure. I think that's absolutely an important thing. So I'm glad you said it. Anyways, Reddles, thank you so much. I'm gonna let you get on with your day now and get all settled in, because I'm sure there's still some unpacking to do. But thanks for giving us some time.
Thank you.
Yeah. And there's Reddles from SSG. Yeah, no, those moves are a lot of work sometimes. So it's good to see that they're in it though, and they're liking the atmosphere and the vibe is good. But we do have to move on and continue talking about the rest of the day, because we have more Rocket League to get to. So let's take a look at the standings right now and just understand what's going on. Gibbs, are there any updates on scenarios and what teams have to do right now to make it in?
Oh, there's a bunch, because there's 3 teams in the 0-2 area that were trying to fight for a major spot. Well, 2 of them lost. The only one left is Ghost Gaming. win that we said they absolutely needed to have a chance. Now it's up to them. So Ghost Gaming versus Down to Earth, they are tied for the very last spot. So if Ghost wins one more series today, they are in. But if Down to Earth, or I'm sorry, if Ghost does not win again today, they will play a tiebreaker match to see who goes to that major. Everyone else has clinched. So everyone else can breathe a sigh of relief at this point. So now it's all about just making it into this playoff bracket.
Well, let's talk about these matches that are coming up here. A reminder that we do have the twitch.tv/eLeague TV broadcast still going on. If you haven't hit that squad button yet, do that right now. More Rocket League is always better. They got Peeps versus Rogue and Plot Twist versus Ghost over there. Our second match on this channel here will be NRG versus EUnited, but we're going to talk about that Envy versus KCP match. First up, Corelli, I have some thoughts on this one. As Envy, they seem to be really good sometimes and then sometimes fall off, but KCP has been consistently punching at all those top dogs.
I feel very confident about KCP in that matchup. Not to say that they're going to win, but Kansas City Pioneers looked darn good yesterday against Alpine. And I know maybe Alpine isn't Envy, but it felt like KCP is still carrying over that momentum from the last few weeks. And it feels like they are kind of peaking here at the right time where when everything's on the line, the Pioneers are looking really good. And I think it's a team effort, which makes it even more so exciting for the team because every single player is playing so well.
Well, right now it's time for the Verizon fan vote. You guys know what to do. Get those hashtags in chat that you see pop up below. KCP or Envy is going to take this one. Corelli touched on it a bit there, Gibbs, that, KCP is looking pretty strong lately overall in this, but, Envy's not going to want to give this one up.
Yeah, but for KCP, whenever they're not playing on stream, it looks like it could be questionable at times. But with Envy coming in, the problem is Envy versus KCP has happened 4 times throughout the season through grid and all that, and Envy's won all 4 of them. So it seems like Envy has their number right now. So I'm a little concerned for Kansas City, but they do always show up when they're on stream. So anything can happen.
Well, give me a quick prediction then. I'll just get it from both of you here. Gibbs, start me off.
I'm going to go Team Envy. This is a pretty easy one for me.
Okay, Corelli.
Yeah, I have to agree. Envy, I think it's going to be a 5-game series, but I'm pretty confident in Envy.
Okay, I'm going to go the other way then. I'm going to say KCP. In the past, I think I would have agreed with you guys, but I'm going to have to go with KCP on this one. They've just, again, consistently found that vibe that they need to get. I think that Envy, from the last year as I watched, there was a couple questionable things that were happening there, but chat's not going to jump on this one with me, but it'll be interesting. I think it'll be close either way. I could see Envy winning, but I just say KCP has a good chance here. Get online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, to get your full thoughts out there and give your support to whatever team you want to cheer for. But it's now time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for our next round of matches.
Leaf is supporting Kansas City Pioneers because they, quote, always get the vibe they need to get, achieves. But history has said Envy is going to win this because they've done it the last 4 times.
Yeah, Envy definitely has the upper hand against KC Pioneers, but Corelli did bring up a good point. KC Pioneers do seem like they're peaking at the right time, and if there was any time to show it, it would be right here. And to be fair, in Envy versus G2, there was quite a lack of defense, and there you go. Mist can't quite pull out the first one, takes 5 seconds. Memory wins the kickoff because it goes over Turbo's head, and Mist really trying to figure out if he could challenge, decided not, and unfortunately a little hitch in the step on the way back stopped him from getting all the way to it.
Well, if there was a vibe you needed to get, that's it right there. Pioneers start off 1-0 first 6 seconds, and a miss on the wall. Oh, dear, more misses. Just nobody wants to touch the ball right now. Turbo gonna get it back to midfield, and Beast now to push it back to the corner. Mist set up in net. We'll get up over the top of it and push it back to midfield. Now Mist off the corner. Turbo back to midfield, and Memory to try and push it back into the blue. Gets a pass to 1. Atomic hits the reverse and then flicks it over 1. Beast mode. Stalls it. Memory back to the corner, and the ball's just been going from midfield to this corner to midfield to this corner the first minute. Finally, it'll break the midfield line and rotate out to the other Envy corner.
Oh, and Mist connects on the corner with Rapid, so very interesting choice. I think Mist and Rapid are the 2 players that really want to see.
What is this?
Yeah, they're deciding that they think Atomic and Turbo can take Beast Mode and Memory, and honestly, I think that's a good choice. It's a interesting decision from Rapid, I think, to not break this. But
I've just never seen it in that. I've never seen it in that formation before. Like end to end. Oh, and here comes a flip reset from Atomic over to Turbo. Oh, blocked by Beast Mode on the goal line. Player still locked in the corner. Memory now towards the net. Does he break it? No. Does Atomic will be there to get the block? Doesn't need to right away. Now Atomic back to midfield.
And it's a big risk here, I think, more so from Rapid, because if you look at the players on KC Pioneers, it's Rapid who does a lot of good work. I mean, not to say that Beast Mode and Memory don't do anything, but it feels like they more follow up to what Rapid is able to generate. So I think there's a lot of pressure here on Beast Mode and Memory to be able to match Atomic.
Just waiting for the ball to bump them out of it. As Atomic now over to Turbo. Actually, Atomic passes to himself now off the wall. Beast Mode's there, gets to pass both players. Now the breakaway. Does Miss get it? Does he break it? No, does not. I mean, the man achieves. They got to question the decision here.
You know, I don't think Mist actually made the wrong choice. I think he thought Atomic was going to make this back. I don't think he realized that that one was all the way through the midfield line till it was too late. So tough break, and KC Pioneers get it done. Atomic can't quite stay with it. 2-0 lead, KCP.
I'll be debating that one on Twitter. Both of his teammates got beat in the corner. He had time to, but yeah, possibly trusting Atomic to get back in time. And things will reset back to 3v3. 2-0 now for the Pioneers. Game number 1, a pass down, a shot, no. Beast Mode gets blocked in the goal line. Atomic places it to the corner. And now Memory onto the backboard. Passing across to Rapid, puts it into the net. 3-0 for the Pioneers.
Memory getting the hard work done here in the corner. This is tough to win the ball through Rapid for one, but that is a delicate touch to unstick that ball off the wall and get that away from the defenders. And nice job from Rapid to go and get it. 3-0 KC Pioneers. The 2v2 pays off. I thought it was a bigger risk for KCP, but they made it work. And another kickoff going to go in Memory's favor. Just get this one in the middle. There we go. 4-0. All right, game 1. Why does it feel like Envy versus G2 is still happening right now? We're halfway through. There's already 4 goals.
This game is over very quickly. We still have to play the last half of the game, but I don't see any way Envy comes back into this. Especially with 2 of them being kickoff goals. Like, this is simple stuff for extremely experienced players. Atomic past 1. Turbo up onto the backboard. Mist lurking in front of the goal. Turbo gets the dunk all by himself. There's a way to get some momentum back on your side.
Oh my goodness. He just destroyed him here on this challenge. Beast Mode was dead. Coming in from off the goal line, out in front of it. And Turbo just sat on top, says, you have nothing. Beast Mode had 0 chance to ever clear that ball because of how he approached it.
Pop over 1. Memory will stop it at the midfield line. And now looking for a 5th goal. Sends it to the net. Mist gets it to the corner. Will cover up Rapid. Turbo now holding onto the ball. Mist will get it to the midfield. Memory to Rapid. Onto the backboard. Looks for a double tap. Off the backboard. Once more. Shot underneath. 5-1 Pioneers.
Now this is a very interesting goal to find itself into the back of the net. Turbo definitely trying to go for the read. Rapid, I think, made the right decision to pass that ball off the wall. Turbo was defending the shot, so he misses the bounce. And then the player waiting behind Turbo has to try and react to that ball off the wall. So both of Envy doing the right thing. It's not that they were slow to pick up what Rapid was doing. Just Rapid made a snap decision.
Snap decision, then also followed through hounding, seeking out the goalie. So I believe it was Mist in net. Had to jump to avoid Rapid and find a way to block the shot. Difficult task. And now 4-goal lead again. After we saw Envy get on the board, Atomic will send a shot. Turbo gets bumped back into the ball for the save. The pogo save here to keep us at 4 goals. Wow.
You ever do everything right and still don't succeed? That's what it feels like right now to be Turbo.
Still wrong. That was about as close as you could come to hitting the target and still completely missed. There's Rapid off the ceiling. Nice stop to get past Mist. Turbo plays it to his own corner. Memory gets demolished by Atomic on the rotation back in. Now Atomic at midfield. 1 minute remaining. And this game got completely out of hand. And the thing that really is the difference maker right now are those 2 kickoff goals. Otherwise, it's 3-1. Game still within reach. You got to play cleaner than that if you're Envy on the kickoffs.
Yeah, that first kickoff goal just got away from him, but the second one I feel definitely should have been contained. Truly unfortunate for Envy, and another one will be turned aside. Wasn't sure Turbo was going to be able to make that one, but you're absolutely right. It was really only the kickoff goals. Even the 2v2 for about a minute and a half doesn't really look too bad here in this series. It really was those kickoff goals that put the nail in the coffin.
To 1. Beast mode. Back in the corner at this point. Maybe looking for a Brazil. 2 goals in 10 seconds. Gonna be a tough ask, but hey, I don't know. Get one and then get another kickoff goal. Turbo to push it towards the goal. It's wide. And the game's gonna be over here with the Pioneers taking that one cleanly. Vibes indeed from LeafX. Pioneers take game number 1 in the best of 5.
Yeah, LeafX currently looking like the current genius, but there is plenty of Rocket League left to be played. Envy is not one to take lightly, and like we said, the only reason this one got away was 2 kickoff goals. It could have been much tighter and far more dangerous for KC Pioneers. So honestly, you don't have to change anything, I don't think. I think just a couple of real nice plays from KC Pioneers got them through this one. Memory executing very well on the shooting department with a hat trick here, and Rapid with 2 really smart approaches on how to get the ball in a scoreable position. So well done from everyone here in KC Pioneers in the situations where it mattered. Tap in a couple of kickoff goals that just edge out Envy. You got yourself a winning formula. Oh, don't forget that, Turbo tries to get the bump and save the ball. That one didn't help either.
Yeah, that would have cut down the score margin a little bit. And Turbo's 1 goal, very, very impressive stuff.
It was nice. It was a sick dunk.
We'll see if they can expand on that 1 goal this time and keep this game from getting out of hand in the first minute and a half. Rapid takes the air, missed, follows him, booster to booster, blocks him. Now beast mode to the corner. Turbo with a clear. Memory back towards the box, missed with the adjustment. Turbo pinched this one into the midfield. Rapid now into a corner. Over the top of 1, off the backboard, missed out. Atomic with the extension, and Memory will get the clear away.
And right
Pass
now,
in the mid.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
Oh, it's okay. And there's just ball still just going around the edge. No actual scoring opportunity yet.
Not yet. Okay, there we go. Memory has to make a block and minimal boost as well. It actually feels to me like Memory's the guy with the plan here so far on KC Pioneers. A lot of these goals have come through with some great decision making. And how about Mist edging that one through the midfield?
Yeah, can he get it out to a teammate? He popped it really high in beast mode, had a quick read. He gets it back down to the blue half, and Atomic will have to clear. Finds Turbo Pulsa off the wall, into the midfield again. Beast mode's there. Rapids up for it. Got Memory underneath. This is a threatening position, and look at him get him off the backboard and out to the corner. Now Memory back in front of the box again. Atomic long clear. Beast mode struggling to gain control of this. Rapid will pick it up off the butt bounce. Now pass missed. Turbo demolished. Atomic and Mist bump into each other. Beast mode gets it behind, and Mist still just gets him just enough in the way, and Turbo's able to respawn, get back in goal, block it, but no, still no clear. Plenty of stops, but no clear. Pioneers score first.
Yeah, every member there at KC Pioneers doing a really nice job managing that ball stuck against the wall, approaching the challenges with the proper timing and the angles to make sure that ball didn't get too far away. And then you combine that with a bump right at the end. Atomic hoping that corner boost would spawn, so he was trusting his teammates to make a clear since the ball wasn't going too fast. And then fortunately for them, KCP played it perfect.
Beast mode demolished by Turbo Pulsa on his way out. Demolition not going to matter. The rest of Pioneers able to push forward. Now missed a cherry pick here. Actually expected the touch to come through. Now Turbo gets a dunk in front of the goal. Nobody crashes the box. The Pioneers will dribble this one back out of their half.
Oh, man.
Oh, pass out. Turbo have to chase this out of his goal. Beast Mode's pass was good, but no one was there. Rapid on the far side. Went for the challenge now. Memory up against Mist. Mist gets all of it. Beast Mode now. Being followed by Atomic into the midfield. Turbo's up first. He'll get the win, and Mist will try to extend it. This one picks up the midfield boost. A nice extension here onto that backboard. Now Beast. Great clear, but Atomic is in the corner already with the read. And now Rapid here with a shot. Upper 90 bounces off the crossbar and out. Atomic and Mist will try to keep playing defense as the Pioneers starting to put the pressure on.
Yeah, this is dangerous, but Rapid thankfully doesn't get a good touch there. Envy will have a chance. Memory can't block it. Envy will break out of the cage, but for how long is the question?
It's off the backboard once more. Turbo again with the miss, and Atomic will stretch it to the corner. Gets through one player, missed off the corner, and Atomic with a demolition, but Turbo, after that miss, it rotated all the way back. They didn't have the three-man press that could have turned that into a goal and tied up the game. Envy trailing by 1 in the series. Here's Memory with a shot, the follow-up just barely off. Trying to cover up the possible post bounce. I like the idea from Pioneers, just the execution not quite there.
Envy all in the same place right now. They got to spread themselves out, and they're going to have to give up possession for it, too.
Memory using all of his boost to extend that one down. Beast Mode off the backboard. Mist will pick this one up. Get it out to Atomic, just barely ahead of his teammate. Now Mist following up his own touch. Rapid gets the block. Beast Mode gets the clear. Pioneers defense stays perfect.
Oh, Atomic, nice save. Memory doing a nice job putting the pressure on Turbo Pulsar, forcing that weak shot. That allowed the follow-up, and well defended by Envy. There's a bump and a tough play to be made for Turbo. And KC Pioneers unwilling to give up possession here, will continue to waste more time, and with only 60 left, it's going to be a tough ask for Envy to get something here without a big play. Oh my goodness.
Let's keep trapping it here in the corner. Beast Mode bow back down. Turbo turning around. He's got it locked. He's got some boosts. Passes off to Misk, and Misk double tap this. Back down. Here comes Atomic. In front of the box, still high in the air. Turbo pulls it, reach for it. Beast Mode gets in his way, and now Mist up for the shot. Sends it to the box, but it's wide. Now Memory trying to dribble it out.
Oh, there we
back
go.
to Mist in front. He should have that one through. 33 seconds left, and we're all tied up.
Beast Mode in the right place, but there's zero boost. He could only pick up the 12 pad on the left side of the goal, and it was not enough to get him back in time. He was just driving around like, I need something. And unfortunately, all that came back was a shot from Mist.
Mist now to try and take the lead. Envy yet to lead here against the Pioneers. There's a nice setup. Here comes Atomic. Tries to go for it slow, but Memory goes even slower. The changeup not going to work. Now Beast Mode back to midfield. 20 seconds left, and it could still end in regulation. Mist past one. Everyone, the rest, the Pioneers turn around backwards. The pass back down to Mist sends the shot too high. Atomic's lurking on the far side, waiting for the read on this bounce. It's over his hood. Doesn't actually touch it. Turbo tries to push back in. All three members of Pioneers here in the corner. Back in front is Mist there with Turbo. It's lofted in the midfield. Beast Mode could possibly dribble this one. Mist demoed could possibly save the game for Envy. We'll go to overtime in game number 2. 1 apiece. Envy trying to tie up the series.
Now here's your test. Honestly, it feels like a must-win for Envy. KC Pioneers playing this well. I don't know if I would take Envy to get 3 straight. They might get 1, maybe even 2, but it's a lot to ask with KC Pioneers doing so well on the pitch right now.
Memory looked for the crazy high shot. Here's Rapid. Challenged by Turbo and by Mist. Left Atomic in net, but he got to the corner just fine. Now Rapid. His attempt. Mist to the corner once more. Mist has just been the frontline defense. Multiple pushes in a row.
Oh, free shot.
But keep it on the ground. Beast Mode shot just a little too slow. Both Atomic and Mist able to spread out and cover up many of the lanes. Atomic gets it back to midfield finally, but immediately countered by Rapid, and it's been all Pioneers on offense here in overtime.
Yeah, Envy trying to do their best to make sure they hang on to those midfield boost pads worth 100, because that's what's allowing KC Pioneers to be so aggressive and try and jam a lot of these challenges in the corner.
Rapid through 2 players. Turbo Pulsar alone in the net. Gets covered up by Atomic. That touch nearly works in Pioneers' favor, as Atomic will leave it then in midfield as the front line kind of stalls out the rotation from Envy, and Memory and Beast Mode look to counter it. Ball still, 1:16 into this overtime. Spent precious few moments in the orange.
This is difficult. Atomic needs to handle this with great care, and thankfully Turbo dodged the demo. Mist now has to cover up, and it's getting even more dangerous.
Ooh. Here's Memory. Could win it here. No, it's going to be wide, and Mist takes it off to the side. Memory now looking for goalies as Beast Mode clears the way. Oh, Rapid couldn't turn it in. Memory's got the softest touch to drop it down. 2 games up now, the Pioneers.
You knew this one was going to be dangerous after Atomic got taken out of the play. Mist and Turbo coming back from the opposite end need to make sure that they get the right read, but Turbo, expecting a different bounce, is facing straight out, cannot jump. Mist is well late on the comeback, and 2 in a row for KC Pioneers. And Memory again, 681, 2 goals, 3 saves, 4 shots, and KC Pioneers put the screws to him.
Absolutely. Man, there was so many small, subtle touches that maybe seem inconsequential and are never going to make it into a top 5 reel in this game for the Pioneers. But the amount of times they were able to keep the ball completely corralled and controlled. While it wasn't moving quickly, it was the fact that the ball was moving so slow removed options from the already planted, installed NV defense that when they drive into the ball, they're not going to be able to add much pace to it. By keeping it slow and controlled like that, the Pioneers able to manipulate this game to where that overtime, the ball didn't touch their backboard. That was crazy. I mean, when you're suffocated that much, it's inevitable that you're going to score.
It shows the value of the proper approaches to challenges. You got to give a lot of credit to how KC Pioneers managed that game. It really wasn't about trying to do too much. It was just don't let Envy have anything. And that is what type of game you can wind up with. It's not very high scoring, but it gets the job done. And when you finally break that defense down, there's very little they can do about it.
Well, as we get into game 3, can Envy find the reverse sweep? They've scored one goal per game. This team has not been very prolific on the offense so far.
They haven't had much chance to even show what they can do on offense. I mean, when you've got players like Mist and Atomic sitting there scratching their heads on how to break through, and Turbo Pulsa trying to squeeze through the gaps, and Memory making good saves, it's a tough series to try and win.
Well, they've made it as hard as possible for themselves.
But is today the day?
Is today the day? We'll see how this goes. Pioneers trying to qualify for the playoffs. We heard it from Gibbs on the desk. There's really no major points left on the line. At this point in the day, it's just about the money and the prestige of winning the event. Making it through to tomorrow, the key to victory here. Missed. Keeps the ball high in midfield. Beast mode up for it. Pushes it back. Now Turbo on a demoed goalie is missed there. Atomic found the demolition. Mist was on the far side. Could possibly have taken the free shot. Now through the area. Still got to have to take a boost to take it onto the backboard. Stalls it out in front of the box. Beast mode doesn't get much of it. Nearly gets scored on by Rapid. And now Atomic through the air up against Memory. He'll get the clear all the way back down, and Turbo pushes it to his corner.
I really liked Rapid's approach to that ball. It was just be patient. You know KC Pioneers are in a bad spot, but the ability for Memory to get there and immediately shut that attempt down, that's what's really frustrating Envy. They feel like they get a decent opportunity to start gaining possession, and then plays like that happen, the bump comes through or something like that, and they have a chance here, but it's enough. Oh my goodness, I thought they were going to pull that out for sure.
Missed. How does this go through into the corner? Pinches it off the corner over the top of one, and then it's just the narrowest window for Turbo Pulsa to smush it under the crossbar. The ball, you know, I mean, it went egg-shaped to get through there.
Yeah, Beast Mode trying to challenge Turbo, ended up just hitting it off the bar, and the rebound went right back into him, and he own-goaled it. Forced own goal from Beast Mode, and finally Envy with a lead. We'll see how long that lasts.
Missed an Atomic. Trying to stall out play in the midfield. Memory comes barreling in, pushes it to the corner. Rapid with the setup in front of the box. But no play from Beast Mode. We're back. Envy, I believe, with their first lead of the series. I mean, scored first finally. Now here comes Mist. Looking to extend it. He'll get the second one in right here around halftime.
Yeah, Rapid got scared here in the goal. He's sitting in there with 2 boosts, and it takes a nasty hop. He goes, oh, no, not like this. And no chance. Tough break. That's twice now. There's been a couple of times where people are just sitting around the goal line for KC Pioneers with nothing in the tank, and they just can't stop the shot. So a 2-goal lead for Envy. And game 3 definitely going more in their favor, but a lot of time left, and this is a good opportunity, though. Envy, if they manage to just shut down KC Pioneers in the same manner that's been happening to them, that will set a nice tone heading into game 4.
Atomic now off his own backboard. Mist in his corner will pick up boost, circle back around, take control of the ball, gets it over the top of one. Atomic gets demoed in the midfield, but Mist still with the dribble plays, gets all the way to the box. Beast Mode sends it to his corner. Now Memory coming out of the corner, gets it across midfield, tries to challenge Turbo, but Turbo wins it.
this is a question for Envy. We've said the challenge game has been so crucial for the KC Pioneers in the previous couple of wins, and it seems here in Game 3 that Envy is slowly but surely starting to get their hands on more and more and preventing those stalemates.
1:27 on the clock. Envy with the best looking game they've had so far. You said that they would give them at least one game, maybe two. And here's my thing. If they get two, they're into Game 5, and Turbo Pulse is on Champions Field. KC Pioneers will have fallen into Envy's trap. So
indeed.
We'll see if they get there. This game's starting to look more and more like we can give it to Envy. But the Pioneers, they have not struggled to gain control as this one drops into the box. This one should be a goal. Oh no, Memory doesn't find it between the posts, and now the counterattack possibly? No, the rest of Envy too low on boost, not able to push
they got
forward.
it back. Wow.
Oh, push it on in. Rapid scores. That's a 1-goal game.
That's a good rally there from Kansas City Pioneers. With Memory shooting so well, it was surprising to see him miss that first shot. But Beast Mode gave him a second opportunity. He didn't mess it up. Put it right out to Rapid over the head of one Envy defender. They're back within one. They got 50 seconds. It'll be tough but doable. And Mist is unfortunate because he could not score that open goal and really put this game away.
40 seconds left. Pioneers looking for the sweep. Gotta find a goal. Get us to overtime again. Sloan's out of the corners. This one looking dangerous. Right now, Pioneers needing to find a clear first before they can find a goal. Rapid, nice now. Beast mode up. Extends it pass to aerial defense. This one's scary. Memory's onto the back corner. Just a bit too high. Memory's been shooting above the crossbar a bit today. With 9 seconds left. Turbo with a clear. Memory to stall. Gets the pinch of a lifetime. Beast Mode's there. Rapid's there as well. It's still alive. Are you kidding? Beast Mode and Rapid back in front. Memory just put it true. Oh, it gets blocked by the defense, and Envy will take the game. Oh, that one made you sweat.
Yeah, Envy really started tightening up there right at the end. They got very scared when Memory had a couple of opportunities. Maybe he's been shooting above the crossbar a little bit today, but in this series, he has been on fire. So surprising to see 2 opportunities, 3 almost, to be fair. That last one did have a 3-man diving stop attempt at it. But with Memory shooting so well, was surprised to see him ping 2 of them off the frame. So tough break for him. He's been playing a good series, but don't let it rattle you. Like you said, it's tough to sweep anybody in this game. And Envy definitely not one you would expect to get 0-3. So they do get 1, but it's a long way back. Still a lot of Rocket League to play now in the final 2 games.
Final 2 games, Envy, yes, definitely not in this yet. And I don't think the Pioneers will get rattled after 1 game and a few close shots. The close ones not, I think, as bad as the big whiffs or the terrible flubs. It's a difficult game. It's a game of pixels, you know. You missed by 1 pixel, don't beat yourself up about it. You're still up 2 games on the 4-time. Gotta get 1 more under your belt to move on to Sunday's playoffs. Turbo into his corner. This one dangerous. Rapid tries to turn on it quickly. Mist will pop it past him on the wave dash. Now gets it past the back line as well. Memory rotating around, and the 3rd man will pick up control. He's going to go up against Atomic next. Lofts in the midfield. Turbo up for the shot. Double tap it. Misses the tap entirely. And what a pop there to get it back to midfield from Beast Mode.
Yeah, if you're all wondering how Turbo misses that open net, the answer being he didn't have a lot of boost when he jumped for it. He was trying to compensate with the speed. Memory denied by Mist. A great save, and Beast Mode trying to weave his way back towards that blue goal. It will stall out here in the corner.
There's Memory with the trap. Up against Turbo. Went long ways down. Now Turbo onto the backboard once more, but very far away. Turbo now across to Mist. Can he reach it? No, Mist doesn't even touch the ball. Atomic now in, pushing it into the box again, and Memory and Beast Mode kind of tangle up on top of each other, but Memory gets all of this one. Dribbles it past 2. Can he tap this one in? Would have been quite the angle. Gets the setup for Beast Mode. Atomic will get the save, and now Mist extends it midfield, carrying it through the air on the air dribble. Drops to Atomic, now back into the midfield. We'll see. Memory try and stop it in front of his box. Now Beast Mode back out. Rapid out of boost and just falling back to earth.
Ooh, free ball.
This ball's all missed.
Heavy touch. Oof.
Oh, the touch over Atomic. Missed. Down to Turbo. Into the goal. Defense tried to challenge him at the point of contact. Didn't quite get there.
That's a great cover-up from Atomic there. I said it right before this goal went in. That was a heavy approach from Mist out of the midfield. You thought someone from KC Pioneers was going to be able to go up there and challenge it. Atomic, quick reactions to go and take it away and keep it in a spot that they can do something with it. And they turn it into a goal. Envy again scoring first.
Here's Atomic with a drop to Mist. Mist too far away from it. Memory and Rapid with the quick response. Beast Mode challenging from the left side. Here he is in the midfield. Gets the ball back to Rapid. Back across. Atomic. Great clear. Straight down center. Turbo with the soft touch to drop it. Dangerous. Atomic over the top. No. Couldn't quite get through the defense. Here's Mist. The defense just stays grounded. Beast Mode with a block. Turbo out. The defense just decided to play a reaction ball, and you can't do that.
Well, you can't do that, but it was their only option here. They both knew. And Rapid actually trying to go and defend that near post with Mist shot, trying to be the first one to cover up Turbos because the first save, they were still landing. They couldn't defend the near post again. So nice job from Turbo, picking the spot. Just hit it with pace and see if it gets there.
Atomic looked for the nasty kickoff goal. We're up by 2. This was enough in game number 3. Turbo now following this one. Memory keeps it underneath him. Atomic to the edge. Rapid back midfield. Beast Mode with the shot and Missed with the save. Turbo now on the dribble. Beast Mode takes control. Mist slaps it out of his hands and then taps it in himself on a wide defensive rotation. 3 goals now for Envy.
Yeah, Memory only has 5 boosts, so he went hunting for some there. Was thinking about turning up field, expecting his teammates to win that challenge. Went straight over the top of 2 of them, and Memory, a little too much faith. No time to make it back. 3-0 Envy in game 4, looking out of reach.
We have a situation now if you're the Pioneers. Game 1, oh my gosh, you ran away with it. Game 2, took it in overtime after completely smothering Envy, and now in game 4, trailing by 3 with less than half the game to go. Game 5 looking extremely likely, and Envy starting to carry all the momentum. I feel like for the Pioneers, you've got to find a way to put this one back together. With 3,
even if it's not a win, I mean, you do have to get something going here. You don't want to be feeling down going into game 5, that's for sure.
Now Turbo's looking to make it 4. So demolition happens. Memory with the pop. Missed up towards the net over the top. Beast Mode's just loose, and Memory Mist will get it in. That's 4-0. We're going to be going to game 5. It's just a matter of how this Pioneers mentality take them into that game achieves.
Yeah, so Beast Mode, not the world's greatest approach to that ball, and I think he just kind of gave up on it because he realized Mist was well over his head, and Memory thought Beast Mode was obviously going to make a better approach than that. And as soon as Beast Mode gave up the ball, well, that was all she wrote. Rapid trying to make Atomic dance, and he got him! What a play! Now, this is a fun one.
This is exactly what you need to get the mojo back on your side. Comes back down, just like a backflip shot, I guess. Oh, that was pretty. Beautiful placement, too.
It makes it so dangerous, too, because as soon as you jump and hit that 180, Atomic knows there's a lot of power stored up in that, so he's got to jump early if he wants to have a chance to save it. And Rapid managing the timing perfectly, but it's going to go right back, and a great save. So game 4 still looking unlikely to win for KC Pioneers, but they do get 1 on the board. But Envy, oh, man, talk about storming back with authority.
Absolutely, but I feel like that is like the best sort of goal you could have if you're a Pioneers fan at this point. But down by 4,
one that breaks the tension.
Yeah, I'm happy to call this game dead at this point. But you need one that just that helps get a little bit of like, we can still do this. We're still strong. We have crazy plays up our sleeves. Watch this. Don't forget, we can do this to you again next game when the score is back to 0-0. We let this one get out of hand. We're going to game 5. We got a chance. Pioneers really continuing to put effort on.
You know, Turbo's been doing a great job here in game 4, getting a lot of demos on key players on the way back. That's a big miss, and everyone's gone from Envy. They can't score it. Beast Mode can't get all the way around the ball, and it will fall apart. That one, they definitely would have liked to score that one just to feel good about it, but that's okay.
Smith down into the corner with 10 seconds left. He doesn't really need to do anything with this ball. It will end, and we will go to game 5. Turbo Pulsa is going to his home field. Will that hold true again? And let me remind you, people at home that weren't watching at the beginning of this match, these two teams have played 4 times this season. Envy has won every single time. We thought this was Pioneer's chance.
You felt good after 2-0. Was today the day? Well, now you're no longer sure. And yes, it is tough to reverse sweep. I mean, that's the only reason I still give maybe a slight edge to KC Pioneers going in here in 5. It's tough for any team to win 3 straight games against any opponent. So there is no guarantee here. It's mostly based on statistics more than how I'm feeling about how the teams are playing.
Yeah.
It's just unlikely. So we'll see what Envy brings out here in the final 5 minutes, but they are starting to really dial in here. It feels like KC Pioneers starting to get a little flustered.
The thing I'm waiting for is they've got this player, and he's currently at the bottom of the scoreboard for the Pioneers, and I feel like we've been seeing kitten mode all series. I want to see the beast mode activate. I want to see beast mode step up and get the crazy plays. That goal from Rapid was a nice energy boost. Hopefully he's able to ride that and start creating some goals like that of his own. We've seen what this guy can do when he's feeling good. I want to see it here on Champions Field. Game 5, one last game to decide this series and send one of the teams through to the playoffs tomorrow. Who's it going to be? Envy or Pioneers? Kansas City Pioneers.
Chat had 33% for KCP. The rest for Team Envy. And now's your time, KC Pioneers. Will you finally take them down?
Prove them right. As they come back in, Rapid now on control, up against Mist, back in the midfield. Turbo nowhere to be found. Atomic come back out of goal. Memory trying to get that smothering pressure going again. Pioneers did such a good job at the beginning of this series controlling the ball as demos rain galore. Back across the box, and a stall out to drop it down in. Mist can't even get in front of the ball. He's just to the side the whole time as Beast Mode's putting the pressure on once more. Rapid again to stop it, and Atomic has to turn around. He's out of boost, can't even challenge. Memory now. Up against one, it was Mist who pushes it center field high. Atomic off the backboard. Excellent clear. Turbo to reach for this and send it onto the backboard. Looks for the double tap himself. Oh, the block missed. Puts it upper 90 on the far side, and that's the first goal for Envy.
I thought Turbo had this all the way. Memory one-on-one with a double tap over your head. I mean, you hope they shoot it right at you, and he does, but how about Mist not giving up on the play? That's the only reason that ball found its way into the orange net, because Mist was not willing to believe it was a goal.
Turbo up. Memory will get in there first. Now Mist pushes it high again. Missed the midfield boost. Still got a third of a tank to work with. Misses the corner boost as well. He'll be a little out of the play for now as Atomic tries to stall it out, give his teammates time to get back behind. Turbo, nice win in the midfield. And out to the corner once more. Atomic to work with. But the ball will outstretch both players. Missed on the half flip, has to rotate back into his back third. It's Rapid. Tries to stop this. Turbo pulls in goal, gets a pop high. But they're still going to need to find a clear, and there's Atomic to create it out of nothing. Lofted in the dead center of the field. Turbo Pulsar will push it to the edge. Missed lots of space, keeps it high. Turbo rotated back around. Atomic tried to reach that ball on the ceiling, but Beast Mode beat him to it. And now Turbo all the way into the Pioneers' corner on that clear. A lot of long ball from both teams.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. It was a good move from Memory to try and bring that ball down onto a dribble because, yeah, it was a lot of long clears back and forth, and Memory recognizing that's only going to favor Envy as they have the lead right now. That's a big miss from Turbo Pulse. It should let him out, and Rapid also trying to slow pace of play down. Works it through 2. Make it 3.
Small ball working its way through. Turbo Pulse gets a block, but here's a shot just a bit high again. The follow-up's not there either. Missed. Chase this one on top of him with Atomic. Beast Mode up against Turbo. They shoot it straight at him. Rapid just flies in to take the ball away from him at the last moment. Trying to drop these down to Memory. Memory with a miss. Turbo Pulse out of goal to the edge. Mist will try to chase this as well, but Turbo Pulse calls him off, keeps it on the side, and into the Pioneer corner. 2:15 on the clock in Game 5. Atomic with the flip reset shot, and Beast Mode will get the save.
It's great recognition from Memory to go up there because he saw Atomic trying to set up for that flip reset. Got up nice and early, forced his hand, and made that shot a lot more difficult. Now it's into the middle. Doesn't take a good bounce. Turbo's got to wait, and this will stall out. But again, this is favoring Envy when this ball gets stuck in the corner.
Oh, that's a dangerous bounce. Here comes Beast Mode. And Atomic will be able to cover it up, but here's the follow from Memory. No, beaten by Turbo. This ball just barely off target. Rapid will extend it off the backboard and back to midfield. Beast Mode sends the shot. Atomic with the save. The ball is just going end zone to end zone on 2 touches from both teams.
Ooh. Just a little bit of a surprise thrown right at him. His teammate kind of dropping that flip reset in the midfield, and now KC Pioneers, now's not the time to get antsy and start trying to do too much, because that's when the game's going to get away from you. You're going to make a silly mistake. Stay within yourselves. You still got plenty of time.
Atomic, excellent clear. Kept the ball glued to the ceiling, stretches all the way into the orange. Beast Mode now, trying to hold on to this himself. And missed out to Atomic, who back passes the Turbo, I guess. We'll call that intentional. 1 minute remaining, only a 1-goal game. You cannot afford an own goal right now.
Would be the worst time.
Memory. Up to Rapid, to Beast Mode in the box. Onto the backboard, missed, scarily touches this one towards Memory, and Atomic will bail him out of dodge. Now Turbo, not quite there. Shot from Rapid on the backboard, looking for the double tap. Turbo with the save. No tie game. Missed with the clear. 35 seconds left, and Envy's holding on.
Memory cut different. He thought that ball, as it tipped off the defender, was going to go left, and it fell off to the right, so he couldn't score the open goal. Off of a heroic effort from Rapid, another one on target. Atomic takes it away from the backboard.
Beast Mode booms this to the corner, and Memory has to spend so much time just trying to get to that ball. Envy's got time to adjust, and 10 seconds left. Pioneers, they've got the pressure that they've had all game, but can they find the goal? No, it's through into an empty backfield. They'll score the security goal, and the reverse sweep. Do not take Turbo Pulsa to Champions Field.
Envy. Way to give your fans a heart attack. A couple times in this series, you had to really work for it, but as you say, Turbo delivers in Champions Field, an MVP performance, 1 goal, 1 assist, 1 save, and 4 shots. And Envy are gonna reverse sweep KC Pioneers. It turns out that today is not the day.
Maybe the vibes just wasn't enough. You know, Leaf, I hear you, man. They've been hitting that vibe, but Game 5 against Envy, it's nobody's vibe. No one wants to do that. Turbo Pulsa does take that one down and literally does get the MVP medal here for the final game of the series, and they will qualify for our playoffs tomorrow. The GOAT hanging on here in the 3rd regional.
You know, and it was unfortunate there for Memory as well. I feel like he started off that series so well, and in that, what I believe it was Game 3, when he had 2 chances to put the ball away, it just got both of them off the frame, couldn't turn them both in, and after that moment, he just never really quite had the same effectiveness in that series, so not necessarily his fault. I mean, there were a lot of tough situations and difficult reads to be made, but Memory was playing so well, and then it just fell apart, and KC Pioneers were so close to bringing it back. Good try, but Envy win again.
They certainly do, and we'll get to continue here with more exciting Rocket League and more former world champions, actually defending world champions, taking the pitch since we didn't have one last season. NRG going to be taking on EUnited after the break. Stick around. You're watching RLCSX.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back, folks. We just got done watching Envy reverse sweep the Kansas City Pioneers, who started that series off 5-1, I think. That was something crazy like that. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Achieves. And man, Achieves, we really do feel like the Pioneers are starting to come into their own, but there's just something about this Envy team that won't go away. Hello? Every time.
Okay, let me try that again. Anyway, yes, KC Pioneers started off with a bang. Yes, developing into their own. They were controlling that series from the get-go. Atomic and Mist were having a little bit of trouble getting started, but then the challenge game started to come through later on in the series, and KC Pioneers just didn't have the ability to rally back. Couldn't get anything going. Close on a couple of tries, but just not able to get those shots under the crossbar. Shaky from Envy at the start, but that's what the best teams do. They win on their off days, and they did it.
They certainly did. We'll get to see them play tomorrow. Now, two more teams looking to make it through to tomorrow. EUnited about to take on NRG. We saw NRG earlier in the day. We've seen them a few times. They played against Rogue and Zero Effort, but then lost to Space Station. Space Station starting to bounce back as they went 3-0, getting off of this week. Are they having a slump? Doesn't look like it anymore to me here. And now NRG taking on EUnited. Thoughts about this EUnited roster as we get into game number one?
You know, I asked Tristan before this game started as an homage to CRL. You know, I said, Tristan, are you going to hit some clang bangers? And he said, I'm going to hit some clang bangers with help from the world. So everyone give Tristan your energy. He's going to need it if he wants to take down a team like NRG. Yes, NRG looked a little bit shaky in what I would say was a collapse versus NRG, but EUnited not one to take lightly.
Well, we'll see how things go. Tristan, one of the first and definitely the strongest prospects we've seen move up from the CRL into the RLCS. And now here's Garrett G trying to stop him. This is one of the strongest exhibitions we're going to see for this player on one of the biggest stages, going up against the defending world champs. One to Mike, out to Ajax, back to one to Mike, flips into it, nice pre-flip shot, and Justin will get the block. Now Justin with an extension over the top of one and into enemy corners. Tristan hanging back on defense will turn on this and pick it up.
One to Mike. I mean, when you come out here and your first shot on target is a pre-flip tip over the head of someone challenging you, that's a good start for EUnited. Nice couple of bumps, and Tristan will open the door, but Ajax can't get it under the crossbar. Justin was toast.
Tristan versus Squishy. One to Mike out. Off the wall, here's Ajax. It's a soft touch off the ceiling. Nobody challenged it, so it bounces back down cleanly, and then back in front of the box. Tristan will push it to the corner. Ajax off of one. As the balls, most of EUnited's touches right now are going vertically. Seems like they're bouncing the ball off the ceiling and then bouncing it off the ground, not really moving the ball too much down the field, and we're not having to see NRG in their own half make too many defensive stops. They just have to sit there and just watch the ball and wait for it to stop bouncing before they can take control and push it back into the blue.
Well, you can see Tristan there. He might agree with you, trying to bring the ball down on a dribble, and long clear from Garrett G. Ajax can get up to it and off the bar. Oh, so close.
One to Mike trying to get it through Justin. It's back into the box again, and Tristan with an excellent clear. Stopped by Squishy, the midfield line, but Tristan up to counter it. Gets it through Garrett G, and now Justin going to be picking up his boost and need to quickly turn on this one to buy some time for Squishy and net. The two players tag team it out of the goal, and now Squishy on the breakaway. Back into the corner once more, looking for Tristan in goal and on the backboard. Ajax doesn't make contact. Squishy still sort of on Tristan's back wheels. And we'll see Ajax get a nice clear. Garrett G out of his corner, over the top of one. Up against Tristan, bounces between the two players, and Squishy with the open net will score the first goal.
Yeah, this all goes back to actually Garrett G being able to beat that defender right there. There was a demo on the goal line, which means Tristan was going to be the third man because Justin was just taken out by the other player from EUnited. So if Tristan doesn't win that ensuing challenge, they're toast, skipped out sideways, and Squishy uncontested. It's not going to miss that.
Justin with a nice clean kickoff. EUnited picks it up in their own half after a lack of counter pressure. One to Mike. Out of his corner, slow play up against Garrett. Pinches it with him. Squishy will pick up control in the corner. Challenged by Ajax, goes to the midfield, and one to Mike now to the edge. Justin off the wall, back into the midfield for Squishy, who gets it back to Justin, looks for the shot, 2 defenders, they'll get the save. Justin quickly to turn it back around, see if he can set up something for Garrett G. Gets it off the wall, Garrett G sends a shot on target and blocked again by Tristan. Now back in once more, 3rd attempt from Squishy Muffins, 2 demolitions and still no goal. Justin now to get it back away over the top of Tristan. NRG putting on so much pressure, and yet the Tristan defense stands up strong.
Oh, off the crossbar. That one just wide. Garrett G will fire one at the open goal. NRG, very good at creating chaos in front of the goal line. I mean, they had EUnited all crisscrossed up there. Wonder Mike was close to getting back to that one. Not enough. 2-0 lead for NRG in game 1. It hasn't been too bad of a game for EUnited, to be honest. I like the approach that they have. If they're given time, they're trying to take it because they understand that possession is valuable, especially against a team like NRG. It's just the challenge game that's just been on the money for NRG, trying to take the balls away on those dribbles.
And just when I wanted to compliment the defense of EUnited, they finally let a few through here, and it's not from a lack of try, not from a lack of a clean effort. It's just, this is how strong NRG's offense is.
Yeah, I mean, Tristan's forced to just smash that ball off the side because of how he's approached by Garrett there, and Squishy just recognizing there's an opportunity, and he's got the speed to get to it. He's going to go up there and see if it goes in the net.
It's Justin. Going to stop one. Tristan at the edge. Beaten by Justin and Garrett G now into the midfield. Ajax alone in the back. Bounces off the wall. Crosses the net. Justin try and follow one to Mike. Up by 3, NRG feeling confident about game number 1. Tristan's going to try, but oh my gosh. Justin literally just picks the ball up, says thank you very much. I'm going to push this over here now that there's no goalie. Sorry about you, Tristan.
You know, we called Tristan CRL's Justin because of how mechanically brilliant he is. But, you know, when you go up against the guy himself, you realize just how good he is. And I think Justin's got Tristan's number. That's 2 challenges in a row where he has just dusted Tristan.
I mean, it's like you're playing a collegiate system, and then the pro system is usually made up of the few best players of the collegiate systems. You might be the best in the league, but you're just an average player here. If most collegiate systems work out. 30 seconds left, up by 4. Game definitely over here for NRG. Tristan looking strong on this EUnited roster, but gonna maybe take a little bit longer to start feeling at home in the RLCS.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I don't think Tristan actually looks too far out of place, really. I mean, he's got the pace. He's not really doing anything wrong. It's just, oh, he went for a big pre-jump there, hoping Ajax was going to bomb it at him. But yeah, I think Tristan has actually worked out a little bit better than a lot of people, including myself, would have hoped. I thought Hoxer was just an absolute monster on that EUnited roster, but to be honest, Tristan really has fitted quite nicely. I mean, like we said, he's not being outpaced, he's not consistently losing challenges or anything like that. It's just, you know, does his team win the game? And right now, it's been a bit of a struggle for him, but they are on the rebound, I think.
EUnited here, I think Tristan is a great pickup, and I'm excited to watch him continue to become more and more comfortable and more solidified here as he adjusts to the pace of play. It's different when you are the best with the big fish in a small pond, and then coming up to the big pond and realizing that every other fish is as big as I am. There's a little bit of an adjustment period there, and I think Tristan might still be in that. But even in this game number 1 here, led the team. I think that all of EUnited here just a little bit beaten, like you talked about the 1v1 game, the challenge game from NRG, just so strong. And when every time you're going up against a player, you know you're going to lose, like there's very little you can do. So
it's very irritating when you know you're going to lose. But no, you got to give a lot of credit to NRG. They really didn't try and do too much there. Really did a nice job shutting down a lot of those attempts from EUnited to bring the ball down. That's usually my preferred method. It's like, look, we're getting beat, try and bring the ball down, trap it, force challenges, and NRG are still winning that. That's tough. And there's combined with the demos. I mean, what are you gonna do?
You're gonna sit there and pray, I guess. Tristan's gonna try and get this one. I mean, the clear is honestly, he wants it to go up, not directly out. It functioned as a pass, not the best of touches. But also, what do you do off of kickoff there? Just make the touch you can.
Exactly. I mean, there's a very, very small window of time right there where you get that perfect power shot off the backboard, and that difficulty on that clear was increased by the fact that it was right next to the ramp. so it's a little bit tougher to time it, and he was just a little bit late.
Justin now. Tristan takes it off of him. Squishy. Try and gain control of this one. Gives it to Garrett G in a creative fashion, and demolitions all over the place. The rest of EUnited not on the field, leaves the open net wide open.
You know, if there's one thing NRG has, it is absolutely quick reactions. Justin takes off ball cam to demo someone, turns it back on while he's landing, and as he turns it back on, the ball punches right out to him. And so he hits the ground and flips and scores.
It kind of makes me angry, like just knowing I'm never going to be able to do that. And just how good Justin is at this video game. And just at reactions in general like that. I mean, he's an absolute monster. As they're looking to try and take this series to match point. Already up by 2 in game number 1. Justin's reaching for this one. They're looking for the 3rd goal here. A nice clear, a much needed clear from EUnited, and it might actually be in. No, bounces off the post. And now Wonder Mike with a follow-up shot, and Squishy covers it up on what was already wide. A 3rd shot from Ajax will be completely off the mark. And now lofted in front, he'll reach for it. Gets it to the backboard. As there's the follow-up from Wonder Mike. He passes to Tristan, who is rotating back onto defense.
Yeah.
Now Justin to turn with lots of space, just cranks it into the blue. Wonder Mike will look for a clear.
Yeah, Tristan, I mean, you can make whatever argument, should he have been there, should he hadn't, but the reality is he had 12 boost and he saw both of his teammates in the air and decided to take the safer option and leave and grab the 100 boost on his half. It's tough to say if he should stay and try and pick up the mini pads and continue the play or not, but at the end of the day, EUnited, you feel like they probably could have scored there, just the execution not coming through.
No, the playbook says low boost, 2 players in the air, you fall back, so sticking to the textbook option, I think, is fine there for Tristan. You do hurt as an EUnited fan, watching, knowing that was a beautiful opportunity. Double commit on defense, actually finds a brilliant clear here, and Squishy will have to pick this one up by himself in his own half. Getting challenged now by Tristan in the corner. Squishy will recover and adjust. Garrett G off the wall. Still beats Wonder Mike, who had more time to read. Justin with a miss there. Tristan got into the corner, and Justin with a second miss. Wonder Mike does the shot, and Squishy's got to react to it. Just barely gets there in time. Ajax now to try and push it away. Over to Wonder Mike.
Oh, they're not done. And
they're trying
they let
to
him out.
And Tristan will clear it off to the corner. Tristan has been playing very, very safe positioning-wise this game.
Well, he just tried to go for a demo on Squishy, and it would have been EUnited's first goal. Squishy's got nerves of steel, though.
Lofted hires. Tristan pass in field. Wonder Mike to the corner. He'll look for his own touch. Ball takes the bounce. And now Squishy to Garrett G. Extension onto the backboard. Wonder Mike reaches it, pushes it back to midfield. Justin's there. Quick turn from Garrett G. Justin and him both in the corner. Garrett G will be the one to touch it. Squishy crashing in through one. Up against Wonder Mike and Ajax. Justin will find a goal as both defenders miss. 3-0 NRG.
Yeah, this was going to be a tough one. Tristan didn't have a lot of boost, was trying to go for that wave dash land off the wall. Again, very tight timing required on that execution. Just didn't quite nail it. Dripped out into the middle. Ajax and Wonder Mike tied up on the backboard, can't make the second clear, and another open goal for NRG.
Ajax up after the kickoff. Justin, he's crazy.
Oh, nice demo.
What a demo, and Garrett G with us. Wonder Mike gets bumped on the follow-up, and now Justin versus Tristan back down the field. Who wins this one? No, Justin doesn't actually take the shot. Tristan covers up the goal well. He'll emerge with the victory on that challenge. Now Squishy off the ceiling to the edge. Underneath 2, Justin stretches for it, but the ball will outdistance the player. Here comes Garrett G onto the backboard. Justin up for it. Garrett G was the immediate threat, but the shot from Justin was wide. Squishy, so fast this NRG is playing right now. And still keeping their net completely clean. Savior medal for Garrett G with a minute left.
Oh my gosh. How did Garrett G not get demoed there? Wonder Mike was absolutely headhunting. There's a demo from Justin, and look at NRG. They're literally playing keep away. They haven't let EUnited touch the ball in the last 20 seconds. Finally, okay.
They've also been playing like free-for-all deathmatch. Just driving around with the demo derby. Two players taking the shot. WonderMike trying to put anything in at this point. Here comes a follow from Tristan on target. Blocked by one. Follow-up airborne for Ajax. Got enough boost to get the flip reset. Sends it on target. And Garrett G somehow reads the flip reset off of a backboard. And will stay completely clean in their net. Right now, the perfect shutout going for NRG. 8 seconds left. Can WonderMike put one in? Open backfield. Here's the opportunity to break it up. Looks for the double tap. Tries to go creative, and Ajax will take it with 1 second left. They'll take away the perfect game.
Well, the only reason they get this is because Garrett G went for the pre-jump of all pre-jumps on Squishy's approach to the EUnited net. So Garrett G is probably having a good giggle with his team about, yeah, I know, sorry. But they don't really care. They knew they were going to win that game, so they went for glory.
It kind of makes me wonder if we would have more perfect shutouts in RLCS, man. They had 1 second. They're like, just by the way, don't think you have a chance here. We were goofing off in that last second as they find another goal. But I feel like we would have more perfect shutouts in RLCS if the players actually cared about getting a perfect shutout, you know? Like,
if they really tried, yeah.
If they tried, I feel like NRG could probably pull it off more times than I think it's only happened twice, and I don't think NRG has been the team either time. So we go into,
maybe.
I think Vitality did it once, and then no. So NRG did actually against Denial, I believe, back in season 3. I think they were the first one.
Either way, point is, it's a rarity.
It is. It has happened 2 times, and only in best of 5s, never in a best of 7. EUnited, backs against the wall. They've gotten 1 goal in 10 minutes. They've got 15 left to try and hold on. They've got to win all 15 of those if they want to qualify in this match. NRG right now looking poised to go through 3-0.
Yeah, NRG are playing bananas right now. I mean, the amount of times that you saw an NRG player just forget about a play and just turn and demo the first EUnited player they saw was a ludicrous amount in that previous game. And I mean, it feels a little bit like they're driving circles around him.
This series so far has been a mild obliteration. We'll see if EUnited can bring it back here. This is where it begins, where it has to begin. Squishy with the boost steal. He'll quickly turn on this. The half rotation keeps the ball in the blue. And now following after this to somehow beat WonderMike to that ball. Now Tristan finally gets the ball into the orange. Justin and Garrett G to try and get out. Tristan to the edge. The pass to the midfield. WonderMike closing on it. EUnited. First shot on goal. Completely blocked. Follow-up from Squishy, just barely off target. Ajax keep the ball away from Justin, and it'll be Garrett G to pick up control. It's stolen by WonderMike.
And NRG, the thing about it that is having them beat EUnited so definitively right now is they are reading the game so well. How do you make that? And look at this. Ajax is like, what in the world is happening? Who goes for that is what he's thinking.
You ever see a team forfeit when there's like no goals on the board? Because I feel like EUnited might think about it. Like, that was insane from Justin. They had him dead to rights. He's like, nah, I'm gonna actually style on you right now. Tristan gets a reverse Goomba stomp. Justin not gonna be able to push it through. WonderMike, now Garrett G through the air. They have done a good job holding off NRG so far in this game. That is the one thing they can hang their hat on so far. They've got to get it out and start finding some productivity on offense, because right now, an NRG goal is inevitable. It's a matter of how you counter them on your opportunities on offense.
Well, right now, EUnited doing a nice job. And again, they're sticking to that game plan. Try and bring the ball down, see if you win the challenge. And Squishy just takes it away from Wonder, lets Justin clean it up, and now you'll see how NRG breaks out. Ajax stalls it. WonderMike looking for Tristan, but Tristan going a little too fast, and EUnited are going to have to bail. That's a great demo to keep EUnited with a chance, and Squishy with a little return bump makes it tough, and Tristan gets creative, makes him dance. Garrett G makes the block, but the follow-up finally cracks NRG.
Well done, Tristan. Excellent setup. WonderMike's got the whole net to shoot at. It looks like Squishy also bit, and that was what you needed if you're EUnited here. You've got to get in the lead here. Break up the momentum NRG has been building. The first of a long journey back into this series. A bump onto one defender to make things difficult. This one dropping scary. Squishy pinches it up between the goal and himself. to stall it out. Garrett G, soft shot. One to Mike, makes 2 saves. Justin up against it. Ajax gets it through. Squishy on the rotation back. Will try to take control back for NRG here. He's up against 2 defenders. Here comes Garrett G. Upper 90. One to Mike, makes another save. Save your medal for one to Mike.
You know, the funny thing about both of those shots from Garrett G is I don't think he actually thinks those balls are going to be scoring. He's literally just shooting them on target to force a touch and then trying to steal boost.
Absolutely. I mean, it is absolutely the best thing you can do against the defenders. Force them to make a save. If you put it off target, they can choose how they want to pass it, how they want to clear it, where they want to develop the field positioning for their team. If you shoot it on target, they have to save it. And if they can try to turn it into a save clear, a save pass, that's great. But at this pace of play, just getting the save's good enough right now.
Oh, off the wall.
Garrett gets 2 set up. Squishy sends it to the other side. The pressure's enough. That's a tie game.
And again, big brain Garrett G here. Fake one, delay the challenge, smash it off the wall, get 2 players to dive on the goal line. Easy peasy. Tie it up.
1:42 on the clock. NRG have been held back the most here in Game 3 after 2 games of utter domination. Now onto the backboard once more. Can EUnited create another goal? The pass across, Garrett G to the corner. He's following this one. He's already lost the ball to one to Mike. Tristan's going to extend it to the midfield to Ajax. Team play just to get the ball to midfield. Can they create another one here on offense to get in the goal? No, Ajax going to be removed. Now Squishy up against Tristan. Challenge goes neutral. Garrett G will just push it to midfield. One of Mike's got to punt it high.
NRG a little bit disjointed here. This is EUnited's chance to get in their face. Justin gets a quick flip reset to beat one guy. But that's all they needed because now it's back on the blue half and we're playing ping pong.
To the outside. Tristan looking for the lead. Squishy out to Garrett G. Baits up one to Mike and now Ajax in the backfield. Punts it long. Justin will send it to an empty corner. 44 seconds left. And there's a possibility of us going to overtime, which could really shake things up and give EUnited that golden goal opportunity. Tristan up against Garrett G. Now through the air, another miss. Garrett G with the fakes has been getting them to bite over and over again, but the second player has always stood strong. Hasn't turned into a goal just yet. Less than 30 seconds. Squishy across the field.
Last chance might belong to EUnited here. NRG really spread out towards the net, and yes, of course, he's there.
Justin was in position well before the shot happened. 10 seconds. Garrett G on a miss. Garrett G, that one doesn't really function as a fake. Justin will send it to the corners. Squishy gets demolished. Garrett G gets demolished, excuse me. Now Squishy up for this. Pass 2. Tries to carry it. Time expired. Ball going to hit the ground. No, Justin actually gets it in the air before he gets demolished. Now Tristan looking to end it the other way. Off the ceiling. He could possibly do it. No, the ball falls too rapidly. We'll go to overtime in Game 3. 1 goal NRG needs to qualify for the playoffs.
All right, see if they put them down. EUnited have been able to keep it there, tied up, but they need to find one more to try and play another 5 minutes against these guys. It's going to be tough, but they've done a nice job so far here in Game 3.
Squishy to the edge. Garrett G's there. Follows it high. Gets the pass across. Justin's up. Sends it home. Tristan gets the save. So many saves needed for EUnited in this game. Tristan tries to play it back around. Ajax up for it. Gets the deflection. Gets a second touch. No, misses. Tristan will stall it, though. Rest of EUnited going to have time to rotate back onto their half. And then double commit on the midfield line. Lucky for them, it pops so high. Energy's not able to do anything with it. And Justin has just been insane this series. Not missing a single touch. Every single one of them involving the position. There's a 1v3. And yet they give the ball to the respawn. They do not take advantage of it. Now Tristan looking for the counterattack on the other side. Garrett G passed one to Mike there, but Garrett G gets it over his head, and Squishy won't make a touch now. Ajax trying to set up either one to Mike or Tristan.
Big mistouch there from Justin. Now NRG having to work out of their own half again, missing the touch as well on the offensive transition. So ball's going to stick here at the midfield, and it looks like EUnited's the one to come down with it.
Ajax looking to do it by himself up against 2. Finds a bump onto Justin. Garrett G stalls out the play. Tristan up for it. Gets the block on Justin. Squishy keeps it in his corner, but they cannot find a clear ride now. There goes to midfield. Ajax passes into one to Mike and Tristan. They overlap, but the ball ends up in the Energy corner. 1:36 into overtime. One to Mike looking for the pass to Ajax. Blocked. Now back into the corner once more. Justin through 2. Getting chased from behind and pressured from in front. Manages to steal the midfield boost, but that's it. Now Squishy looking to do it all by himself. Bounces around the backboard of EUnited. Now into safety. Squishy picks this up slow. Pass one to Mike. To Garrett G. He's got enough boost for the double tap. A miss from Ajax will end the game. Garrett G going to help NRG sweep them out and qualify for the playoffs.
Tough play here for Ajax. That is so difficult because Garrett G caught that with a ton of pace. The ability to receive that pass from Squishy and just square that up towards the backboard. He was with the play, and then just like that, he was behind the play, and it got that much more difficult because he knew he needed to make a touch because Garrett G does not miss things like that. And indeed, it led to the end of the series.
It certainly did, and that will end things here for round 4. 2 more teams now qualified for the playoffs. We see the Envy and this says Rogue as well, also going to be qualifying there. So a few other teams, looks like maybe one of the other series still going on. But NRG going to be joining Rogue and Envy here in round 4, going through the playoffs. We've got a few more teams left to be decided. But man, NRG, it's one of those, like, was EUnited just outclassed, or was NRG literally on another level in this series? I think we'll find out tomorrow.
I would say both. I would say EUnited was a little bit outclassed, and NRG was playing absolutely bonkers. So what were you gonna do?
Yeah, man, my goodness, that was, what is this, 10 saves from EUnited? And that's crazy too, because it's a savior medal for every single player, 3, 3, and 4. We saw this very well spread out across the team, everybody playing well on defense, but still not quite enough. That's how you know NRG was very strong. Folks, that's the end of round 4. We've got one more round of matches set to go before we are done for the day. We'll come back with some more RLCS action after this.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf and alongside me Chiefs and Gibbs. And I just want to take this moment. I do this every day for the past few days just to say hello and welcome to any new fans that might be joining us. And I want to also shout out right now this Play VS College RL tournament. This is incredible. We have a huge landscape and so many opportunities for players like yourself to just make a name for yourself. And that starts, of course, at the collegiate level. So playvs.com/collegerl. Sign up there now because there's a $50,000 on the line and a spot for the wildcard tournament to get into the CRL. So Chiefs, I think it's so cool that we have this infrastructure from the very beginning, that collegiate level, all the way up to the pro level.
Yeah, it's been awesome ever since we started CRL a couple of years ago with myself and Corelli. It's been an absolute treat to see it grow, and to see this new development in it is a lot of fun, and it's great to see some players from CRL continuing to make their way into the professional scene along with Shock and Tristan now. So we'll see what else comes of it. It's been a lot of fun so far.
One more time, playvs.collegerl. Sign up if you're, I don't know why you just wouldn't be. Just go over there, sign up. Just do it. A lot on the line, but let's just do it. But let's jump into that recap there. That last match we saw, NRG versus EUnited. We saw, of course, NRG have a bit of, I guess, trouble earlier, but of course, they're not going to let that last, Gibbs.
Yeah, Energy, I think Tristan's got to go back to college because he just got schooled. I don't know why I wanted to make that thing, but I did. Energy, you're a dad, obviously. That's why. Yeah, exactly. Like, Energy, they outclass EUnited. It's really that simple. This series wasn't that close, and it wasn't supposed to be because Energy, they lost the space station, but outside that, obviously, they've been extremely hot. You expect them to make playoffs, but the downside for them now, because of that loss to space station, they're going to go in as the 4th seed, play Team Envy in that quarterfinal. So that one's a little bit rough for them.
Well, talk about
it was oh, good for it. You
know what? I want. Well, we're about to focus on someone else. So you get your final thought out. And
no. It was a lot of fun. Let's just move on.
All right. Okay. It's getting weird in here. Let's bring in Garrett G to make it not weird. What's up, man? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I guess I'll make it more weird. Let's get it.
Okay. We'll full dive in. Garrett, just talk to me of the day so far. Obviously, you guys had a bit of a hiccup there against Space Station. I mean, it's not like a hiccup. They're a really good team. But did they catch you off guard? Did you think it would be a bit closer than it was, or are you surprised that they're able to jump back after taking that week off?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, I think their play style is one that'll like punish you if you're not feeling it 100%. And I think it was a close series, even though it was just, I think we won one game, 1-3, but there was a lot of shots we all three could have hit. So I think it was one of those series, but obviously they're a really good team. I think Arsenal is especially feeling it. I mean, he was winning every challenge. So no, I'm not really surprised. I mean, we knew it'd be a hard series going into it, so we weren't too disappointed with the loss, to be honest.
But now, because of that loss, you're going up against Team Envy, who you played last time Regional 2 in that grand finals. Are you guys relatively confident versus this team?
I mean, I think we're confident against everybody. But I try, like, nowadays it's like whoever you play first. I mean, it's hard every time. We almost lost to Exit last regional. So yeah, we're feeling confident. I honestly don't mind like having a hard first match, just because I think it's a good way to start off a big run if you play well. So I mean, it's either we have it tomorrow or we don't. So we'll find out, I guess, in the very first match of the day.
And I gotta ask about the series with the EUnited, of course. What was going on in your guys' minds where you just turn off the play and smash the first person on your EUnited that you see?
That was all Justin. Every time I was rotating back, I just heard explosions behind me, and all three of EUnited were demoed. I think he was a little angry with himself, so he had to get some demos, let out some of that anger. But I don't know, demos are OP, so why not? You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Actually, that's kind of an interesting thing. Is there something you do, like, say, you're in a match, you're just kind of frustrated, hey, I'm not hitting a shot I'm supposed to hit. Is there a tendency or a play style that you maybe like revert to whenever you're in a mode like that?
I mean, I try to be, I try to get more demos. I try to be supportive, but I mean, honestly, demos are a lot harder to get in competitive than they seem. Because like today, we struggled to get demos. I don't think we demoed Space Station more than twice. It's something like if your pacing's off, if you don't have a lot of boosts, like if you don't have boost control, I mean, it's impossible to demo, teams moving supersonic the whole time. If that's a word for it, I don't know, whenever you're going fast. But yeah, that's usually what I try to do. I try to get more demos. I try to, like if you watch the grid, sometimes I'm pre-jumping, just trying to get the ball out of other people's grasp, I guess. So yeah, I just try to be more supportive.
Cool. Well, you guys are through today. You guys can relax, sit back, and get ready for tomorrow. Congratulations on making that stage again, and thanks for the time, Garrett.
I appreciate it. Hopefully I see you tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Take it easy, man.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a competition going on right now. Garrett G or Fairy Peak, who's going to be on the show more? So we're going to keep seeing these two come up.
That's why we made the joke. We're going to have to give them official analyst tags. I think they've been on here more than James has.
They qualify
at this point. Anyways, let's take a look just at the lay of the land right now as we head into our final round. The Swiss system almost through. You can see there's only 3 spots left to get through here, and 3 are going home with 6 teams remaining, Gibbs.
Leaf, I told you that 1 and 2 round, Ghost Gaming versus Plot Twist. Ghost Gaming, I called it. I said they would do really well this regional, and they have. They've made it to the 2 and 2 round, and that leads us on to what we have left. The 2 and 2 round is so important, obviously. You make the playoff bracket or you don't. It's pretty simple, and it just comes down to the draw. And we'll see how these teams fare. We've seen it a lot of times where the teams coming from that 2-1 stage will kind of bow down to one of those 1 and 2 teams because of that momentum. So it's anyone's game. It's a coin flip in all 3 series. But we know all of our major teams now, Leaf. There will be no tiebreakers. It's going to be a lot easier on everyone because we won't have to play those. So that's going to be exciting.
And
that's because Ghost Gaming got that.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the points then, and just get understanding. We have our spots for the major now, and nobody else has to worry about whether they're making it or not. This is definitive now, Gibbs.
Yes, like EUnited and Ghost Gaming, they're both sitting on 2 wins. They got enough points to make it through. That means Down to Earth is now out. They were sitting at 130 points for them. So these are going to be your teams going to the major, no matter what happens for the rest of this regional. But obviously, you're playing for points throughout this regional. You want as many as possible. And of course, when you get to the major, double the points for everything. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, you look at, like, Bossifa is out there, but they're still into the major there on these points here, but it's still, you want to get that, your seedings, you want more points here as a result, of course, the prize money too. So it sucks for them to be out here, but it's good peace of mind knowing that, hey, we've at least we've made it, and we can double up our points once we get there. But their day is done, but some others are not. So let's take a look at our last round, our final matches coming your way. Twitch.tv/eLeagueTV is still going on. You can catch EUnited versus Frontline on that side. And then over here, we'll have those final 2 matches. KCP versus Ghost as the first, and the second will be Peeps versus Alpine. Peeps versus Alpine. This is a big one here for the Peeps, I think, Chiefs.
Oh, yeah. This is The 2-2 round is always an absolute bloodbath. And the Peeps, while yes, they play well, Alpine is very stingy, and I don't know who to pick on that one.
Yeah, well, let's talk about this one then, because we're going to have to make you pick about this one soon. KCP versus Ghost is going to be our first match. Gibbs, let's break this one down.
So we're going to see Kansas City Pioneers again. They've looked good, but they went up 2-0 against Team Envy and then fell short. And it's going to come down to that mentality. Can you come back from that?
Oh, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get your votes in chat, KCP or Ghost on this one. And while you guys are doing that, we're going to get some of our thoughts out in some early predictions here. GG or KCP in the chat if you'd like to get your opinions out there. Gibbs, we're going to start with you on this one, KCP or Ghost?
I'm going to go Kansas City Pioneers. They look great through the last regional, and every time they're on stream, they show up. They obviously lost to Team Envy, but it was incredibly close. And Team Envy is one of those, big dogs of North America. So I think they make it through. But I like what Ghost is doing. They just got an org. They were a team of Omelette that looked great in the offseason, then kind of just fell short. So this is one of the few times when an org picks up a team right away, they perform. So it's great to see, but I'm going to go Kansas City Pioneers.
I think it's a good idea to pick Kansas City Pioneers. Yes, they show up on stream, absolutely. Ghost Gaming, though, coming off with 2 3-0 sweeps, one over Plot Twist and the other versus Stromboli, 2 teams that I would put near that Kansas City Pioneers roster. So I think I'm actually picking Ghost here. They're playing well, and KC Pioneers, they really got to show that resilience, and Memory's got to bounce back after a late series collapse.
You're abandoning your home city. You're just leaving post.
That is true. Yeah.
What can I say, man? I like KC Pioneers, but when it comes down to the round 5, you gotta be locked in. And Ghost Gaming right now started off with a bad day, and now they're riding high, and they know this is it.
Well, I'm gonna have to pick KCP. My girlfriend's in the other room, and if I don't, I'm probably getting kicked out of the house. So I'm going with KCP. My hands are tied on this one. No, I probably would pick KCP on this, regardless here. I do feel like, again, you just can't fight against what they've been doing lately. This is a team that has very notable results over everyone. So I just heard her finally. She heard it.
Yeah,
she's hearing in the other room But yeah, KCP, you kind of have to go with this one. So you guys actually voted so much that you actually broke the voting poll. So we're gonna have to just go into our match. Before you get on Twitter at RL Esports #RLCS. It's time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for our final round.
Well, I certainly hope that Leaf, everything works out for him, but on this match, because I'm not sure how this one is going to swing. The Pioneers, Corelli, they've had quite an upswing lately, and Ghost, formerly Omelette, definitely got a lot to prove in this match specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ghost has more to prove than the other side of things. Ghost, we haven't really seen this deep in the regionals too often, and when they haven't found a lot of success. They're a team that haven't accumulated a lot of points either for the major, while Pioneers have shown their fangs multiple times here in North America, and very, excited to see what they can do here off the bat. It's going to be Beast Mode finding the first goal as they're up 1-0 right off the bat.
And this is somebody that they're going to be seeing behind the ball shooting consistently for the match. Beast Mode, who has been the Pioneers' star player on their rise throughout the ranks. And something that's definitely notable for KCP today is that their 2 losses, at the start, it was Rogue, and then later on they had dropped to Envy in a very close match. It was definitely not, Envy's game to dominate, but that's something that the Pioneers really want to get better at it, getting consistent with results against, the best teams. But these matches are just as important to really establish that you've taken the next step. And while Ghost, they're trying to close that gap against the Pioneers. But so far, it hasn't been anything too crazy for either team to handle on defense. Not any one team gaining consistent possession, although Ghost are starting to heat up on the orange half.
And to what you're talking about, Jorby, the strength of schedule here for today does skew towards Pioneers. They've had they had the harder schedule here today, already having to play Rogue and Envy, while the KC Pioneers are probably the toughest team Ghost Gaming have had to play. They played Frontline, Alpine, Stromboli, and Plot Twist. So for the Pioneers, they have been tested already today. And the question is, can they take down a team that I think people expect them to win? And, you know, we haven't really been able to talk about even a player like Lion Blaze and what he brings to this team too much for Ghost. We haven't been able to see them get this deep. And I really like Lion Blaze. He's a player for me. When you look at Ghost Gaming, he's the guy to be on the ball to create that opportunity individually. He did it on former teams of when he was on 72 Pin Connector. So for me, Lion Blaze is the man to look out for on the Ghost side of things.
And Lion Blaze really making a name for himself. You know, the 1v1 game of his usually gets mentioned whenever you're talking about Lion Blaze, which is part of what makes him so dangerous behind the ball with a little bit of space. But yeah, to get behind that last ball, and well, that shot just wide. Freshness had a look, and Freshness has been finding his mark more. But you know, this team has had some. They kind of had a falling back to earth moment the whole way back when they won the BTS Summer Shuffle, or they didn't win. I'm sorry, they got to the grand finals versus NRG. They've really struggled to find that consistent form. Although here they've done a great job shuffling the ball away from the Pioneers, who are having trouble hanging on to it. But as soon as they get on offense, that's when the Pioneers defense really starts to, you know, close in towards the box. It becomes really difficult to get quality shots on that.
And so far from what we've seen from them in this game is kind of a slow game here between both teams. As Beast Mode actually lands on the ball, Memory is going to clean it up. You feel like the defense did their best there, and unfortunately, Beast Mode just able to fall back on top of it. Luke didn't really understand what was happening either. It's tough for a defense to read that. Memory could see it all the way coming from the midfield and had a free shot.
Yeah, high sailing ball across the pitch. If everybody on defense is rotating back or on the ground, more times than not, Beast Mode is going to get that result. So, Pioneers, they grab a little distance against Ghost, and maybe some more, but Freshness is able to pick up the save. And Ghost would love to get the gears moving now, and they just have to constantly play defense. Freshness making that zero boost save higher on the edge of the net. But still nothing really develops here. Maybe if they can win a 50 in front, that's not the easiest ball for them to get to. The Pioneers, again, killing another possession for Ghost.
Yeah, only one shot from Ghost here in this game so far, coming up on a minute left to the 8th of the Pioneers. So you're just seeing the difference there in offensive output, at least chances to put one on the board. And unfortunately, this one's going to be stopped up by the Ghost Gaming defense here. See if they can get something going on offense. They've been cut out multiple times. There's Memory coming from the backfield. Rapid's already downfield to receive it. Memory actually tries to shoot, but it's Rapid who blocks it away. And Ghost Gaming thinks their 4th defender.
And for Ghost, they're still struggling in the boost department. You know, a lot of times on these pushes, they actually have some space and they sneak through the seam. Freshness receiving a perfect pass from Luke.
Yeah, great vision from Luke to see Freshness. He whips back around. Freshness did the same. And a great shot from Freshness to the corner. Good little setup there from Ghost Gaming, and that's something to be proud of as you put yourself up on the board there, and they got 30 seconds to work with now.
Might get a look on the kickoff. It's going to be up to Lion Blaze, and well, Luke was able to grab the ball, but now it's about getting the next few touches past the Pioneers. But the Pioneers on defense, you know, they've gotten a lot of clears like Memory just got right there, where there's no confidence in Ghost's push forward. As soon as it gets around to midfield, you know, the ball just kind of sails forward into the third, and the first man for the Pioneers just finds freebie clears like that. And this time, no one's back on the rotation. Pioneers, well, they grab distance again.
Lion Blaze was trying to force the issue. Only had 4 seconds left. Luke went for the corner. Freshness was on the ball, so Lion Blaze was that last man, and he was just looking for a block, something to go in his favor. And unfortunately, couldn't get to the ball first, and we sit here a 2-goal set deficit for Ghost Gaming, and the Pioneers will take game 1.
no panic for Ghost yet. I do think that they were still, getting the feel in this series. The Pioneers started off pretty hot with beast mode and with that first goal to start the game. And then the Pioneers just did a great job controlling the pitch. We watched them do this the last time we got to cast this team, Corelli. Beast mode especially is... Yeah, him and Rapid love to just steal all the boost on the pitch. I swear I'm always seeing those two, even in situations where you're like, maybe you should be back on that. We're like, nope, memory every time he gets the clear, so it's not a problem. And that's worked for the Kansas City Pioneers.
And Rapid had a pretty quiet game as well for the Pioneers, and that's not normally what he does. I had mentioned it yesterday. He's a guy that stays behind the ball from his corner to the other side. I mean, he's always behind the ball, being a nuisance, making sure that any defender that challenges him has a tough time beating him. And that's what I think Rapid does so well, and why he's such a huge asset to any team is you can count on him to be there for the challenge and to slow things down so that you can get back into position or collect boost. And a player like Beast Mode especially benefits off that. He can be that man to help clean up these plays that Rapid develops.
The Pioneers had a lot of shots on net, especially when you compare it to Ghost, and there's a bit of a tie-up in the Ghost net that was broken up, and Ghost almost got a breakaway. Luke couldn't put it in the back of the net. One defender in particular, Memory, keeps the ball out of the net. Ooh, good bump from Lion Blaze. See, this is a good return for Ghost to start game 2. Start getting a little more physical. He couldn't break the rotation last time, but maybe now the Pioneers keep their heads on a swivel when on the orange half, but they get another long clear. That's exactly what Ghost want with freshness. Gets an incredible win on that 50. It is kicked out to the side again. We'll see if Ghost can get something on this push, but again, they're just lacking, that speedy touch that beats the Pioneers' second man on this defensive rotation.
And what you're talking about there, Jorby, not saying that Ghost has employed this tactic here in the first minute, but that physical game is never a bad option so long as you are safe and not overcommitting on the play or chasing players to make the demo happen. And here's Rapid now in a 1v1 situation. It's Lion Blaze. That's the man you want back if you're Ghost Gaming in a situation like that, and does well.
I mean, you hear Garrett talk about it in his post-game interview. Demos are OP. You got to go for them when you can, but also mention how hard it is to demo at this level. This ball off the backboard, but the rest of the Pioneers around midfield. Luke hopped right over Beast Mode. Freshness turns on this. Ghosts, you see Lion Blaze already stretching. He sees that passing play is dead. There's just never a presence in midfield for Ghost. I feel like that's the one key component that's missing to really start putting pressure on the Pioneers, but instead, Pioneers get one guy, they keep it close, maybe they get a passing play like this, but that staggered approach that the Pioneers have against Ghost right now is part of what's keeping them flat-footed. They're not exactly sure if the first man is just going to push forward or if he's just going to pop it up for, a lateral or a slight back pass. Lion Blaze, quick off the ceiling, but not good enough. It would be cleared away again.
Very reactionary play from Ghost, I'd say, here in this second game as well as maybe the first game, but it does feel like Ghost are trying to read what the Pioneers are doing, but they're letting the Pioneers set things up. And so that's why they've maybe been a little bit more dangerous, while Ghost has been able to put on a lot more shots here in this game 5 to the 4 of Kansas City. It does feel like Kansas City are having a few more dangerous attempts on target. Ghost still struggling to break from their own end, and when they do, Jorby, they just give the ball away.
And Luke, he had to dive, try to steal a boost, but again, you have second and third man that are beyond the midfield line. Luke comes back after being in the attacking corner the whole way back to make that save because Lion Blaze and Freshness are getting caught up in midfield. So something has to change with this approach against the Pioneers. It hasn't worked. In fact, now they're getting demoed on the back line, and it's going to be a freebie for Rapid thanks to Beast Mode.
Yeah, great work here from Beast Mode, getting this demolition on Freshness. Rapid beats that first man to the ball, and then they pinch it into the net. Why not?
High five.
Yeah, a little high five right on the goal line, on the Ghost Gaming goal line, and a 1-0 start for the Pioneers.
Low five. Got to get it absolutely correct. That's the award, right? The in-game award?
I think so.
I think so as well. Freshness. He actually gets a nice challenge out to Luke. If Luke can get the double, and he did off the crossbar. Somehow, Lion Blaze got that shot, but it didn't matter. Even after Ghost send the house, they come up with Squat. Ooh, they might get it here. That was a great win from Freshness. Just put it in. He does. There we go. Tie game.
Well, and this could be the way that Ghost stay in this series and in this game at least. It's a good little cut in the midfield and quickly able to follow that one up. Even with no boost, caught the defense out. Of course, I don't think any of them thought Freshness was going to get to that ball before their third man did. But the Pioneers have got to look out. There is quite a bit of speed on this Ghost Gaming roster, and you definitely don't want to discount that. You get a little lackadaisical in the midfield, and all of a sudden a Ghost Gaming player could come through and really make you pay.
And we're here now. Ghost are able to receive a couple balls in midfield. Ooh, Rapid, a massive fake against Lion Blaze. Now he takes control, takes the shot. It's not good enough yet. Maybe first in a sequence of shots, but that clear from Luke will force them to try again from their own corner. So far, the clear game from Ghost has been much more consistent, and in fact, they've been getting considerable more pressure against the Pioneers on this last push. Luke hops right in front of that, and you notice how much more aggressive they are, Corelli. Nobody's hanging around beyond midfield. We're not just expecting to receive a clear from the Pioneers and try a little three-man passing play that the Pioneers are already on top of. They're on the backboard with a clear from Lion Blaze. But I like the approach from Ghost. They've definitely adapted and gotten more aggressive.
Yeah, definitely picked up the pace as well, I feel like. And able to put on a lot more shots now, 10 in their name. And with 10 seconds left, are we going to overtime, or maybe they might accidentally give the ball away? Lion Blaze has to hit the 50, and now Rapid's going to play it to the middle of the field. And Ghost will happily just clear it away. And we head to overtime in game 2.
Well, that's how you want to start. Or that's how you want to recover, sorry, if you're Ghost. But overtimes can completely wipe away all of the effort you put in for 5 minutes to adjust your rotations, adjust your approach, and keep the focus. Pass. And Ghost got a great pass, but Luke, well, just couldn't find the edge. He was denied by the Pioneers defense. A consistent thorn in the side of Ghost's offense.
That was a fine shot by Luke there to the back post. Beast Mode was just well positioned to catch back up to it, and that was one of the best looks that Ghost have had in this game alone. Maybe another one here. Rapid's got to get the read. He does. Luke doesn't have enough boost to chase after it, and the Pioneers are going to get away.
Record drop, but then Lion Blaze has to make a hard save against Memory. Well, maybe not as hard for Lion Blaze, but certainly the situation. You're feeling the pressure. Oh! What a double from Beast Mode! Activates Beast Mode to take game 2.
How did he even get back to it? It just comes all the way across, and he had 10 boost on that second touch. There's just no way you can defend that if you're Ghost.
When your launch is that perfect, and Beast Mode had to get that read perfectly with the amount of boost that he had. He has moments like that where he's unbeatable. Like you said, how do you save that? You don't. Beast Mode turned it on. GG. So game 3, I'm sorry, Ghosts. You did a lot to improve. In fact, you had 12 shots on net?
Yeah.
Didn't mean squat in that overtime. Beast Mode just takes over again.
It was a much better game from Ghost, and to your point, this game is just lost off of a great shot from Beast Mode, and it's really not much more you can say about it. Sure, Ghost had opportunity that they didn't capitalize on, but boy, was that a shot from Beast Mode. And it's just tough as a defense. Eventually, as the game goes on, players like Beast Mode are going to have those opportunities, and he does here. So for Ghost, look, I think it was a fine game. It was close. This was the game I think I expected coming into this series. It was much closer. Ghost had a lot more control. Now can you convert? And that's the true question, because they had a lot of shots.
Collecting on the goals is the answer for Ghost. You need to fit every puzzle piece together to complete the set. But the Pioneers hoping to cause some chaos. Nice little back pass to Beast Mode. Freshness couldn't handle it, and I dare say that maybe a little lucky that Beast Mode was the guy who put the pressure on there, because if he was going to be responsible in the follow-up, he would have immediately been there to punish. But Ghost in a tight situation. And Freshness, he's been looking better as the match has gone on, especially in his challenge game. When we talked about Ghosts, whew, wow. Take that ball away and get it right to Luke. That's risk if I've ever seen it, but less risky than just letting the Pioneers take the shot there.
Still a minute through here. Ghost looking very similar from the last game. Having that pressure, that was a good attempt. Got 2 players to go, and they might get some midfield control. Unfortunately, no one there on the challenge. I think that boost game is becoming a factor. 2 players didn't have any boost at all on the Ghost side of things there in the midfield, and unfortunately couldn't keep their positioning.
Still 2 don't have any boost, but the ball was planted right in front of Luke. Freshness does what he can to clear. Now you're looking at 12, 31, and 0 on the Ghost end. Yeah. all they can get is long clears. Pick up the pads as fast as Sonic collecting coins and take some shots on net. Luke steals the boost away. Can Ghost get more pressure set up here? Lion Blaze, that first touch a little higher and away from him. Maybe wanting to contest beast mode there, but he had a full tank of boost. Lion Blaze more than other players maybe to try to go for that cheeky double tap. I like that transition from Ghost though. Pioneers defense proving difficult once again.
Yeah, and unfortunately they give up the ball here, Ghost does, and Rapid's gonna punish them. Nobody back in a 1-0 lead for the Pioneers.
Rapid just wins a massive midfield challenge against Freshness. And Luke, from his perspective, he's at least thinking that that ball, you know, it gets killed. It doesn't just, Rapid just doesn't scoop Freshness away and then come clean with the ball. Like, that's probably the last thing you might expect in that situation with how Luke was positioned.
Yeah, unfortunate, but what a great challenge from Rapid and a good passing play here from Ghost. Unfortunately, I think Freshness was the one who cleaned that one away, but there was a Pioneer defender right behind him, so it was getting saved regardless.
I definitely thought it was a better option.
There's still some good setup here from Ghost. There truly is. It's just the shot either isn't good enough or it's some quality defense from the Pioneers, and Ghost just can't break through.
And, you know, if they had had this form in game 1, like if it didn't take them that full 5 minutes to really get their heads on the right direction against the Pioneers, then maybe the Pioneers don't consistently take the first goal and hang on to these leads. But I don't know. I mean, the Pioneers defense has been rock solid all match long. And as soon as beast mode gets in front of a transition, it's always scary as soon as Ghost are rotating back. But you know, the same positives that we had about Ghost in game 2, I think apply here in game 3. Slowing it down, Luke, love the play, but Steve, again, you cannot get by this Pioneers defense.
And I think Luke gave him a little stutter step coming up with the ball as well, but again, great saves from Pioneers and they stay alive. And what can you say if you're Ghost? Again, another great setup from them. They caught the defense out, but a big save. And for Ghost, this gets a little bit frustrating at this point.
Oh, Luke, he is fortunate that he ended up misplaying it because beast mode certainly didn't expect it. Would have looking to get dunked on the play. But Ghost, they still got a little bit of time left. You have kept the Pioneers out of your net for the most part. But you gotta score at least 1 to win in whatever situation at all. So, time to move down the field if you're Ghost. Luke, slowing it down again. He's starting to slow it down every time he gets behind the ball. That's about the second or third time when he's receiving that pass in front. Trying whatever he can to mix it up against this Pioneers defense. Here again, Lion Blaze just gonna pitch it away, force the Pioneers to play laterally, but much to their chagrin, they have not been able to beat beast mode to the ball. He gets another solid clear on the intercept.
Lots of space for Rapid to pick it up into the flip reset. Remember, he's going to go off the crossbar. Beast mode smartly doesn't force himself onto it, and the Pioneers are just going to stay on offense here. 30 seconds left.
Catch by Lion Blaze. He's got Luke in front of him. Luke can clear the space. If Lion Blaze can get the ball to Freshness now. Luke trying to make the Pioneers guess, but Freshness takes his time to get there. Now time running really thin. Here come the Pioneers. Light shot saved. Last chance. Downfield for Lion Blaze. He got the catch, but it's going a little too fast. Got the 50, but where are the rest of Ghosts? Midfield ball is the Pioneers, and cleanly taking down Ghost in 3. Beast Mode and company move on.
And this game in particular is very frustrating, I think, if you're on the Ghost side of things. A 2-0 scoreline does not show what had happened in this game because there was so much opportunity for Ghost, and you have to give some credit here to the Pioneers defense, but there was some great setup from Ghost, especially inside the box. They were finding each other. They were doing all the right things. It's just that shot never dropped for them. And I think that was the biggest difference here in this series and definitely in this game.
It just felt like they got lost when it came to, beyond the first man, where you had both. Everyone was guilty of it on Ghosts. They're just too passive in their rotation where, with a 3-man roster, you should be able to take more risks as a second man, but it felt like Ghosts were very risk averse. They wanted to catch the ball. The Pioneers were hard clearing a lot of things. So they're like, we can catch it, we can get it out. But, the Pioneers are so good at chasing down those opportunities that it was hard for Ghosts that when they finally could get a hard clear, they had no boost and no players to receive it. I think that those things really killed them, death by 1,000 cuts in that respect, if you will. But I don't think that, I liked the recovery. You like the ability of Ghost to adapt to that situation, but they still got work cut out for them for sure in the future.
And we'll see how it goes. I think, again, for the Pioneers, this was a pretty solid win over Ghost. 3-0 is a solid or a quality scoreline for them. And again, continuing that uptrend, they get themselves to the playoffs.
Now, Alpine versus the Peeps is coming up next. Can Alpine survive and get to the playoffs? Find out after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X, the North American edition. We're trying to figure out our last 8 teams for the playoffs in our 3rd regional. You just got done watching the Kansas City Pioneers take down Ghost Gaming in 3, although those last 2 games were a little close, Corelli.
Yeah, and I think Ghost definitely turned things around from that first game where we felt like they weren't playing up to par. Unfortunately, it's like we've been saying, we kind of said it all 3 games, but it definitely showed itself in the final game where Ghost had the great setup, had the great passing, had the vision and the wherewithal to have these plays develop, especially on the offensive side of things. But unfortunately, that final shot just never came through. I think that was the biggest difference. Of course, you can even see on the replay there, some great defense by Pioneers. Don't want to take that away from them. They had a great series overall, but unfortunately, Ghost, I feel like they left a lot of goals on the table here today.
And now we move on to our final match on the A stream for the day. It's the Peeps versus Alpine. Maybe some didn't expect the Peeps to have to go the whole way to round 5, Corelli, but here they are now in elimination situation against Alpine, who have also had quite a rocky road.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the Peeps lost to EUnited right off the bat, 3-0. So they had a tough day right in the beginning. They were able to take down Stromboli in frontline where they met Rogue next. And again, they were 3-0'd. So now they have to go against Alpine, who is no slouch of a team. And I think a lot of people will pick Peeps in this matchup, but I would not be surprised to see Alpine make a series of it.
And we'll see what's going on with the Peeps. Maybe. And Alpine, I think they can have some confidence for themselves against this team, knowing like, hey, they haven't had the best go of it either. We can definitely take this match. Historically, the Peeps usually edging to try to be in the conversation for those top 4 spots in North America, or trying to be the 5th, if you will. And 2 shots, Alpine looking, and Lucian will just pop right behind the ball, thanks to the demolition efforts of his team.
Double demo from Gyro there in that play in the backfield, then immediately in front. Gyro, another demo. That's at least 3 so far here in the first minute.
Oh, if the Peeps are getting demo heavy, they might be a little upset about their position right now. And so they're done with Alpine trying to get aggressive against them. Like, you want to get aggressive, you're going to have to look out no matter how close to the net you are. We'll just take you off the field. Magic Bear, couple solid touches. If all he does is win the 50 there, it's beneficial for Alpine. But Corelli, the last time we saw Alpine, which was yesterday, I think the one thing we saw them struggle with the most was kind of what we saw Ghost struggle with last game. That midfield presence, not having a consistent presence in midfield, ready to either receive or block anything coming that way.
Yeah, they have so much skill on this team. There is so much technical ability from these players on Alpine, and that's why I think a lot of people are excited about this team. It's why a lot of people can't count them out, but it does feel like sometimes that last and final shot, that last and final touch never comes from, and maybe that's just because they're playing teams with great defense, some good saves here from Gyro, but that's been the difference here, I think, for Alpine. Another great shot, but unfortunately AJ's in the way, so the Peeps hanging on here as Alpine have put on a flurry of shots.
Yeah, Peeps knowing that close angle shot was coming. AJ in the perfect position for it. Peeps haven't been, in the perfect boost situation. They've had to stretch what they've had in their tanks on some of these pushes or not pushes, but some of these defensive stands. And Alpine are starting to get the better of them. Trying to wake up in the midfield. Now the Peeps are really being stretched. Here's a pass in front, blocked again by AJ, who just killed the ball. And nobody from Alpine were ready to follow that one up. So the Peeps still keep the scoreline 0.
5 saves from the Peeps already from the Alpine 6 shots. So the Peeps have been tested on the defensive side of things, and they have stood tall so far, but it's been close. Their last defender has been called upon multiple times now. And again, Jorby, we were just talking about it. Can Alpine break through?
AJ actually going to get back to that 50 on the rebound. And maybe it's a demo for Alpine, Corelli, that helps them break through that last man if they can't win that 1v1. The solution is obvious to me. My favorite, blow them up. Alpine trying to keep the ball away. AJ doesn't want that to happen. Oh, Percy, looked like he got kicked by Magic Bear. He'll kick another player out. And Alpine a little chaotic here on their own half. They're trying to reset. Percy's just going to sit in net, wait for Magic Bear, and now he'll come in for the follow-up.
Peeps doing a great job of staying in rotation, a very disciplined rotation there. One player immediately on the ball, and then after that challenge, the next is directly behind them. It's making it very tough for Alpine to break out. It's just so quick from the Peeps.
Now Alpine looking for a way out against the Peeps here in midfield. Ooh, tried to box them in laterally, but it was the wrong read in gyro. No, that's called the leap of your life. As you jump across the box with the ball, and you're like, do everything I can to not get dunked on this play and make that Octane seem a lot bigger than it actually is. Another high ball for Alpine. They're really starting to sneak a couple of dangerous ones in, but the Peeps on defense have just been so difficult. And even when you do get, a slight bump on one player. Ooh, Gyro tried for the bump on that last play, but now Percy kicked the ball in front of him. He recovered. This is going to be good for Magic Bear. All the Peeps waiting for him to shoot. Magic Bear no boost, going to be tough to have power, but Percy sends a quick one. Where's Jordan? He's waiting, and he ends up losing to AJ. Percy, quick cut around. Now tries to throw it in front of the box, but Peeps closed down on the ball again. Jordan, it's killed. The Peeps survive.
Woo, for the Peeps, man, they are sweating bullets on the defensive side of things. And to be fair, Alpine were just kind of chipping the ball across the box at the end of regulation. It wasn't too dangerous from Alpine, but they have generated now 9 shots to the 3 of the Peeps. And here comes Magic Bear, flip reset. Percy goes for the bump. It goes off the crossbar. He didn't even get the shot. And Jordan's trying to clean things up here as the Peeps now trying to counter.
Oh, Percy's going to need a solid touch. That's not good enough. He can't get back to it. And Lucian back over to AJ, and that's all it took for the Peeps to crack Alpine in game 1.
Unfortunately, Percy and Jordan both go for this, and both are beat by Lucian, who cleans them all out. Nobody's home. The Peeps finally break through, and I think they're happy to walk away with a win here. I feel like they felt most of the pressure here in this game.
I think they feel that too. The stat line would definitely tell you 10 shots for Alpine, only 4 for the Peeps. But, credit to their stability on defense. Rarely was it a double commit, even when you had multiple players in front of the box, because that's just how the flow of the game happened. Like, it's no, Gyro's in front, I'm gonna wait. And it's like, no, Lucian's there, have to wait for this one. It's like, just funnel in, don't overcommit, because that is to move even an inch further than you mean to when you're playing that closely in front of your own box could mean the difference between a hard clear and counterattack or an own goal. So I think the Peeps played tight defense really well in that game, but I don't know how long they can keep that going.
Yeah, it was good defense from the Peeps as well. But again, when we go and we look at Alpine's biggest issue, I think it is just finding that shot that beats the defense, because this could have been a completely different scoreline had they been put away even 20% of their shots. I mean, they really struggled to find the gaps on that goal line defense. And again, credit to the Peeps, no doubt. But Alpine, when you get that many chances, you've got to score.
They'll get plenty more. And they'll try to collect on a few, but Lucian just takes out the last man off the kickoff. Magic Bear completely flubbed the touch. And AJ, boom, easy challenge goal.
Boom is how you would describe that. A lot of boom in that one. It's unfortunately, I think Magic Bear is a little disappointed there in that first touch, and then to see that challenge go into his own net is a bit frustrating. The Peeps are better for it, and now Alpine Esports has some work to do.
Speaking of boom, I'm reminded of something long ago in the RLCS, and I can't remember who it was, but it was, Alpine sneaking the ball in, but the Peeps doesn't matter. The fourth man definitely assisted on that play. Jordan tried to find the wide angle, not going to happen. But as far as the boom goes, I remember one of Snasky's teammates said, yeah, we were in that game, and he just said, here comes the boom. And so that's what I'm thinking of. Snasky, old vet in the RLCS, hasn't played for several seasons, but I haven't forgotten.
And just going back to that last play is another great example of Alpine where it feels like someone's got to get over that shot a little bit more to put that one away. There was actually a couple opportunities that they had in that single play, still come up scoreless.
Jordan just ends up kicking that ball away. Didn't get a chance to look at his boost in that situation, but that's definitely one where he had a winger available. But Alpine have been forced into these, in midfield, a high ball to contend with, and they can't really hang on to it. This time Jordan does. He skips it over. Percy was in the area, but the ball just a little too far forward. But Alpine are continuing to steal this ball away from the Peeps. Despite the lead being theirs, Alpine have been able to take this ball away a lot of the time, and it almost feels like a repeat of game one in that respect. Percy, midfield, not the easiest to grab. Jordan's shot forces Gyro down, and now Magic Bear wins one challenge. The rest of Alpine are in retreat. Percy, next catch for him, and Alpine are left wondering how to get by this Peeps defense.
Big clear from AJ as well, and Alpine sent to square one multiple times where they work so hard to break out from their defensive side of things. They get a couple touches in the midfield as well, but the Peeps, the clear game is just so strong from them right now that it just sends Alpine right into their own half, and they have to restart.
Jordan able to get the next clear here for Alpine, but that's the game it's turned into for Alpine. Clear it, chase down the 50, hope for success. A little bit of luck. The Peeps might be content here to just sit on their 1-goal lead if they can continue to thwart anything Alpine try. Only 3 shots on net. Jordan gets around it on the flip reset, but couldn't find Magic Bear in space. Percy will buy plenty of time for them to reset and grab some boost. Magic Bear plays it slow and wanted to sneak that around. Jordan, he was playing the wider angle, maybe expecting Magic Bear to go somewhere else with that, but if Magic Bear is going to go for that close angle, bang it low off the ramp for a close angle shot. Oh no. The entire rotation caught out. AJ snuck in and picked it off.
And for all that time spent from Alpine on the final third, immediately downfield the Peeps go. And one touch is all it takes for them to beat the defense there. Nobody could get back in time. It was a bit of a counterattack from the Peeps, but very unfortunate from Alpine. They spent so much time on offense, and almost another one rings in for Illusion. And they're still down to their 2 goals.
Jordan got credit for that save because the edge of his wheel was on the outside of the corner of the post. Oh, Percy snuck it by. All right, Alpine. They find net, and they're not out of it. 1:18.
Yeah, it took them 6 minutes to find their first goal here. Percy able to poach the top of the box. Nobody from the Peeps could catch back up to their poor touch, or poor clear rather. And I guess that's the goal that they're going to get here if you're Alpine. After all the great plays that they have set up, that's the one they get.
That's usually how it works out. But they can't stop being creative on offense. They've really kicked it up here against the Peeps, who can usually be so dominant in the midfield. Gyro lately has been that force for the Peeps, but he hasn't had the same effect that you usually see. I think Alpine are really bringing it to the Peeps in this game. And the Peeps are left scrambling. AJ waiting, trying to receive it, but it almost turned into a dunk. Percy's going to be first to this, but where's Jordan? Quickly to the ball. Now Alpine finding that rhythm on offense. Magic Bear just going to keep that ball locked, and slowing it down is Gyro. He knows that Alpine were trying to really force the issue on the challenges, but it was a good recognition by Percy against Gyro on that last play. Quick pass back in front. Percy, no. Gyro will easily handle it. The Peeps have kept their lead, and time's running out. They're going to need to do it 1 or twice more. Here, full in front. Magic Bear back over to Jordan, but Percy and Magic Bear on the opposite side of the field. Chance for the Peeps for the clear. They get it. Now, if Percy's going to do it, he's going to do it in the air. Ooh, flips it up in no boost. Magic Bear actually gets a really favorable challenge, sends it back in front. Oh, Percy actually got around that. Jordan's in the air, takes too light of a touch, and Gyro just killed the ball, and the Peeps got game 2.
Wow, so close again for Alpine, and it really wasn't that bad of a game from them, but you got to talk about the Peeps here in this game because, again, they endured a lot of offense from Alpine, a lot of great setup from Alpine. The defense stood strong. Not a lot of double commits, very disciplined from Peeps on defense. And they weren't panicking either. They actually looked very comfortable on defense here in this game, as they did in the previous game. And they just played the counterattack game for that second goal, caught out Alpine with their last defender, couldn't get back to the ball, ultimately is the winning goal for them. And Alpine just could never find the back of the net enough for all the offense that they had. And that's such heartbreaking shots. You see that one go off the crossbar for Alpine, and that's the counterattack goal from the Peeps. So unfortunately for Alpine, the only goal that they could muster up was just the poor clear from the Peeps. And that's Rocket League, you know? Those are the goals that you're going to get sometimes. It doesn't matter how beautiful the setup is. Sometimes it's a poor clear and a shot on net is how you beat your opposition.
Well, I certainly think the Peeps are still sweating bullets, as you said earlier, Corelli, where I don't think they want to be playing defense the way they have been, because some of those chances were definitely sneaky. And AJ, Gyro, Aleutian, all of them have had saves in tough situations, but save no more. Jordan finally collects a shot.
And great play here from Percy to force this dunk. It goes off the wall, and it's tough for the defense to read. AJ had side flipped, thinking he could get a piece of it, and it comes right out to Jordan, who's able to clean things up. So a great start here from Alpine. We asked for their offense to convert. They do on their first attempt. Again, wasn't the most beautiful play in the world, but that's how it goes. And a great first step for Alpine to get back into this series.
First step indeed. It's their first lead in the match. It'll do wonders for the mentality. But consistency is the hardest thing in Rocket League. Jordan makes a couple of nice reads. That one a little too hard for him. But effective use of all that boost. Give Magic Bear plenty of time to carry it down himself. You know, that's the question here for me in Alpine is, do they abandon the creativity when they get a lead and when the Peeps aren't exactly clicking yet on offense? Do they get lax? Do the Peeps catch them on a sneaky counterattack? Or does Aleutian just win a couple of nice challenges? And, well, Gyro's like, no, dude, I'm way too far back to do anything with that ball, and still misses the challenge. Percy got it up against the back wall. Jordan next, but nothing here. Oh, wait a minute. That challenge for Magic Bear. Great. From Jordan, and Magic Bear collects again.
Look at this touch from Jordan. Keeps his car near the ball, lands right on top of it, and it bounces out straight to Magic Bear. Great poise from Jordan to stay with it. And good positioning from Magic Bear to receive that pass. And 2-0 go Alpine Esports.
Jordan's looking better and better as the match goes on. Alpine, if they are able to sneak the win out again, or if they're able to get the win, against the Peeps here, I think that you'll continue to see that trend upwards for Jordan, although the Magic Bear got tied up in front. And I think that when Jordan feels good, that's when Alpine are playing their best, because sometimes the confidence doesn't seem to be there for him on a lot of these plays, and a little slow to some of his challenges in the past. In game one, I think especially you were seeing it, but now this time he's finding the ball in the right places, making great decisions, putting in the ball in the back of the net. Jordan coming out to play in game 3.
2 goals to his name, and he actually pre-flipped this one. And the ball came right in front of him, and a great setup by himself. He had no boost going up for it, but good follow-through rather from Jordan, even with no boost. And now a 3-goal lead for Alpine. We asked for them to put away some shots, and now they're just coming all in this game.
And Aleutian wants to shorten that lead a little bit. Feels like it became 3-0 out of nowhere. AJ, a nice catch and dribble out, but Peeps forced back to their own corner. Now, Percy has also been pretty consistent as first man for Alpine in this set. Just feeling more and more comfortable. You're seeing it in the positioning overall, and the Peeps now going for a feint. Aleutian let it drop in front of Gyro, and that's why you can never let your focus drop, even with a 3-goal lead. 2 minutes is plenty of time for the Peeps to mount a comeback as much as we love to say that it's hard, it's doable and it has happened. You can never give up a single moment against the Peeps.
Got 2 minutes to work with. Really not generating a lot of shots right now, but you know, you do feel like Alpine, you know that they struggled to convert on a lot of these shots, a lot of the offense that they've had. Feels like Alpine have done a much better job, though, of controlling the midfield and not letting the Peeps do what they want with it. And that might be the difference maker here in this game to close things out for Alpine. But for the Peeps, they got to start generating a little bit more offense here in this game in particular. They haven't really done that much here in this series for offense. They've been able to take advantage of mistakes, rather, from Alpine. And can they find those mistakes here?
Well, the Peeps getting set up as AJ's behind the ball. Well, AJ wins a couple of challenges and does it all himself to put the Peeps on the board. Impressive stuff from AJ.
Yeah, great stuff from AJ. Good dunk. And then the speed, just enough boost to get back to this one. The defense a bit slow to react. AJ was a bit favored with the way he was positioned in front of the ball there, but unfortunate for Alpine. They have a bit of a cushion to work with, so 2 goals still to sit on and coming up on a minute left.
Ooh, Jordan getting kicked out of the way, or kicked into the ball the second time by Magic Bear. Magic Bear's won the plethora of his challenges. There's been a difficulty for the Peeps to get by, so there's pretty much a positive mark for every player on Alpine, which is typically the case when you've been able to score 3 times and keep the ball out of your own net. Everyone's usually contributing in these situations. Illusion getting demoed on the play. Alpine, well, you're seeing that kind of defense more and more often. Last guy coming back just demoed the guy who's going to receive the pass. No shot will ever come. It's beautiful. Magic Bear has the shot, and it's going to go in. Alpine really feeling the rhythm now. Would love to carry it over into game number 4, surviving in this set.
Yeah, huge game here from Alpine. Now they're converting on these shots. Now they're converting on a couple of good plays and a couple of great defensive plays that have turned into offense. So for Alpine, this is the game, and this is the gameplay that we expected from them here. The Peeps, again, really weren't able to generate as much offense as you might think. Had 5 shots here, but not too many of them are super memorable. Only really their goal from AJ. Otherwise, without the mistakes coming from Alpine, the Peeps, the offense has been a bit dry.
I'm scared for the Peeps, or if I'm a Peeps fan, I'm scared rather. And, you know, usually this is where you expect them to win, just because of how they've looked over the last few weeks. But, you know, they're not in a position where they look good at all. In fact, Alpine are looking better. Jordan, as you know, Magic Bear, yes, he's at the top, but Jordan's only 2 points behind him on the scoreboard. And I think he was truly the MVP for Alpine in game 3. He won the challenges he was supposed to. He was quick on the ball in previous situations where he was late or non-existent. And he stepped up big time in this game. I thought it was the biggest difference for Alpine.
Yeah, now the question is, can a team like Alpine carry this into more games, right? Obviously, now they're going to have to reverse sweep the Peeps, and it's going to be very tough against a team like the Peeps. They do not go down easy. They can contend with the best here in North America. So for Alpine, this is a great start. Like I said, when they scored their first goal, they've taken their first step. Now they're walking. Can they get into a run here against Peeps?
Alpine looking for the upset that will send them to the playoffs in what has been an unlikely scenario to occur today in round 5. The Peeps, they've played excellent defense throughout this match, but game 3 got away from them, and Alpine know it. All over the ball in the corner. Gyro's getting bumped and chipped out of the way. Illusion having to avoid a demo as well. Jordan having the boost to just go for that read, because why not? Magic Bear and Percy are back ready to receive. I think for the Peeps, you look at the guy behind the ball right now, Gyro, who has been the biggest difference maker on the Peeps. People will say Illusion or AJ is the rock of this team, but Gyro, when he's playing well, that's when the Peeps look like they can take on anybody in the world. And he certainly hasn't been as splashy, and the whole Peeps offense has struggled. But if Gyro can heat up yet again here, and they can put more offense on Alpine, then maybe you can start flipping the momentum your way. But I mean, I haven't really seen it from the Peeps yet in this first minute and a half, Corelli. Alpine have done a great job playing the ball away from them, and in fact, Magic Bear might even get Percy set up, who has to wait, and he won't get to the ball. Excellent control by Gyro on the return.
And the Peeps have been having to play the catch-up game, whether it's the boost control, whether it's the pace of play in their final third, and I think that's what's kind of silenced players like Gyro here in the last couple of games. But AJ still putting away goals for the Peeps, giving them hope as they put the first one away here in Game 4.
AJ has been a consistent threat in this match when he's behind the ball on offense. Yeah, some of those opportunities he's had to take himself, but that time they got a little help from the Alpine defense being slow to those rebounds and AJ collecting on the opportunity. So AJ able to get behind the ball. He's downfield now. Sets it back across, but the Peeps playing a lot more relaxed on that last push. Gyro was in a limited boost situation in midfield, and Illusion was backing him up, who has been picking up the small pads on his own half for the last 10 or so seconds. Just a lot of launching and receiving. He's like, hey, Peeps, you receiving this? And the Peeps are just like, hey, Alpine, you receiving this? And Magic Bear is like, hey, you see me? You're off the pitch. But demos didn't matter for the Peeps on that play. Gyro got behind it again. It just felt like a whole lot of nothing with a lot of booming clears back and forth.
Yeah.
He's trying to get a front setup, but it's really hard to get any sort of line against Alpine. Same goes the other way.
The play always seems to go into the corner for Alpine, but here comes the ball straight out to Gyro. Nobody is home from Alpine. There's a great pass over to Illusion, and Magic Bear just misses the touch. And unfortunately, that leaves the net exposed, and Gyro will put it home. A 2-goal lead now for the Peeps.
That's the same corner where Magic Bear had the mistouch, where AJ then just challenged him in front of his own box and scored.
Something that I've been trying to pay attention to is where Alpine are going with the ball when they're into the final third. And the last couple of times, at least, they go straight into the corner, which really limits options because everyone knows where you're going to go coming out of the corner. You have to go across the box. Other than that, it's very predictable if you want to pass back. So for Alpine, you got to find something through the midfield, I feel like. You have to switch it up. Find those passing plays. It seems like every ball just gets sucked into the Peeps corner, and the Peeps, it's very defendable from that angle.
And Magic Bear, and when he gets behind the ball on these plays, he's got a lot of fancy wheel work, and it all looks great, but it's really hard to get by 3 players on your own, and it usually comes from like a go route pass to midfield to Magic Bear, but then it just turns into the one man army from the start of the orange half to the box. And Magic Bear's not the only one at fault for that, but Alpine are struggling to find that offensive stride that worked so well in Game 3. And I mean, credit to the Peeps. They've gotten demos in situations, like it's not a demo every single rotation, but it's a demo so occasionally that it's frustrating because you really don't know when they're coming. And I think that has also kept Alpine a little slower, looking out for those bumps and demos.
Oh, dangerous. If you're Jordan, not a lot of boost for AJ, and got inside of Jordan's head there. But time is ticking down for Alpine. They're really only going to get one more good look here if they can break out from their end.
This will be it. Jordan, he got challenged and the ball knocked away. Illusion doing a lot of work to keep that ball locked. Gyro makes Magic Bear miss, but now he's just downfield for Percy. AJ forced into a tough situation, but AJ and tough situations go hand in hand with him being the victor behind them. An excellent carry from him. Gyro picks up the ball here. The Peeps carry it up for one more victory lap around the blue half, and the Peeps survive the marathon today to qualify for the playoffs. Alpine were not able to find the answer 2 times in a row. And the greatest, earliest rule ever created in Rocket League, which is keep the ball up for as long as possible. Both teams executing pretty well here. GG's
there it goes.
For the Peeps.
Yeah, and you know what? The Peeps maybe didn't have the most offensive day today. It felt like, they only got 1 more goal here in the series than Alpine did. So it was still very close. And again, I think once the mistakes stopped coming out from Alpine, the series got a lot closer. But you could even see in this game, when the mistakes came out from Alpine, the Peeps were right on it to take advantage of it. So they were playing a very conservative counterattack, kind of counter what you're going to do play style. And if you mess up, we're going to punish you. And that's exactly what happened here today against Alpine.
Yeah, it worked pretty well for the Peeps. Like I said, I was scared at the end of game 2, and then game 3, it felt like my fears had come to life in the form of a explosive Alpine offense, but then it died again. Alpine had the same issues back in the first game where they couldn't figure out what the Peeps were doing with the ball on defense, lost possession, lost the game. Leaf, Gibbs, and some other caster will throw, the end of the day, a good farewell as we get ready for the playoffs tomorrow. Leaf?
And it's a cheese again. It's always.
I feel like I did that on purpose that
it's always
time.
cheese.
You know? I feel like that one was on purpose.
They always forget about you and cheese. I've done it before. I forget. Oh, can we get some F's in the chat for a Chiefs here? But welcome back to the desk, guys. We're gonna break down the end of the day here. Just kind of TLDR what we saw in that match there. Alpine versus the Peeps. I feel like Chiefs for the Peeps. This was a big win. I feel like they maybe were performing below maybe what a lot of people would have expected throughout the day.
Yeah, big win, of course. And sure, there's always questions about the Peeps. You know, they feel a little hot and cold at times. When they're hot, they're hot. And here, they caught an Alpine on a bit of a slow start. And that meant early punishes, and it got out of hand early in the series. So Alpine, a fantastic game 3, but that's exactly why you don't have a lot of room for error when you get to round 5. You got to be locked in.
But honestly, with Alpine, I think they'll hold their heads pretty high here with a 9th place finish. They made the bracket in both Regional 1 and Regional 2. But again, they haven't practiced in 2 weeks because Magic Bear's been really sick. So that's number 1 priority. He's feeling better. They're getting that practice back in. And a 9th place finish versus all these teams in North America with no practice, pretty solid. So I think they'll be pretty happy about that. The Peeps, they had to play with a sub in the first round, and then they had their full roster. So they also had to deal with some of these issues. But they do make it to the bracket, and we all know when the Peeps make the quarterfinals, no one wants to play.
Well, let's take a look at the standings now as we are done our stage number 2, and we round out the day after another long one of Swiss games, and this is what it looks like for you, Chiefs. How do you feel with these results here?
Rip plot twist in X set. Had a lot of hope for them, and of course, Ghost Gaming. I thought that Kansas City Pioneers game was going to be a little tighter, but what can you say? You were right, Gibbs.
Yes, but I was completely wrong. EUnited. With the roster move where everyone was questioning this roster move. They didn't make top 16 in Regional 1 or Regional 2. With Hoxer, they make the move, and now they're going to the playoff bracket. So I think pretty much everyone was wrong with that move. Credit to EUnited and all their players and all their staff. Yeah. This worked out for them. They're going to the major. They're going to the Regional 3 bracket as well.
And speaking of the playoff, let's take a look at that bracket. That is all day tomorrow. We do away with Swiss and we head to the familiar single elimination bracket as we move through the day. It's just all too familiar, but this is looking stacked, particularly, at least in my mind, achieves on the upper half of this bracket.
Yeah, scary. NRG and Envy, one off series from NRG puts them on a tough round 1, but they said they like having a tough matchup in round 1, so who knows? But of course, G2 and the Peeps, G2 on a little slip. It's like you said, it's scary.
That is tough because everyone pretty much considers the Peeps that number 5 team just outside the top 4. Well, they get 3 of the top 4 from North America, all on that side, and number 5 basically. But on the bottom side, a lot of surprises. Rogue, they finally prevailed and made it to a playoff bracket. We know that they are a solid team. Now it comes down to how do they do through this bracket. They're playing a Kansas City Pioneers team who's also been playing extremely well. So that one's going to be very interesting. See who makes top 4. And then obviously Space Station Gaming. They don't need practice. Like Alpine might need it, but Space Station doesn't. It seems like they take that energy and they get the 2 seed. They get EUnited tomorrow.
Cheese, just in case we don't have you tomorrow, because I'm sure we'll talk about this. Give me an early prediction, though, for the finals. I just want to get your thoughts ahead of time.
Believe it or not, I actually think Rogue stand a good chance to make the finals from the lower bracket. If not Rogue, obviously I gotta pick Space Station. And from the top, gotta lock in NRG. Still have a lot of faith. They're bonkers right now in that top half.
Rogue, I think Gibbs didn't either. I didn't expect that to come out of your mouth. Maybe KCP or something, but Rogue over something like Space Station.
Feeling spicy.
Yeah, spicy. We'll see how that goes tomorrow. But of course, these guys are playing for some points and for some money. Let's take a look at the prize pool. What's going to be on the line tomorrow? Not only is it just, again, that good juicy chunk of 30K there for first place, you also have these points they're going to play into going forward in the major, even though we do have our spots locked in, Gibbs.
Yes, lots of points on the line that will continue all the way to our World Championship in May. So you want to get as many as you can while you can. And then after the major, we'll be 33% of the way done with this whole season. So you want to collect them now. You want to bank as many points as you can going into Split 2. But again, 30K for first place is not a bad prize at all.
And just before we end the day off, let's give you guys a visual on what's going on towards that major. We have our teams locked in at Chiefs. Our 16 are ready for the major. Again, at this point, it is extra points for the overall season and that money.
Yeah, some pleasant surprises here, obviously, from all the way back in Regional 1. Everyone was wondering how good XSET was going to do. Good to see them make their way in at 11th place. And, of course, EUnited turning it around and making sure that they lock in over at 12th place, and KC Pioneers and Alpine Esports as well. So a lot of solid teams. And, of course, Plot Twist, Boss FS, and Susquehanna Sonics. They managed to battle back and lock in.
And then that race for number 1. We talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
Those top 5 teams, 4 of them are on the top side of the bracket. So there's going to be some big point gaps that happen based on who loses in the quarterfinals, who goes to the grand finals, and a possible win there. So these teams can make up ground or pass teams and then get a huge point gap going into that major.
I think that's the thing people need to remember. It's just the season doesn't end with this major. It keeps going on and on. So all these points and the gaps that do start to show themselves are going to be crucial down the road. That you can't just be like, well, whatever, the split's done, let's forget about it. You got to remember that down the line towards Worlds. So, well, at least we have our 16 teams. These teams can get ready, but we do again have more action tomorrow for the playoffs, where they try to get some of those points and give themselves a gap to some of their opponents. But before we sign off and get to that day, I'll give you guys some final words. I'm going to start with you, Chiefs.
Good luck, Rogue. I've been very pleasantly surprised. I think if this is Rogue's time to make a grand final, this is the bracket that is allowing them to do so, I think. So good luck.
So I like to give some heart attacks out there for Rogue fans, but I think legally I'm not allowed to pick Rogue for the grand finals. So you guys can bank on that. I won't pick them tomorrow. I'll let you guys breathe a little easier, but congrats to them and all the teams that made the playoff bracket.
We'll hold you to it, kids. Thanks to everyone that joined us across all the different broadcasts, wherever we're streaming, of course, over on the E-League stream as well, and here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. But we do have more action coming your way. Top 8 playoffs is tomorrow. Join us at 1:30 Eastern for the pre-show, and of course, 2 o'clock for that kickoff. You're not going to want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.